rhyming. He's a talking mold.
A talking mole, huh?
Neat.
He's a sentient mold. And if you get a mold spore inside of you, he can talk to you inside your head.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but...
Reference to another D&D game, but it's neither here nor there. Bonus points if anybody can name what game it's from. I'll make it a second D20. Alright, it's... Ah! No!
Secretly, that's what she is.
But, go ahead and get started. Let me go ahead and roll the dice of destiny to decide to see who shall tell us what happened last time. Let's see, you'll be 1, 2, 3, and 2. Jim Pan. Regale us with an epic tale of what happened last time we met.
Bring up the hags again to deliver the statue. They didn't want it. They then attacked by Sahagans. Went back to the ship and set sail to Neverwinter. That's basically what happened.
Basically what happened indeed. Anything anyone wants to add to that?
Well, we still got to figure out where to drop the freaking statue. Because, well, as the captain said, the statue is no longer worth it. But thanks to some holy help, we decided to drop this. We decided to try to stop the statue at another place. When one of the deities of the crew says they actually want the statue.
What deity?
We have a deity?
Yeah,
I meant the. Damn it.
I mean, I remember that Captain Torg is like called out to aid really like one time, and on a whim she answered him because I rolled stupidly crazy on these fucking percentile dice for you know. It's like, okay, I got a reward.
No, I meant good. Someone
you can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. What is Daniel's class?
He is a warlock.
What do warlocks have?
They have patrons.
Thank you.
Good job! Anyone know the name of his patron?
Cthulhu.
No. Close, but no.
Right, I gotta get the accent going.
Actually, no, that's not even close. Cthulhu would be a great old one, warlock. He's the Fathomless. So, no, not even near it. It does have tentacles, though, but it's not Cthulhu. It's not an aberration. That would be a warlock of the old ones, or great old ones. But I think that was a pretty good recap. I feel like there is a detail that you are missing.
The high-speed chase that we managed to avoid?
Well, there was that, but no, I was referring to what you guys did just before we ended the session. Does anyone recall what you guys did at the end of the fight?
Let's see. Captured and captured a Sahagwin for interrogation.
Got it.
Yeah.
You took one of the Sahagin of the old ones.
Oh yeah.
One of the warlock of the old ones with you. One of the more stronger of the Sahagin warlocks.
All right. So
I need something real fast.
How many days from here to Neverwinter?
There to Neverwinter, it was 360 miles.
About-
If you guys traveled at a normal pace, it was 6 days. I believe the plan that was pushed forward though is to take it at a slow pace, which would take you guys 10 days, and kind of linger in the tradeways a little bit.
Yes.
See if you could find a mark.
Yeah, I also want to know how many days so I can remove the food and
Keep
water.
track of your stuff, yeah. So, gentlemen, has the order to set sail been given upon your return to the ship?
I looked at the captain.
Upon which you do find more Sahagin corpses. Your Arcanist and the rest of the crew took care of a handful of Sahagin that boarded the ship whilst you were gone, but no major battle was had here, just a small skirmish.
Alright, clean up the rest of...
concerning.
Looks like the Sahagin... Ah, boy. Clear up the rest of the Sahagin courses. Then prepare to set sail slowly. We actually want to knock off a ship or two on the way. We're kind of pirates after all.
Hear a cheer of, "Ah! Booty and loots!"
Alright, set sail for Neverwinter.
Aye, aye, Captain! And your ship, and your crew begins to make ready. What is to be done with your prisoner, however?
Oh right, we don't have a break. Lock him up in the basement to have guards on him 24/7. All day, all night. Obviously 24/7. You know what I mean.
Is there a room that somebody's willing to give up that we could just lock them in? Wait, that's a terrible idea.
You can always lock them up in one of your rooms. That would absolutely never end badly. You could also just tie his ass up and put him in the hold. You could just tie him to the mast out on the deck where everybody can see him and watch him.
No.
the mast is actually the best option.
It is.
Yeah.
Right there in the middle of the ship.
Time to
Everyone
mast
sees it.
then.
Cool. You take your unconscious Sahagin, you tie him to the mast. The main mast. Or the mizzen mast. Let's go with the main mast.
Perfect.
You said you wanted to have guards specifically posted to watch them, or you just want to leave them tied up just in plain view?
Actually, what do you think, Quartermaster? Not Quartermaster, First Mate, sorry.
Well, the quartermaster is just giving you a bunch of sign language.
The quartermaster.
Yeah, I know. I made a mistake.
Arcanist Lanforan also holds the position of quartermaster. Ryota is the bosun. He's a junior officer.
But I'm kind of curious to know what sign language is our Arcanist is giving the captain.
I'm pretty sure there's a couple of fingers on the one.
Okay,
friendly fingers along the way.
No. For the most part, yes, but we need to assign at least
One or two at least.
one person to truly keep an eye on. And if we don't want them dehydrating, which they are sea creatures, which dehydrate quickly in the sun.
That is a good point. Dana raises an interesting point. I almost forgot about that. So Hagen are only semi-amphibious. They cannot remain outside of water for more than an hour without drying out and they start to die. So they have to be constantly doused or submerged with water every hour on the hour.
Okay, have a bucket just once in a while.
I was about to say the same thing, Jim. Man. One person's in charge of going him. One person's in charge of going out, fetching a bucket of water.
I mean, I don't think
every
you
15 minutes.
Well, you could probably do it with just the one. I'm pulling up the specific thing about what it says. Here it is, limited amphibiousness. Song can breathe air and water, but it needs to be submerged at least once every 4 hours to avoid suffocation.
Oh, 4 hours.
That was 1 hour. Must have been mistaken about something else, but no, it's every 4 hours it has to be submerged.
Oh,
Yes.
So yeah,
We
about
will assign.
about the 3 hour mark, we just blast
Check
him with a
bucket of water.
Thank you.
You just reverse waterboard it. You just hold it in the water and then pull it back up and go, I won't let you back in the water unless you tell me what I want to know.
So, yes, assign 3 of them to every so often to deckhands to completely down in water. And I'm going to have. Give me a second. Let me read. Saria, I'm going to take her off to the side. And Saria, I know you're more observant than the rest. Your job, will be to make sure that he cannot fully rest. If he is
easy enough.
If he is anything like me, he can rest quick and easy.
Yes, warlocks are well known for their capabilities of regaining their magical skills in a very short period of time. Almost as a means of cosmic compensation for their lack of variety of magical skills. The candle that burns twice as bright only burns half as long, but seems to be replenished twice as fast.
But it does not smell twice as good.
Indeed. One has noses to smell them. Daniel, asking as your dungeon master, I'd like you to be as honest and as accurate as you can. What are the thoughts foremost on your mind right this second?
Let's see. I need to make sure the prisoner stays alive. Right now, I don't want him to be able to cast, so that's why I'm assigning her to mess with him. Part of in my mind, and I guess it will be now revealed, that I am thinking of Vola. Well, I've got training to do. There is a puddle of salt water to my right that hasn't been cleaned up yet that I will have to yell at somebody about later. There is some ropes over there that hasn't been properly stowed. I'm going to have to get on to somebody.
Surface thoughts. He's a very high maintenance guy apparently. He's like, I'm thinking about 17 different things all at once.
Wouldn't cutting his fingers off also help with that regard? Keep him casting spells?
No.
Why we already broke his hand.
It would prevent somatic components, but
like we're powers, so not barbarians. Jeez.
But
says the actual barbarian. I do have one more question. Are you thinking about the particular site of the person in front of you that you are currently speaking to?
yes.
Cool. Give me an insight check.
20.
What was it?
20.
Cool. You see a slight gleam in Sariel's eyes, a bemused smirk on the corner of her mouth. Well, you would if you could see her illusion, that is. As she looks at you and she just, in your mind, you just hear, "It seems you found out. Most intriguing. I hope my true form does not disturb you too terribly much."
I'm gonna expand the wings slightly out and flick the tail. One cannot judge everything.
Indeed. I shall go to my duties.
As old Sergei once said, and it wasn't how you appeared, it's what you can do. That matters.
Your master Sergei was a wise one. I'm sure he was quite successful in life.
If only.
I almost want to give the speech John gave for Cobra Kai. Re-altered, of course. The speech was like,
I don't care about like fucking crushing your enemy or some shit.
No, the speech was like, I don't care if you're
hard.
No, it was when you were. I don't care if you're a nerd, a freak, or a wimp. All that matters is become badass.
Huh.
Obviously altered, of course, because I assume most of these people are badass before we pick them up.
But yes, you have 3 deckhands that will periodically take care of the waterboarding, the essential waterboarding / bathing of the Sahagin, so it doesn't die horribly by lack of water. And then Sariel just constantly there. She doesn't seem to be physically doing anything to it, but every once in a while she stares at it incredibly intently. And the Sahagin doesn't look very comfortable when she does that.
I can't imagine why.
Well, some people know what she is.
I can imagine everything.
Yeah.
See. I have to be controlled. I am the first mate.
Yes. Need to do the T-pose in order to assert dominance.
Why do you think I stream direct actions as well?
Anyway, jokes aside, I believe the order was to give in to set sail, so we can go ahead and change our ambience from hanging out on the shore to sailing. Let's see. Your prisoner will come to consciousness on his own in 1d4 hours. You can either wait for him to wake up, or you can wake him up yourself and then do whatever you see fit to him. Up to you. Unless there's other things you guys would rather be taking care of as you guys are beginning to sail out into open waters.
Kind of don't like him getting a full rest. What do you? Kind of don't like him getting a full rest. I don't know how.
Oh, he won't get a full rest. When you go from being stable at 0 to 1 hit point after 1d4 hours, it's not a rest. You just come to consciousness. So he doesn't gain the benefit of a rest during that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You have to, in order to gain the benefits of a rest, you have to have at least 1 hit point. So if you're at 0, you get...
In other words, you actually have to rest instead of being completely knocked out.
Yeah, being blackout unconscious does not count as a rest. What can you do?
Arcanist.
Yes.
Keep an eye out on the horizon for ships.
Okay. Aye.
Whilst you guys are going at a slow pace, perception checks and stealth checks are made with advantage. You're keeping a low profile. Now, when I say stealth checks, yes, I know you guys have a big-ass ship. There's no way to hide your ship unless you can make it invisible somehow or create some cloud of fog.
Mist or clog. Yeah, I know what to do.
I like the cloud of fog.
The cloud of cloud! But the stealth check is less about not being seen, but more about not being overtly noticeable. Like, you're not doing any overt signs to gain attention. Like, someone will see you and be like, oh, it's just a regular ship. It's not like you're bearing down on them with guns ready to, like, murder them or whatever. At least that's the idea of the stealth check. If you guys at any point had to make... I was just throwing that out there. But during your time of travel, is there any specific tasks or scenes that anyone would like to do?
I murdered the crew.
No, you don't.
I heard Fury about to say something.
I was going to go down to our quartermaster and ask if there was like any spare wooden shields.
Quartermaster is in the crow's nest.
You gotta
Would I
go
go up to the quartermaster?
No, wait. I'm thinking about Ryota. I'm going down to Ryota.
That's the bosun.
Bosun. Keep mixing those two up.
He is overseeing. He's overseeing some minor carpentry repairs on the ship. The ship, regular ship maintenance stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing too extravagant. Like, oh, this one piece of wood and board on the deck needs to be replaced, and there's some frayed rope on this line that if we don't fix that thing's going to snap if we need to yank on the sails hard. So let's go ahead and fix that or replace that. Let's go ahead and retar some of these ropes. The sails need a new coat of oiling or, whaleskin oil and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So he's doing like some minor ship maintenance and repair.
So I'm going to go up to him and ask, do we have any, by chance, do you happen to have like a spare wooden shield or two? In the hole?
He gives you the thumbs up.
Sweet. Could I have it?
He kind of shrugs his shoulders and he's like, give me an insight check, Kerry.
Let's see. Insight. Where are you?
Can you have it? We gotta use proper grammar now.
May I have?
It turns out he's one of those types of, can you?
No, Ryota with a natural 1, he just kind of goes, but with a natural 1, you don't know what that gesture means and you don't speak sign language, so he can't exactly communicate to you in specifications.
Okay. And I guess I just head out because I get confused.
One of the deckhands nearby goes, sir, you're the 4th highest ranking person on the ship. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Hey! I'm gonna go and then grab myself a wooden shield.
Like, several deckhands were like, what the fuck was that about?
I don't speak sign language. I'm confused.
He didn't even do sign language. It was just more of like, you were like, hey, can I have a shield from the hold? And Ryota's like, I'm not in charge of the fucking weapons. You're a senior officer. What are you asking permission from me for?
Vola is actually in charge of weapons.
And even then, you don't need permission to go just get it.
Build rapport with the crew.
Technically, ultimately, the person in charge of any kind of cargo or items on the ship, quartermaster. Who Ryota does answer to, which is the Arcanist.
Yep.
Who is up in the crow's nest who you refuse to go up there and talk to.
So you had it right the first time.
I did.
But just aside though, like, it's just a basic wooden shield. Like, no one's going to stop you from taking it, as far as I know.
Yay!
Unless the quartermaster, first mate, or captain has some reason to say no.
No,
Why would I
the
say
secret.
no? Why would I say no about the doctor actually defending himself?
I don't know. That's why I said unless they have for some reason, some objection to it, I don't see why they would.
That shield is
No,
a
he
sacred
cannot
item.
have the weapon called the beat board. He's not allowed to have weapons.
No weapons for you.
Oh, well, then I'm just going to land some fat beats then.
Am I to understand that you are going to be taking on a shield now, Kiri?
Yes, I am.
Cool.
Still squishy, but less squishy now.
See, I think I can just drag and drop a shield onto your thing, and it should apply it automatically. Let's see. Well, maybe if I spelled the word shield correctly, that might help. There we go.
Oh, you cannot spell.
We'll get you there eventually. And there it goes. Image shield, air catching shield. Shield. Just standard shield. Here we go. Drag and drop.
It didn't automatically apply the AC bonus, but I know what that is.
It should. Let's see, you have a dexterity of 1. You're wearing what? Hide armor?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just a minor thing.
So hide's like what? Remind me, it's like 12? 12 plus dex?
It is, let me get my book out, 12 plus dex, I believe.
Which means then your dex will be a 13, plus 2 from the shield is 15. Cool.
Yep, 12 plus dex. So yeah, 15. I finally have a somewhat decent AC.
Good
Somewhat.
for you.
Stop and weather and attack. I think I made this as your. You building it two-handed? Yes, I did. You guys go and continue role playing in whatever variation you guys feel. I'm going to make some slight adjustments to some things.
Yo, Stone. How about you want to spar the captain for a little bit?
Perhaps at a later date, Captain, I would certainly take you up on that matter. But these lines won't pull themselves. As he's got like 2 giant coils of rope wrapped around his arms, and he's like, he's doing the work of like what would normally take like 5 to 6 deckhands. He's doing it just by himself.
Alright, Kyle. I'll see you up for that.
He's just showing off how swole he is.
I mean, he's a Goliath monk, man. So like, you see Creed running laps around the deck when he has nothing else better to do.
Up the steps, down the steps.
Down to the hold, back up to the deck, down to the.
Jumping over rafters.
me getting a feel for the crew, speaking to a few members at a time, and trying to spar a few members to not just train myself, but to train the crew as well.
Yeah.
You find a couple of them that aren't specifically on duty at that exact moment, that are willing to try and to do some like practice combat from here and there.
Remember, it's not
because
just
while you guys are going at a slow pace, you don't need a lot of your crew to actually be running the ship. The majority of your crew actually is fairly, is spending time actually relaxing, because you only need like the bare minimum 15 people to move the ship at a slow pace.
Don't forget.
Which frees up the rest of your ship. Yeah,
I don't forget something. In this case here, Dr. Ice, he'll just be like doing whatever medical stuff is necessary at first, and then every day just doing Druidcraft to get the weather report, and being our on-site weatherman.
Alright, Vol. That was 30 laps around the ship.
Fantastic. There he goes. That's pretty good.
Should I write that down?
Like,
Now what?
Let's see. What would she have you do? I'm trying to do like 4 different things at once. She gives you some other tasks that I can't immediately think of anything specific off the top of the head at the exact moment.
like,
I already got it. Go spar with the captain. He's looking like he gets your actual combat.
Yeah, go do that.
Like, as I got this where I'm going to do my old military tactics of old military training of push ups, sit ups, and mile and a half running in 2 minutes each. Well,
That sounds miserable, but also sounds really effective at getting you in shape.
Yep.
All right, Captain. Let's begin this.
ooh, all right. Fist only. We don't want to die. Crew that's available. Pay attention.
Okay.
Actually, I can't be just fist only. I have to do something to make sure that it can be maintained and we can have it. So, Hex on you. Yeah. That way I can see the results of the beating. Working or not.
Cool.
But now we can go
What
with
stat are you going to give a disadvantage on?
Constitution.
And F you too.
Fine, I can give it intelligence if you want that.
No, Constitution is fine.
Oh, I just remembered. No, when he shillelaghs it doesn't matter.
Okay. So, shall we begin this? Do we want to do this like an actual fight, or do we want to see just kind of role-playing that?
That's up to the GM.
I mean, that's up to you guys. You guys want to actually fucking roll dice, or I can just, we can just have you guys roll, like, I don't know, athletics checks?
I'd say we roll dice for starters to get a
Yes.
turn by turn of it, at least.
Who shall win?
Alright, cool. Let me go ahead and change your view real fast, y'all. Over to your actual ship, where you have your actual tokens at. And let me pull out the initiative tracker for you guys to actually utilize. Add turn. Add turn. There you guys go. You guys can do your thingy now.
We must stay within the square off area. Make it.
First one pushed out to square dies.
That's your HP to max?
No, it's not.
For some reason, it's reading at 17 minus 2 instead of just
Yeah.
17.
Yeah, I have no idea why.
Let's see if I can fix it. There.
Right there.
That's much better.
I like how he only has barely 2 more hit points than Reed.
The dice of destiny does not favor me.
Actually, you'd be surprised. You should have at least a better. There we go.
He has a better average with his hit die and has, I believe, a much higher constitution since his last ability score improvement.
Yeah.
So the distance should start to widen soon enough.
All right. So zooming in. Ooh, I got the initiative.
That reminds me. When you improved your constitution, did we retroactively give you the hit points that you would have had at the previous levels for your modifier? I don't remember. We did that, right?
I wrote my initiative off the sheet, so let me roll it again.
I was talking about initiative. I was talking about your hit points. I was trying to remember when you improved it. I can't remember if we also gave you the hit points you would have had for the previous levels when your modifier went up. And I don't know what you rolled for the last 9 levels, or 8 levels or whatever. So I can't reverse engineer that math to figure out whether or not we did or not.
Well, that's real easy to do. Just go back 2 episodes and let's find a battle where he's in.
Oh, I mean, we'd have to go all the way back to when he did level up, and not all of that was recorded. But it doesn't matter. It's not my job to keep up with your hit points anyway.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Alright, so, shall we begin?
Yes, we
Captain.
shall. Yes, we shall.
Where are you going?
No, I was going to try to stay near you.
We're supposed to stay within the box. That's half the point of it.
Yeah, we put your token there.
I'm sorry. I
4 times.
didn't see the
Out of it.
box.
Alright. Alright, so fisticuff only.
I want a good, clean fight.
Actually, I don't need to hex the captain. I need to hex a random one to make this a fair thing to where we can at least still see that he's hexed and go with it. So I don't get any additional thing.
A deckhand volunteers to be your target, who's just standing nearby.
Nope. Let's see. Because I'm trying to figure out how I can do this without making it to make an easier roll. Let's see. Because I doubt unarmed strike is on this character sheet thingy.
Unarmed strike would just be your proficiency plus your strength modifier, and then if you hit, it's 1 plus your strength mod for damage.
So I need to do something that, okay. I'm just going to use my history because it's a 4, and that's what my thing is. That way if I can work with it as 1 click versus anything. 5 misses you.
I miss you with history. I'm gonna beat your ass with history.
He takes out his copy of Groovy Greeks to try and beat him.
Well, it's still a number that is a 4 that I can easily roll without having to go through something else.
Yeah, I just imagined you taking out a copy of Horrible History and deciding to try and beat him with it.
So,
Well, that's strength, so.
it's your strength mod plus your whatever, your proficiency, so.
I mean, you are proficient in your fists.
But technically you should have the equivalent of a +8, so.
Alright, so I'll try again. I'll use the safest rolls because
It will still hit me, so 5 damage. Just, you gotta, sorry.
yeah, 5 damage.
It's 1 plus your strength mod for damage.
There we go. Oh, and let's see.
Come on, kid.
So I maintain concentration. Good. 22 to hit you.
Ouch.
As I beat you with knowledge. For 1 damage.
Woo!
Oh, you're making an unarmed strike right now.
Yep. I mean, I've nothing else better to do while you guys are fucking around.
Okay.
Alright, my turn.
Pretty sure like an unarmed strike would be like plus your strength mod, wouldn't it?
It is. He didn't do it, so it's another 5.
1 plus your range modifier.
And he has a strength of 4.
Why did it not do it?
So if you have a strength modifier of -1, do you make 0 damage then?
And
yes, there is a possibility you can do 0 damage to a target.
I maintain
I see
constitution.
why I didn't add anything. You have 0 fucking strength, that's right. So yeah, you only could do... So yeah, that's right. So we do that. Copy and
I miss.
Like, come on. Come on, Creed. Sometimes spells fail you.
Come on, man. Come on.
Oh, Creed, go.
Alright, Daniel, you now have an unarmed strike macro. You may place it in whatever position on your sheet you see fit. I assume you know how to drag and move it in your sheet, considering that your things are not in the order that I had placed them in when I last looked at your sheet, so I assume you've been editing your own stuff.
A little bit here and there.
Cool. So I'll just leave it there where I found it, and leave you to it.
Meanwhile,
Now.
I still use my strength saving throw for now, since it's the only thing that has 8 attached to it. Actually, I could use athletics.
Oh, yeah, he should still be doing it. 15 is a hit for another 5.
Yeah, I hadn't gotten to his yet.
7. Miss. I can't. Oh, hold on. I also got to do a con save. So.
I believe you rolled yours with advantage now, do you not?
I do.
Cool.
It is the one thing I've got, so. So I failed the con save. Outright. I have failed.
Oh god damn.
Oof.
Remember, I'm not raging, I'm just...
Yeah, he's just straight punching your ass right now.
Yes, I know.
I'll just say this: going fisticuffs with Captain Torg would not be a fun thing.
It certainly doesn't. It certainly doesn't end well for most people.
Remember,
All right, you now also have a
Yes,
macro
they're here.
strike.
if I was to open up on him, I could actually be kicking his ass.
Well,
yeah,
absolutely.
there's a difference. If we're actually fighting for real, then it's going...
You're a spellcaster trying to fight in a fist fight against a martial class. It's not going to end well for you.
And I've already shown that I can kick his ass.
There's a reason why martial classes are designed in the way they are. They're
And
good
let's
at
face it,
one fucking thing.
I've already kicked his ass once. Or twice already. I know I can kick his ass. At full power. So I'm not worried. Alright. Alright.
you still want to keep going?
I'm gonna have to
This is
step out.
like good.
I've got to step out.
He's like, tag me out, coach. I'm out.
Alright.
Give me a moment.
I just sit in my corner in a makeshift boxing ring.
Recasting Hex. Alright, let's do this again. Restarting the initiative.
Okay.
Go, Creed, go.
Quite a good thing, right?
Normally, what I normally do, because I hadn't said anything to this moment, but normally what I what I'd like to do, I've done in the past, is if it's a one-on-one fight, is re-roll initiative at the beginning of each round to make it more interesting.
Okay. Well, we're re-rolling initiative now, and we're going to see what happens.
It looks like Captain Torque beat you.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Funk.
You missed.
I feel sorry for you.
Dano, do you have mage armor on right now?
I do not, and it's a 12 right now, but it can be easily fixed.
I did.
I mean, only you can see that number, but
Everybody should be able to see that number.
no.
I have it set to everybody can see it. You should be able to.
All we can see is each other's HP. Because it's a solid number, I don't know.
That explains it, yeah. Because they don't have control of your token, so they can't technically click on your token to see it. I understand now. They could have seen it if I had done something differently, but doesn't matter.
Alright. So. Captain?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she hit me. I didn't know this.
You have a 10 AC?
He was making a crack of a joke.
He is cracking a joke.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you actually touched me. I wasn't paying attention. My turn.
Yep.
Ask some more.
Dr. Ice, you feel an incessant tapping on your head from your new fairy friend, who... No, they won't do that. Who is invisible to everyone except you, or rather, she is invisible to everybody, but you know she's there, she's tapping you on the head, and she's talking at you while she's invisible. Because, pixies can do that.
Yep.
And she goes, what are they doing?
Well, watching the crew relieve some steam. And inevitably, I'm going to have to help heal up the loser.
No, I said, what are they doing? I don't care what you're doing.
Oh, they're just blowing off steam.
Other than wasting time instead of doing that thing the queen wants.
Yeah.
Big dumb bird.
Unfortunately.
No, she doesn't like to be kept waiting.
Yeah. Good point.
She's going to have your ass.
Eat another 1 damage.
And not in a fun way.
Right on the wall. Right inside her icy palace.
Yeah.
I'm going to have birds too.
Guys, could you maybe hurry up a little? Hurry up. Beat the shit out of each other faster?
I mean, the ship's still moving.
The ship is still moving.
The ship travels whether they're doing anything or not. Like, you still have crew working.
Captain.
Yes.
I need you to hit me harder. I have to be better. Hit me harder.
Hit me harder!
Are you sure about this?
Oh, harder, Daddy, harder!
All right, Dr. Ice, prepare bed for Creed as I pop into the race next turn.
Oh, shit.
I passed that. And I do another one.
From this point forward, I did not make a thing for it. I believe you would still get your rage bonus. Is that the damage that he's doing now increases by 3 when he's raging.
Got it.
So instead of 5, he'll be doing 8 damage per hit.
Alright. Alright, Creed, don't say that why ya. Activate reach and I was also about to say relentless attack. Yeah.
So that's a 26 to hit you.
Let's see.
Torabelle, on top of your head goes, The Tiefen's gonna lose.
Oh, absolutely.
Pretty dumb for a warlock to be trying to fight a big orc guy like that in a fist fight.
Yeah.
Is he aware that he has weak noodle arms?
I think it's more of a power move thing.
He doesn't have a lot of power for that move, unfortunately. So I think he needs to go back to training.
I'm gonna spit up a little bit and go, Captain, harder! And I'm gonna try to hit him as hard as I can.
Or he's a masochist.
Yeah, I'm getting some weird King vibes coming off of that guy. Dr. Ice, tell me, at this exact moment, asking your dungeon master, asking for a friend,
Yes.
what is foremost on your mind right this second? What would be the surface thoughts of your character at this moment?
Relentless attack, of course.
Let's see. Going down from the most surface to the deepest thoughts are... I'm gonna have to clean
I
up
don't need
the-
the deep thoughts. The effect doesn't go for deep thoughts unless they probe harder. Just surface thoughts. Like what's foremost in your exact mind? Like what are you thinking right this moment?
Is he actually getting
Maintaining
off?
better.
Is he actually getting off on this? And this is just an excuse?
Like, no.
Can you please hurry up? I
Carl
really
comes
need
up
to
next
get-
to you and she goes, "No, he's trying to
17.
learn how to maintain greater concentration through pain."
Ah.
I'm also trying to teach all the crew members. Be willing to defend yourself at a moment's notice. For he might fight someone stronger than me, as I relentless attack again.
Pretty sure we've done that a few times.
Oh wow!
When Sorrel comes up next to you,
I actually
Dr. Ice.
completely missed this time.
How did your voice get in my head?
No, you didn't.
Oh,
I don't have mage armor on.
so 14 hits.
Yes.
What was I say? Dr. Ice, as Sorrow comes up next to you, what are you thinking about now as you're standing next to her? I didn't move the token, but she's definitely...
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Everything's normal.
What was that?
Everything's normal.
She starts staring at you more intently. Is everything normal?
Yes.
Really? What thoughts are on Dr. Ice's mind right now?
Everything's... Be calm. Fury's the mind killer. Be calm. She's just another member of your crew. She's not going to eat your brain in your sleep.
I prefer when they're alive and screaming.
Alright, yeah, I forgot. You can speak into my mind.
I can also detect her thoughts.
Touche.
All right. Captain, I'm going for a
Well,
grapple.
obviously, you now know who I am. Or rather, what I am.
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
intriguing.
Yes, and I assure you, it's not
Alright,
like
so how that counter grapple again?
Okay, so I have to hit you, which I did. And then we make an opposed strength or athletics check.
Sorry, what's going on?
I'm trying to grapple the captain.
It's, you didn't need an attack roll, you just need an opposed athletics check.
Oh,
Grapple. When you initiate a grapple, you roll an athletics check, and your target either rolls a dexterity or rolls either athletics or acrobatics, whichever one they prefer. Ty obviously would probably opt for athletics because not only is it higher, he also has advantage on athletics while he's raging.
yes.
So he has a excessively high percentage chance of beating you in any athletics competition.
Yes. Which he did.
And I'm trying to knock him out with a spinning backhand.
Trying to knock him out with an arm strike, or are you trying to actually shove him?
No, just an arm strike.
Okay.
Spin backhand like Don Flamenco and Punch Out.
And
I am going down.
Cool. Sariel looks at you, Dr. Ice, and says, "You should probably go get that."
Yeah, should get that.
I hope my true appearance does not disturb you, Doctor.
Not really.
Are you
And-
sure?
Hey, you
Does it
okay,
actually creep you out?
You okay, Creed?
I tap him with my foot. Is he conscious?
No, I'm unconscious.
No, you have to put him back to consciousness.
Yeah. All right.
But my
And-
assumption is that you guys are using non-lethal damage,
Of
so
course.
he's not dying. So he is
Yeah.
stable. He'll wake up in a D4 hours if you do nothing.
All right. Let's go get him some life.
You go drag him
There you
off to the med ward to
Yep.
sleep it off.
I give him a little
But,
pep.
does Sariel unnerve you? Asking as your dungeon master.
No. Because he's seen weirder. And he knows he's going to see even weirder.
I don't think you've seen weirder.
Well, he's seen more terrifying.
She's not terrifying enough for you.
I
You want me to get
here's
her
the
image
giant rock.
again? You want me to link you? You want me to link the image to you again?
He's faced down a rock. And he still has PTSD.
You
at that.
think a rock's more intimidating than her?
At least she's roughly my size. So Ice is at least taking some comfort in that.
Physically, perhaps.
Mentally, she probably could outscrew my brain in 8 ways to Sunday.
She is the most intelligent person on this entire ship.
Okay. There's a little bit of intimidation there. But not like gut-wrenching, oh god, run away! Terrors. More,
You sure? You sure that's not terrifying? You sure you're not creeped out by that? That right there? Right there? I just sent only to Kiri, not to the rest of you fuckers. Because you guys don't know what she is yet.
I already know what she is. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, but
at this point,
You know, the one I'm talking
Ice
with
is
right
thinking, is she turned on by scared people? That's weird.
As long as
and as you think that, you hear this remark behind you. Terror is the the greatest of all spices.
like, hey, as long as she's loyal to the Creed, the captain does not care.
As long as she's
You
loyal
don't know
to
about this
Creed.
conversation. This is a private conversation between him.
This
and
is-
No, I meant as far as the captain's concerned with Sariel.
But yeah, she just says, "Terror is the best of all spices," and then just moves away.
Right.
To my invisible friend Twilight Bell. Did you see that?
See what? There's a lot of things I see. What you got to talk about?
Never mind.
You talking about the weird squid person?
See,
crew.
Yeah, I saw through that glamour like fucking like what, 4 days ago? You're only just now noticing? Man, you gonna need to catch up. Makes me concerned about other things you haven't seen yet. Like that right over there. And she just points in a random direction.
I look in that random direction.
There's nothing there. She flies away.
Dynamic exit.
Like, crew. Even though we're a pirate ship, we still have to keep wits on training. Because we just got lucky and ran away from pirates that are looking to kill us. We might not get lucky again, and be ready and we have to be ready just in case. And not to mention the Navy, the merchant
enemy
marines.
ships on the horizon. I'm just kidding. Oh no! Get my brown pants.
I'm about to say, not to mention the Navy, the merchant marines, and other people will probably want to sink our ship. Like that. That's why I'm
I got a
this
list
training
of people you
session.
pissed off. You want me to read it off to you?
Say again?
I got a list of all the people you've pissed off. You want me to read it out to you?
Oh, the ever-growing list.
Oh man,
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
more full than I ever thought it would be. And
I
there's so much more time for it to
would,
get more.
but that would take the entire 7.5 hour recording.
Yeah.
And there's that one particular guy from down the street. There's the Ruthians. There's this weird person named Bob. Yeah, we pissed off a lot of people.
I mean, yeah, you fucked with Steve from accounting. I mean, man.
I mean, I did know that old man was a seasoned martial artist.
Yeah, it turned out he was a 20th level monk with like the Whispering Fang style. Just, wow! But anyway, jokes aside. Arcanist. Roll me a perception check with advantage, please.
Okay.
Over the several days of travel you guys are doing. In fact, everybody go ahead and roll perception checks with advantage, because this will be over the course of several days, so everybody can get a shot.
19.
19.
I'll just go ahead and put you guys right there, just so you're in the...
One 14.
And we're still missing Creed.
18.
18, wow. So everyone except the captain got over a 15. That's pretty good. All right. So, you notice various different ships here and there in the tradeways. There are 3 that catch your attentions, or 3 that I have actually made for your choosing.
What did we get?
Yes. Let me switch over to Naval Battle Map, because that's where I put the ship tokens and what their names are and whatnot. I would like everyone to roll me history checks to see how much you know about these different ships. I'll tell you what you see, and then I'll tell you more about the ships. First one you guys see is the Ladybird. It seems to be fairly low armament. You don't see any guns, no ballista or cannons or anything like that on it. And the crew seems to be not too particularly well skilled. You don't see a lot of like heavily armored, well armed guys. Like you see some guys with like some knives or like a blade pin or a cutlass. Like the captain might have a cutlass on him, something like that. But it seems not too big a deal. Japan, with that history check, you notice the Ladybird is a caravel. It's a type of second-rate ship. It's quite popular for both merchants, pirates, and smugglers. It's got a fairly decent cargo hold. Smugglers especially like it because it's got a lot of little nifty hidey holes for smuggling operations. They also both merchants and smugglers like it also for its pretty good for running. It's got some pretty nice speed. And typically has a fairly low profile, so it can sometimes do blockade runs, which is another reason why smugglers like it so much. It's good for zipping past naval blockades, stuff like that, or going unnoticed. And it's small enough to also be really useful. It can easily be hidden in things like, caves and coves more easily than, say, larger ships can be. And it's also just pretty quick. It's pretty good speed for its cargo size.
I relay that to the captain.
The second ship you guys see is... Oh, I probably should have also... I actually forgot to link you guys one thing about the Ladybird before I get any further. I need this particular image. Symbols. Let's see, here we go. The flag that is being flown by the wonderful ship that is the whatchamacallit. Actually, hold on, let me check. The fuck are you? Right, okay. I had to check my notes to make sure. It's like, which fucking place is it called home? Here it is. You see this heraldry on its flag. Which, with your history check, you know that is the heraldry of Waterdeep. This ship is from Waterdeep. It's not a warship by any means. No, it's a merchant ship, as far as you can tell. The second ship you see is the Arabelle. It is... What did I make you again? Galley. There we go. It is a galley class ship. It's a second-rate ship. It's far less special than the Ladybird. It's fairly standard mercantile-looking ship. This one, however, you do see it does have some armaments on it. From your crow's nest, you could spot that you see it has only 4 ballista. It has 2 on each side. Seems like they're there to keep, to try and keep the less determined pirates off of them, or as a way to defend them against, say, like a sea monster or something like that. Nothing. It's not like they're heavily armed to the teeth. It's like they got like 2 ballista on each side of the ship, enough to deter the less determined. As well as you also spot several handfuls, a few handfuls of like more armed and armored individuals that are not the sailor-looking type. They look like mercenaries. So it looks like they have some muscle on their ship and some weaponry. You still mostly see just sailors and merchants. You don't see anything like... You don't see soldiers. You see a few mercenaries that look like they're there to try and keep the peace and to, again, deter any mild pirate attacks that may occur. The heraldry you see from them is this one, which you know and your captain immediately recognizes is the heraldry of Baldur's Gate, a city that your captain, Captain Torg, is kind of quite familiar with, having been there for quite some time before he decided to become a pirate. And the last ship. This ship is far larger than the other two. It is an East Indian company. It is a East Indiaman class ship. That is a first-rate ship. It is a massive cargo ship. The other 2 ships, they can carry around like 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of cargo. East Indiaman can carry over 12,000 pounds of cargo. It is also heavily armed. You count no less than 12 cannons, not ballista, cannons on this ship. 6 on each side. You see 2 light cannons, 2 medium cannons, and 2 heavy cannons. You also see that the majority of the ship seem to be very well-trained, well-experienced looking sailors, and many of them are heavily armed. And in addition to that, what languages do you read, Jimpan?
Let's see.
Is any of them Kalashite by chance?
Probably not.
Common Elvish. Here.
Kalashite, isn't that more of a Pharaoh Pacific language?
That's a dialect of Common.
Yeah.
That's the name of the ship. I just dropped it into Discord.
Well, most of us aren't going to have the Pharaoh dialects either, so that would
Probably
be the
not.
thing. Would we have those? Because those are dialects, not core thing.
Has any of your characters spent in a large amount of time to the southern regions near Kalashim? I think one of you is from Chult, right? Kira, you're from Chult.
Yes, I'm from Chult.
You would probably have the best chance of knowing Kalashite. Would Dr. Ice have spent any time in Kalisham long enough to have learned Kalashite before he became a pirate after leaving Chult?
He probably
when he became a pirate and left Chult?
He probably would have been spent about the equivalency of about a year there, so he probably would have at least picked up on it.
Yeah, Chult and Kalisham are fairly close to each other, and that is where you probably would have frequented a lot before you came up north.
Yeah.
So, one second. Dr. Ice, if it's brought to your attention, you know the ship's name in Kalashite is Arakrabu, which is Kalashite for the Scorpion. In case you're wondering, folks, yes, that is real fucking Arabic. I actually fucking looked it up, got a translation, and got the fucking Arabian script into the ship name, because I'm a nerd like that.
I did use Google Translate on it.
Oh, Mr. Fancy Pants. But yes,
I will relay
and one special thing of note that you notice about this particular ship is it has 2 different flags on it. The first one you recognize as this one right here. It is the heraldry of Kalasham, the desert region far to the south. So this ship's quite far north, but it is one of those big, heavy, like cargo type ships. So it does make the long distances for like big hauls. But it has a second flag, and that flag has this symbol on it. Does anyone as a player recognize what the symbol is?
Looks kind of familiar.
I think I know from what it is. If it's the, we'll go Colin or your brother. There is my reference point for this.
I mean, Connor did have a character that was connected to this particular symbol.
Just making sure.
Yes. Anyone who would like may roll religion checks to see if you recognize this symbol. Anyone with the sailor background, please roll with initiative, or please roll with advantage. Which is everyone except Creed, because you chose fisherman. Everyone else has like a sub sailor. 13.
Gotta love mine.
21.
My background doesn't give a shit about most everything else in the world. I'm a fisherman.
This particular symbol is well known to sailors for various reasons. And a 15, cool. All 3 of you recognize this is the religious symbol of Umberley.
That's why I thought it looked familiar.
Yeah. Give me a history check, Japan. See if you know this about Kalimshin.
Number.
No.
Cool. Dr. Ice, if you would like, you may also try a history check. You get yours with advantage because you are from the general area that this particular practice I'm about to mention is from. Wow. I just looked over and I just see a crit, and I'm like, wow. Cool. Dr. Ice, you recognize what it means to have a flag with the Umberley symbol on it. It's not uncommon. Or rather, it's not uncommon for patronism. Patronism in Kalimport. It's a big trade city, and it has a lot of merchant guilds and a lot of mercantilism and a lot of different organizations. It is not unusual for an organization, even an organization of religions, of a religious background, to be a patron or a sponsor of a merchant. Either a merchant guild or a merchant, individual merchant, or a cargo merchant ship. Somebody's sending me... what are we pinning here?
Oh, that's from other stuff. I went back so I could find it later for myself.
Okay.
just in case you ask about it.
Funny enough, one of those symbols I was already well aware of, and the three other images of the people, I still have those in my files. But if you're wondering, no, he's not on this ship. This is not his ship. If you recall, the name of his ship was the Perseverance, because that was the ship that Connor acquired. This ship is the Scorpion.
Well, that was Connor's ship. My ship was
Who he would have probably allowed you to sail as part of your relationship with one another. He took it as a prize, and of course, a ship was meant to sail, not sit in the harbor as a fancy lawn ornament. But he doesn't get outside. His character doesn't get outside the city that much anymore because he's busy.
Yes.
That being said, but yeah, it is unusual for even a religious organization. In fact, it's actually quite common for something like this to occur, where they are sponsoring or patronizing a merchant of some kind. In fact, the idea of what's the word I'm looking for? Not conflicted. That's not the word I'm looking for. Trying to remember what the phrase is now. Where an example would be like if the mayor of a town also owned an EMS company and wanted that private EMS company to be considered for like the county, towns, EMS, even though he also owns it and is also the mayor. What's the word? What's the word for that concept? Where you're
blank.
It's like something interest, like conflicted interest or something like that.
Conflict of interest.
Thank you. Conflict of interest. Thank you. The concept of conflict of interest does not exist in Kalimport. Many people who are the guild leaders of massive merchant guilds also tend to also work in politics. Like the local governmental officials or celibads or druidoks are two different titles of two different positions, could also be a pasha of a local guild. And then, or, someone who has a very strong religious organization could also sponsor and then gain favors from merchant guilds and whatnot. It's a huge thing in Kalimport. The idea of conflicts of interest, culturally, they don't believe in conflicts of interest. Everybody can just do whatever. It's also why it's also a very corrupt city. Money makes things happen in Kalimport.
Oh boy.
And during his visit
it is a city known as the City of Glory, or the City of Slaves, depending on who you ask. Now, of the three ships, gentlemen, you guys, through your various history checks and whatnot, you know that in your experience, the most well-defended ships always have the most valuable cargo.
But the question is, can we take on that ship?
That's the problem. We need a powered, not powered crew, apply fleet to them. At least a couple of power ships to attack it. And unfortunately, we don't have that money yet.
It's armed, yes, but let me just throw this out one more time. It is a cargo ship. It's a big, slow moving cargo ship. And in other words, you guys are much more maneuverable than it.
So if we can keep our snowsuits back,
its turn radius fucking sucks. Which is why it's so heavily armed, because if it got attacked, its ability to flee would be hampered. It's also really easy to hit, because it's much bigger. Your ship, along with most second-rate ships, tend to take 3 hexes of length. It does 4 hexes of length. So it has an armor class of like 8. But it also has like 700 hit points. That's its hull, of course. Its rigging is 120. But it has a speed of 2. It's slow.
And
that's its combat speed. Its travel speed is much faster than the rest of you guys because bigger ships have more sails. More sails equals greater travel distance. But your ship has the interceptor quality, so you guys move at the same speed it can. Because while you're a second-rate ship, you move at the speed of a first-rate ship. So once you guys are in combat, you actually have a much higher maneuverability than it does. Of course, it has more firepower than you do. But if you could stay out of their firing arcs, you should be fine.
Yeah,
and
If you get up close to it and board it fast enough.
and if we knock out
they
rigging,
don't fight as well up close as they do at distance. No way to know for certain though.
and you knock out rigging on ships like this.
Mm-hmm. If you leave them dead in the water, they can't turn their ship. But
then game will go pissed off in the religious order.
I'm sorry, what?
Then again, we're going to piss off a religious order if we touch this ship. But there's a lot of treasure.
This ship's all the way from the south. I mean, what's someone all the way down at the other end of the continent going to do to you?
For all they know, they hit a bad storm and sank.
Yeah, you can kill everyone.
But
No one knows.
That's true.
But yeah, you guys are like, way up here. Downport's like
It's way in the
all
south.
way down here. It's all the way down here.
And
Now that being said, of course, the easiest target is the Ladybird. It has no guns, and you don't see any good fighters anywhere on that ship. You see like basic sailors. It looks like a ship that would run more than fight, and then you'd have to chase it down or intimidate it by throwing up your colors at it. You know what I mean? Flashing the Jolly Raja, as they say. And then in between those 2 points is the Arabelle. It's got some fighters on it. It looks like it has it looks like it's got a couple swordsmen. Actually, hold on, let me actually see how many people I put on each ship before I start giving you guys specific numbers. Not that one. Here it is, mercenaries. You see maybe like 5 or 6 swordsmen and maybe 5 or 6 archers. So you're looking at maybe a dozen mercenaries at most. And they have like 4 ballistas, 2 on each side. So they will fight back. They'll probably try to run because it is a merchant ship. It's not a warship by any means. But if you guys force them to fight, they could probably put up some level of a fight because they obviously have some valuable cargo to
Carry.
protect.
To hide them much in the first place.
Captain Tor, give me a history check with advantage to see what you know, what kind of to see if you can guess what kind of cargo they may or may not be carrying. Because you are from Baldur's Gate.
History. Why am I blind when I see the history check? 14.
The 14. The Baldur's Gate, it exports. Another thing I should have mentioned was that the direction that the ships are heading. The Ladybird and the Arabelle are going north in the same direction as Neverwinter. The Scorpion, the Alacrabo, it's going south. So it's essentially based on where you guys are heading. The Scorpion's coming towards you, whereas the other 2 are going away from you. I'm not saying that like it's going to attack you. I'm just saying like one is coming from the direction of Neverwinter. The other 2 are going towards the direction of Neverwinter. So that may change what is on their ships. But if it is coming from Baldur's Gate, if it's carrying cargo from Baldur's Gate, the Arabelle will probably be carrying. Hold on. I actually know what it's carrying, but I should see what else it could have been carrying before I just start giving you answers. I don't want to give away the secret. Or at least not easily.
It's carrying prisoners of war.
Ha! No.
You're free!
The main trade of commerce in Baldur's Gate, it exports a lot of dyes, lamp oil, but its main number one export, trade coinage. It trades in silver bars, silver trade bars, which a single 1 pound silver trade bar is worth like 5 gold each. So if this ship has those, it's pretty valuable cargo in terms of money.
Then we got the big boy.
Which is probably why it's carrying, which is probably why it has actual mercenary security on it. Mercenaries are fairly common, as your character would know, in Baldur's Gate. The most well-known mercenary group in Baldur's Gate is the Flaming Fist. You don't see any of those guys. You see just stock standard mercenaries, mind you. That would be a different CR block. Flaming Fist mercenaries are a little bit tougher than the standard mercenaries I just threw on that ship. They look like they can fight, but it doesn't look like these mercenaries would be too difficult for you guys to take care of. Like, you guys have enough combatants on your side where you could probably overwhelm them with numbers. But, I mean,
so the difference is
one or two of you might take a decent beating depending on how the dice roll.
Alright, so the difference is, do you want to fight for trade, or do you want to fight for glory and honor? Because the Ladybird is just, well...
The Ladybird doesn't look like... It does not appear as if it's carrying too much valuable cargo. Either that, or they can't afford to have good... whatchadoodle?
Good crew says.
Like you don't see any like hired mercenaries on them. You don't see any weapons on them. Like I said, the ship looks like it's designed for more speed than it is for. It looks like it's designed more for speed and to be unnoticed more than to fight. Wow, whether or not that means they're carrying valuable cargo, there's no way to know unless you try and take it. And then, of course, the Alacabo, an East Indiaman is such a massive and expensive ship. It's only used to carry the most valuable kinds of cargo. So of the 3 ships, you guys know for a fact that the most valuable cargo is going to be on that ship. But that's also the hardest target. They will put up a fight, and it will be not impossible, not even really hard, but it will be a challenging fight, because they will fight back. And they will fight back hard. And they're also well armed. And the combatants upon that ship look like they're well trained. And there also looks like a lot of them. You would guess at probably... probably maybe about maybe almost 24 people on that ship that might put up a decent fight. Around maybe 20-ish decent fighters is what you're clocking. That's just the actual combatants. The entirety of the ship is far more than just fighters. The Arakawa has a crew capacity of upwards of 70. So there's a lot of people on that ship, but only maybe about 20 of them are actual combatants. And that's just what you can see. Like, you can't see everybody on that ship. It's a big ship. It's got multiple decks.
Yeah, chances are it's going to be more than just those combatants on top of the ship.
Well, I mean, my assumption is you guys have been watching it for a while and seeing people coming and going, and because it's a primarily cargo ship, they're banking on the fact that their array of cannons would deter pirates, so they wouldn't need to spend money on having a large fighting force. It's large enough to take on a sizable pirate crew.
Like us.
But you would probably guess maybe around 20-ish. Maybe. Give or take. But you also know that because it is sponsored, the cargo might be even more valuable. Now, like I said, the Arabelle's probably carrying some valuable cargo. There's no way to know what the Ladybird is carrying. It could be really valuable. It could also be not very valuable. They could be poor merchants, or they could be smugglers in disguise. As I said, the Ladybird is a caravel, which is a very popular ship for smugglers. It could be that they're trying to maintain a low profile and not look like they have anything valuable by not having any way of defending themselves.
It is a possibility.
So,
Yeah,
I'll let you guys stew on that information for a minute. Feel free to discuss, and if you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
So, we're going with the one that could guarantee us a big payday if we pull it off. One that's a potential unknown, might not be worth our time, and one that may have some stuff on it.
One of them's a mystery box. It could be really good or really bad.
Let's see.
Depending on whether or not they're smugglers. Because if they're smugglers, you know it's going to be valuable because it's either illegal or something valuable enough that you wouldn't want taxes to take any profit out of.
Let's see. One of them's a guaranteed payday if we could pull it off. One of them's in the middle, and the other one would take a chance. This is actually a very difficult choice.
Yeah.
I thought it would be. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out a way to make all three targets incredibly enticing.
Because immediately, if you didn't say that, the labor would be first off the drop, just ignored altogether. But
by mentioning it being a potential smuggling type vessel, well, those that are
It could also
commonly
just
used
be a bunch of poor merchants who are carrying useless cargo. Or rather, I mean, they're carrying cargo that is worth money. Obviously, they wouldn't be carrying it, but it may not be as valuable as you would like it to be. There's no way to know for certain, because both merchants and smugglers like caravels. For their speed and sleekness.
Part of me wants to go with the Annabelle because
the Arabelle?
The Arabelle, because it does seem like that would be a good solid middle of the ground thing. Because why have a mercenary security force if it wasn't something valuable? And if you could afford a mercenary security force, then that does mean that whoever is transporting it probably has something that's at least worth it.
And by that same logic, you can apply that to the East Indiaman, because it has even more security on it.
Oh god, yeah.
Because they're not mercenaries. You actually see
Officially trained crew.
You actually see naval soldiers. You actually see Kalashite Navy on that ship. So you actually see trained, actual trained military guys on there.
like military merchant, like military, navy, and official marine type shit.
Yeah, those kinds of people. The kind of people who would be like, your job, you have one job, and make sure this cargo doesn't get stolen. If anyone tries to take it, you kill them. Like those kinds of people. These aren't mercenaries. They don't just take their coin and say thanks and have a nice day. Like, these guys are professional caravan cargo guards.
Professional seamen.
Yeah. Essentially, these are naval marines whose specific job is to protect cargo. Because piracy is a major problem for any type of city that does any kinds of trade along the Sword Coast. And the Triclus Sea and the Shining Sea. And Kalimport especially does not like when their ships get hit by pirates, hence why
No, they
the
don't.
security on it. Now, granted, you guys are a long way from Calimport, so it's not like you have to worry about the Calpenny Armada coming after you or anything like that. Not that they would send the whole Armada after one fucking pirate ship.
I mean, if we were in the
But if you
neighborhood, then
got
they
caught
would.
by the Armada, you'd be fucked.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Like this will
They,
be
of course, know
this
you.
will be like this. The next episode will be the final episode. If that's the case.
I mean, you can always outrun them. The Calimport Armada doesn't usually exit much outside the internet, outside the waters of Calishan.
What was about to say? What was about to say? Creed.
What was that?
I
Danny?
go the one in the middle. That's my vote.
Arabelle?
I was actually thinking the same thing. I'm Jim Pan.
Huh.
Like 3-2-1 in the middle. What's your vote?
Anyone or
3-1
two.
in the middle.
Plus, if nothing else, we could also use it to get supplies for our ship. More ballista bolts.
Yeah.
Plus it'd be
I mean, if you
good.
take East Indian, you could get cannons.
I say plus it'd be a good train for the cruise.
Yeah, Alcohol has cannons. You guys want cannons, don't you? Oh,
the more cannons, the better. But that we don't want those cannons fired at us trying to chase that shit.
Hey man, the go big or go home. You want good prize, you got to take on risks.
That's true. That's true.
Jokes aside, though, as an added benefit, bitches love cannons. As an added benefit, the Alacribo is traveling away from Neverwinter towards you, so you'll actually encounter it first. If you decided to give a little bit of space, maybe follow it a little bit, or maybe hit it immediately, you could possibly catch up to either the Ladybird or the Arabelle at a later time. Because you guys are traveling at a slow pace. If you were to pick up the pace, you could easily catch the other two ships if they're traveling just normal trade speed. Because the Arabelle and the Ladybird are traveling in this, to the north. The Alacribo is traveling to the south. You guys are coming from the south to the north. So you'll pass them first before you get to the other two.
So if
that changes anything for you.
So if we hit them, survive, and have decent health left, we can actually catch up on one of the other two and double our payday.
Yeah.
Another thing is, just as a reminder, if you guys have a sinister enough reputation, sometimes a ship will just surrender without a fight if it recognizes your colors. If you guys have a sinister enough reputation.
Which I'm pretty sure we do.
Yeah, in other words, when you throw out the Jolly Roger, and they're like, oh man, we don't surrender, they're going to kill us all. If we surrender, maybe they'll just take our loot. Which is a typical pirate thing. Most pirates don't like to have to work for their money. Which is why there's specific Jolly Roger flags that mean specific things. But it is up to you guys. The Arabelle is a tempting target, so is the Alacribo, as well as the Ladybird. The Ladybird, of course, would be the easiest fight. You can easily just slap them around. They can't fight.
I'm pretty sure Ladybird, if we just fly the Jolly Roger, they'll surrender without a fight.
Possibly.
You desperately want us to push the red button, don't you?
I love putting the red button in front of you. I don't care if you push it or not. I just want you guys to think about pushing it. Because it's funny watching you squirm going.
I've already made my vote and I'm going to stay with it.
I'll stick with my vote too.
Same thing.
Middle.
But this is the captain's decision.
No, I already said the middle ship. Besides, I'm pretty sure some of the mercenaries. I'm pretty sure that some of the mercenaries would want to catch up with me after a long time.
These aren't Flaming Fist mercenaries. These are different mercenaries.
Oh.
These are non-specific mercenaries.
So I'm not from my.
They don't look like they're a mercenary company. They look like individual mercenaries that they've hired. Like you don't see any kind of like uniform amongst them. They're not Flaming Fist.
Okay.
If these are Flaming Fist, the Arabelle would be a much harder target. because Flaming Fists actually know how to fucking fight. They're professional soldiers for hire. Professional soldiers of fortune.
Alright, crew. As much as I want to lock off this ship, damn it. Even I admit we're gonna be in for a tough fight. We have enough viable cargo to hold as is. Let's go for this ship, the one in the middle.
Which one?
What's the name of it again?
The Arabelle?
The
was the one that had the mercenaries on it.
the Arabelle, yeah.
Okay. That's a shame, he said as he looked over at all the super valuable loot on the
I'm trying to make us push the red button.
so much money on this.
Can't get many dead.
And a secret hidden prize. Ooh, man, it's really shiny.
Damn it, do you actually want to take on the big ship?
No, I just want to fuck with you. I mean, honestly, I'd love to see you try to take all three of them.
Yeah.
Just hit all three of them. You know, fucking hit the Scorpion, then chase after the Arabelle, and then chase after the Ladybird, and be like, hey, we already gobbled up 2 ships, fucking surrender, and they just be like, okay.
Well, obviously, if we took down the Annabelle fast, then we could chase down the Ladybird and still get double prizes.
That is true.
Yes.
But the Scorpion will be long gone. Off the horizons. Unless, of course, you turn around and try to chase after them.
No.
You want to go for a twofer?
Let's go for a twofer.
Okay. I'm not touching the
Up to you.
Scorpion. I know better.
I know that too.
I'm not that stupid.
I know better for better reasons than y'all know better.
Well,
Like
Daniel, as I said, he's not here. You're not going to be You're not going to face Honey.
I'm
Like,
not worried about
like Shinju, as another DM, I know the trap why I see it.
I mean, it's not really a trap. I just like to make it seem like a trap. But in all honesty, I created 3 different options of easy, medium, and hard, and then the rewards reflect that. You know, the Scorpion has the best rewards on it, but it's also the hardest fight. So, I just like fucking you guys. But you are not going for the Scorpion. How does
and it finally stopped snowing. God damn it! Walk at my car tomorrow. Again.
Chip.
Hold on, it's snowing?
Yeah, it was snowing right now.
So which one are you going to try and go for? The Arabelle or the Ladybird first?
Arabelle.
You want to go for the one that will actually fight back first?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not try and catch the one that doesn't fight?
Which is closer?
Either one could be closer to you. It's up to you. I'm simply just clarifying that, as a reminder, the Ladybird does not seem to have any weaponry or fighters on it, whereas the Arabelle does have siege weapons, mounted siege weapons, and does have mercenary forces on it. I just wanted to get an understanding. I would probably say that they're both probably about the same distance from them.
I mean, if we blow our loads, we could take care of the mercenaries quickly, and then we can get to the Ladybird afterwards.
If you have time.
That's what I was thinking too.
I have a good AoE prepared.
Yes, that is a good question. Kiri, because you would have had time to prepare for a potential battle, what spells would Dr. Ice have prepared for ship-to-ship combat?
Well, for ship-to-ship combat, like once we get close enough, I can use control water to potentially force them to potentially capsize. But that's something we don't want to do.
Just a reminder, if you sink the ship, the cargo goes with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That means only 1 or 2 of us can go down at a time to pick it up. And
Some
one of those
cargo
two
is
would be
ruined by
me.
water. Just a heads up, some cargo is not waterproof.
Yeah, so basically he's prepared for, like, spells for, like, if we need to escape an enemy ship, control water can help us out. If we're going to be boarding, oh, I got some spells ready for that shit.
Well, the optimal situation is that you try to soften it up from a distance and then go in for a boarding action, because obviously your characters are far more capable in standard combat than they are in naval combat.
Which is why I have that AoE prepared, is to soften the enemies on the deck.
Alrighty. So, going to the Arabelle. Unfortunate. I spent so much time making some stat blocks for all the people on the Scorpions.
Like,
oh well. Maybe
we'll hit the Scorpion another time, or a little bit more stronger.
See, that's the thing when it comes to stuff that I plan. If you guys don't get it now, just shuffle it off to the side for later.
Yeah.
You can run into it again. Who knows?
Yeah.
Now, for the most important question. This is a question only the captain can answer. Your crew comes to you and says, "Shall we raise the colors, Captain?"
But of course.
Which flag shall we raise, sir? Black or the red?
The black flag. I don't feel like murdering people today. That doesn't deserve it.
Now, I have another important question. This is for the group. How close do you guys want to try to get to them before they notice you're chasing them? And then you raise the Jolly Roger. In the Naval Code, who's linking stuff? But
yeah, ironically, the barbarian does not want to be a murder hobo. That's the funny thing.
Determine ship headings and locations. Here it is. See, yeah, here it is. Before initiative, determine ship headings and locations. Encounters generally won't start if ships are more than 600 feet apart. So, for a combat to start, you have to be at least within 600 feet. But 600 feet is still a pretty wide fucking gap. That's 24 hexes, because each hex in naval combat is 25 feet. You can attempt to get closer, because you guys have been going at a slow pace and keeping a low profile. If you guys wanted to, you could try to sneak up on them before they realize that, hey, that ship's following us. Should we be concerned? Because you guys are in a tradeway, so a lot of ships are coming and going in both directions up and down the coast. So a lot of them pass each other. There are some ships that follow the wake of other ships. In fact, that's actually what the Lady Bird is doing to the Arabelle, because the Lady Bird's a slightly smaller ship and a less heavily armed ship than the Arabelle. It's a sailor trick to where if a pirate should attack, the idea is that, well, there's two of us, maybe it will keep the smaller pirates off of us. And if they do attack, the Lady Bird, being a non-armed ship, would then increase their speed and leave the Arabelle behind as I don't have to be faster than the pirates, just faster than the other ship. Bye.
Like, can run away before the combat ends.
Yeah, they're essentially, your passive insights are good enough to know this. If you guys attack, the Lady Bird's going to try and run the first sign of trouble, because it doesn't have a lot of combatants on it. The Arabelle will probably also try to run, but if you guys catch up to it, which most likely you will, it will also it will try to defend itself.
So it's gonna be tricky if we. It'd be tricky if we somehow disable the Lady Bird before it starts to spread, then just fight the other.
You could certainly try. But it's going to try and take off the first sign of trouble. The Arabelle might take some shots at you. But that being said, like I said, it's the Naval Code encounters generally won't start if ships are more than 600 feet apart, which is 24 hexes. Of course, optimally you'd want to be a little bit closer before they notice and start running. Would you like to try and sneak up on them?
I would.
Cool. I would like... Let's see. I'm doing some measurements here real fast. 25, 50, 25. I wanted to get specific positioning distances between the Ladybird and the Arabelle first before I continued on. But anyway, let's first confirm ship positions. Right now we have Captain Torg as the captain, obviously, who is also on the role of the Master Gunner, and you are in charge of the starboard guns, correct?
Yep.
First mate is Master Creed, who also is in the position of Arcanist. Because you guys do have 3 casters, so you do have 3 different people in the Arcanist. Officially, the official ship Arcanist is, of course, the Sorcerer, or Sorceress, Arcanist Land Foreign, but both Dr. Ice and Master Creed are also in the position of Arcanist.
Yeah.
The Quartermaster is held by also Arcanist Land Foreign. Ship Surgeon positions, we have Dr. Leibowitz and Dr. Ice. Bosun Ryota is your boatswain, or bosun, as it's sometimes referred to as. Your helmsman is Nezor. Your one of your gunnery officer, which has the position of one of your cannoneers, is Vola. She commands the port side guns. And then you also have Stone, Hummingbird, and Mockingbird as filling out the other 3 of the 4 total cannoneer positions as backups. If, say, somebody else needs to take command of the guns or do cannoneer stuff. And as well as you have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 deckhands. Your ship cook, of course, is Drusilla. That doesn't have any combatant, specific combat roles. And then you have your 3 retainers that have not been given any official role in any area so far. Eziel, Sariel, and Norixis Krieg. Does anyone need any refreshers on naval combat or the capabilities of their particular roles? Sounds good.
It's been a while.
In fact, actually, this is the first time you've ever been in a session where we actually are going to have a naval combat. There, my friend. So, quick refresher is, in naval combat, everyone takes their turn at the same time. Initiatives are counted by ships. If you were to, say, leave the ship and became your own individual person rather than as a part of the crew, you would then roll your own initiative, and then you would be tracked separately if you were to exit or to disembark from the ship. Say if you were to leap onto the other ship as you guys were passing by, and you went and you boarded the ship, because there's more than one ways to technically board an enemy ship, and at that point, then you'd be like, well, you are going to roll as your own individual. Whilst in ship combat, everybody takes a turn at the same time. You guys can coordinate what you're going to do. Everyone gets 1 action. Unless it's something special, like technically Nezor gets a bonus action because his bonus action is pilot the ship. If he uses his action for something other than a helmsman specific action, then he has disadvantage on piloting that ship. Unless you guys had some kind of upgrade that changed that, which I don't remember if you guys purchased that upgrade or not. But point being, the Exact positions on the ship are not specific. It's designed to be more abstract and generalized. So essentially, whatever action you just took, that's where you are. If you're a captain and you took a captain action, because every role has specific actions that you can do unique to your role, in addition to general actions, and then anything your character can normally do, like cast a spell. If it's like, I use my captain action, naval combat action ability, well, then you're on the aft of the ship, because that's where quartermaster, captain, and first mate actions typically are done. If you're commanding the cannons or the guns and you're shooting the cannons, then you're on whatever side of the ship just fired. If you're the ship surgeon and you're going to go and like patch up some guys who took some casualties, then you're wherever the last side of the ship that got hit where injuries occurred. It's very abstract and generalized. The exceptions to that is the Arcanist. Your exact position on the ship actually does matter. And you get full action. So you get not only your action, you also get a move. Because again, your specific location actually matters. Which is almost all of you. So if you wanted to use a spell on somebody, then you have to be where that other person is. So like, say if Kai was commanding the starboard guns, and Kiri, you wanted to cast a spell on him, but your last location was in the crow's nest for whatever fucking reason, you would have to use your movement to come down from the crow's nest, to go to the starboard side of the ship, and then do a spell onto your captain. Because your location specific matters. In addition, like I said, in addition to your specific roles or positions having granted you actions, there's also very general actions that anyone can do, such as man a gun. You can be part of the gun crew because your guns need a certain number of people to fire in the first place. You can work lines. You can pull lines and whatnot, which gives bonuses to your helmsman's pilot checks. You can assist the surgeon and give them greater benefits for fixing casualties. You can help the bosun make repairs and give him better bonuses for fixing the ship as it takes damage, either to the rigging or the hull or whatnot. You could also just use the help action to assist one of your fellow crewmen if they're like, which is some of the things I mentioned, such as the helmsman's trying to make a crazy maneuver. You're like, I want to help make him do that better. I'm going to help work lines. That gives him a +1 for every person that does that.
I do have some things I'd like to do before we get in range.
Okay.
I hope one of those things is preload the guns, but go ahead.
That is one thing, yes. I wish to ritual cast water breathing on everybody on the ship, just in case anyone goes overboard.
I could assist in ritual cast that. I don't want to burn my spell slot though.
You can Druids can ritual cast, but to ritual cast a spell, you have to have that spell prepared.
And I do not have it prepared. Shit.
Okay. Because Druids can ritual cast, but what makes them slightly different than say a wizard is that clerics can do this too, I believe. Yeah, clerics have ritual casting. They can only ritual cast spells they have prepared, whereas wizards, they can ritual cast any spell they know because they ritual cast out of their spellbook. That's one of the benefits of the wizard with his spellbook, because he can ritual cast any spell whether he has it prepared or not. Daniel's character as a warlock works very similar to that because he has an invocation that essentially turns his Book of Shadows into a ritual book. So it's like a wizard spellbook that he's ritual casting out.
And when we get within probably 20 minutes of combat, 10 minutes of combat, I'm going to ritual cast Unseen Servant to help out around the ship.
In what way?
Helping move ammo around, helping rigging.
If I remember correctly, Unseen Servant doesn't actually have any physical strength, so it can't really pull rigging. I don't believe. Hey, can you drop me a link of that spell real fast into the chat? Just to take a look at it.
Let's see.
Drop the description in there. Should be able to do it right off your sheet. Oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't see it because it wasn't scrolled down. Oh, that's control water. Never mind. I thought that's what I wanted to see. I know.
Give me a moment. I'm trying to get there.
Here.
Ah, okay. Talk to the Discord instead. All right, let me pull it up here.
There you are.
Spell creates invisible, mindless, shapeless medium force that performs simple tasks at your command until the spell ends. The servant springs into existence on its face on the ground within range. It has AC 10, 1 hit point, and strength of 2. And it can't attack. If it drops 0 hit points, the spell ends. Once on each of your turns as a bonus action, you can enter the command of the servant to move up to 15 feet and interact with an object. The servant can perform simple tasks that a human servant could do, such as fetching things, cleaning, mending, folding clothes, lighting fires, serving food, and pouring wine. Once you give the command, the servant performs the task to the best of its ability until it completes the task, then waits for your next command. If you command the servant to perform a task that would move it more than 60 feet away from you, the spell ends. That's useful for like very minute, simple tasks, but I don't think it's going to be helpful in the middle of a naval combat, just due to the fact of like carrying ammunition is going to be pretty heavy. Like these aren't like arrows; it's like ballista bolts. These are siege weapons, and pulling lines actually requires physical strength. There's a reason why like sailors are typically well-built people. They have
It's gonna stand beside Nezor and hold his bow. That way Nezor has, and he can just reach over and go. So it's gonna sit there with a bow over its head. That's its entire objective, is to hold
It
the
just
bow.
holds his bow and quiver.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll let it do that. It will change nothing mechanically, but I do like the flavor.
That way, if Nezor needs 2 hands, that thing just sits there.
Now, does anyone have any questions about anything in the naval combat, in the naval code? I know it's been a while since we've done a naval combat for a while. I don't know if you guys read anything out of the naval code on your own time or not. I know I have, but I don't remember everything. Is there any questions, comments, concerns before we get started? Because we're, the naval code rules is still a work in progress. Eventually, we'll get it down once we use it more frequently.
Yeah.
Because I think we've only actually done naval combat like 3 times.
That's
Yeah. I guess learn that
I
to
think
roll
last
again.
time was in this session, it was a single digit.
Cool. All right. I just wanted to check to make sure everybody was cool before we continued on. Let me go ahead and check something fast. DM reference sheet. General use in standard combat.
No, trust me, I'm having my copy of the Naval Guide open.
Yeah, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's like a few like cool reference like cheat sheets that help a little bit, so you don't have to like read through the whole paragraph of like a bunch of different pages. I'm just checking to see if any of them I need to worry about. Yeah, there's DM reference sheet there. Okay, cool. It's got travel roll reference sheet. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to say there was something in here for rules. Or was that something I pinned? Did I pin that as a comment? I pinned that as a comment. Pin messages. Yeah, officer cards. I just link it right now so it's more fresh. Officer cards. These should be able to tell you, in addition to general actions, what your specific positions give you. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask. While I do some more things off the side here. For some reason it has like Cannoneer, Arcanist, and Militant in here listed more than once. I think that's because the idea was you print these out and actually make flashcards of them and then they hand them out to people, but you don't do that because you're not physically fucking here. That would be crazy.
Question about the wording of...
Wording of what?
The wording of Arcane Will under Arcanist. Basically it says that, like, as an action, you'd be concentrating on your magic. If by next turn you don't lose concentration or fail a dex check on the ship movement, you can roll a 1d4 minus 1, gaining a spell slot. So basically, you're casting a spell that uses concentration, but you basically regain...
No, you're not casting a spell. No, it's saying Arcane Well is a thing the Arcanist position can do, where you start to focus and channel your magic, and you have to concentrate on doing that. If you don't lose concentration, you gain a free spell slot that you can then cast on your next turn. So in other words, as the Arcanist, you can use spell slots without actually burning spell slots on your actual character. But it's random what level spell it's going to be, and you can only do it once every other turn, and you have to maintain concentration. So like you go, okay, on this turn, I'm going to use my action to start concentrating on Arcane Well. Next turn, if you don't lose concentration, you roll a d4 minus 1, you can gain a free spell slot between levels 1 and 3, and then on that turn, you use that spell slot to cast a spell. If you don't, then you lose the spell.
Okay.
Or you lose the spell slot.
Alright, so it's a bit of a risk gamble. But that's usually how things work.
you're going, if you maintain concentration, you're guaranteed to get a spell between levels 1 and 3.
And see, this is where you could cast something like, for Jim Pan, if he was to do it before combat really got into swing, he could cast Mage Armor for free.
Well, actually, you have to enter into combat before these positions can be used. The abilities of your officer positions can only be used when you're actually in combat.
But while we were firing ballistas, as he's sitting in the crow's nest, he could sit there and do that and get made.
That's another thing is that you're not always going to be, your ship won't always be in the most optimal position for a spell, but it will be in the next turn. So you could be like, well, I can't, they're not in a good position for this spell, so I'm going to use Arcane Well to gain a spell slot when they are in a position. Then I'll fire the spell. But there's no guarantee it'll be of the level you want it to be at. So like there's that thing.
Okay.
But regardless, though, speaking of spells, Daniel said he cast Armor of Shadows and his Unseen Servant and water breathing on people in case they die horribly or go overboard. Any other preparation anyone does before you try to sneak up on these people? I haven't even asked for the stealth check yet.
Well, obviously,
Hey,
preload the guns. That's what I was planning on doing.
What was that time?
Preload the guns. So
I mean, yeah.
So the second we get close, you just blast a mass right away.
Canvases are pulled off of the ballista. The ballista bolts are then brought up from the lower deck because you guys don't keep all the ammunition right next to the guns at all times. You have specific deckhands whose jobs they're the powder monkeys. You don't actually have any gunpowder weaponry, but they're the equivalent of the powder monkeys, where their job is to go get the shit, bring it up to the cannon so it can be loaded and then fire. So they go and retrieve the ammunition, and they do ammunition runs. So you guys get like a handful of ballista bolts placed next to your ballistas. I don't believe you guys have installed your carronades yet. I believe those are still uninstalled, correct? Because you haven't had a chance yet. Cool. Just wanted to check.
Because the town was attacked before we installed them.
That's right. Yeah, you guys hadn't pulled your ship into dry dock and got all of your upgrades. You did get some upgrades, I believe.
Yeah.
They were mostly the helm upgrades and the hull strength upgrades.
Yeah. But you guys hadn't had the chance to install the carronades yet, because I think you got them after that. I don't remember.
No, we got them and the day we're about to install them, the Sahagins attack it. Then
Now, you guys were there for several days. No, you should have had them installed. Let me check. No? Yeah, never mind. Nah, yeah. Your shit's your. My notes say you haven't. Say you only have the ballistas. I guess I must have misremembered because I did just check my notes and I'm like, I thought you guys had installed them when you guys were there, but I guess not.
Now, once we hit dry dock again, that's the first thing we're gonna do.
Yeah, definitely want to get those installed.
And
Yep.
what type of ammo are you going to use? Regular ballista, or do you want to use chain shot ballista?
How much chain shot do you guys have?
18.
18 shots? Cool.
Yep.
Because if we keep them from running,
Regular ballista, the first one to disable the mass, and then chain shot the rest.
Chain shot is the one that disables the mass.
Yeah,
Oh.
chain shot is essentially two ballista that are chained together and they're both loaded in at the same time and they're fired. And the idea is that when they are flying through the air, they kind of fling out away from each other, but the chain keeps them together and causes them to spin. And it gets tangled, and it rips through rigging, it gets tangled up into lines, shreds sails. If you hit it with enough force, you can even bring down a mast.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, chain shot then.
That's what chain shot does.
Yeah.
Typically, it's not used for ballista. Typically, chain shots is much more effective with cannons. So you take two cannonballs and have them chained together. You load one in, the nuts going in, and the one in the back would shove the first one out, and then they would go, and then, and if the cannons are fired with enough force, and the cannonballs are heavy enough, they can rip through a mainsail, like a main mast could just.
We really need to get the cans installed.
yeah, we do.
You know, hey, the Scorpion's still there. You can go for them. They got cannon.
We got cannons.
We got cans. We just can't get installed yet.
Well, you have
guns.
carronades. They're swivel guns. They're like 1 pound cannons. They shoot balls like this big.
Yeah.
They're really good for like individually like taking out like specific individuals and maybe taking out like borders and whatnot. They're not the kind of cannons that you would expect to just rip through a fucking hull. In fact, I don't know if they can take chain shot or not. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Point is, though, you didn't buy chain shot for the carronades. You bought chain shot for the ballistas because that was the weapons you had. But anyway. Where is that thing? I need to know what. I need to know how effective what the thing for the list is. Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it has it to where I don't roll. It suggests I use just the average damage to make my life easier, which, you know, I'll probably do that. Average damage of ballista is 11. Cool. So if any of them hit...
2d10, yeah.
I don't roll anything for... I don't add anything to the roll, do I? I don't think I do.
No.
Yeah, because they're siege weapons. They don't get any bonuses.
The carronade is the only one that gets to add something to it.
Not to damage, I was talking about its attack. I was trying to remember if there was an attack roll bonus I was supposed to add to it or not. I don't see it listed in my reference sheet, but... I should comment here. Here it is. Siege weapons do not add any modifiers to their attacks or their damage, with the exception of carronades, which add the highest dexterity modifier of those manning it to its damage. Okay, cool. I just had to make sure. So it's just a flat d20. I believe if you have like firearm proficiency, if you are specifically manning that cannon, you can do something with that. Also, another thing I should ask. Let me go ahead and move you guys to the naval battle map here. I shall direct your attention to over here. Before we worry about exact positioning on the ship, let's worry about who is manning guns. There we go. Where are my stats? Where's the stats I need to know? There. You guys have 4 ballista. You require the minimum 2 people per gun to fire it. It has a reload of 2, which means it takes 2 rounds to be reloaded, and then before it can be fired again. So essentially, every 3rd turn it can shoot, or 3rd round, I mean. However, if you have, since the revised version of these rules, if you have more people, because it has the property of efficient, if you have more people on that gun, you can reload it faster. Efficient. If a weapon with this property is manned by twice the minimum number, the load time decreases by 1 to a minimum of 0. So the ballista can be dropped down from a 2-round reload to a 1-round reload, which means you could shoot every other turn with your ballista. If you had 4 people per gun. Or if you at least had 4 people on one of them, it would be able to fire faster. You guys, of course, have abilities to change assignments of your people at any time. I believe, 3 of you, the first mate, captain, and quartermaster, all have an ability to... One of your officer actions has an ability to where you actually change a person. You give orders to a crew and, like, order them to, like, go man, to rearrange gun manning. You can change the number of them. In addition to, you guys can even use an action, one of your actions, to like change someone's role if necessary. Ooh, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, I see what you guys did.
What?
You guys, okay, yeah. You guys are putting them into their things. I like to do this. It's mostly just for me, so I don't forget who's in what role. So I usually put like copies of people in those positions like this.
And the captain needs to go back in the master gun spot.
I'm working on it.
No.
And we'll leave the those people like that. As a reminder, when it comes to assigning various tasks or jobs to your deckhands and whatnot, keep in mind that you have to have a minimum of 15 people total to actually operate your ship. So if you have, if you start taking casualties, casualties usually start with deckhands first, unskilled crewmen first. As if they start taking a lot of casualties, there may be moments where some of you might have to operate the ship to maintain its functionality because you don't have enough crew to keep the ship functioning. Just as a reminder. Right now, you should be fine. But in case it
And
doesn't-
remember, Chindu, one of
Yeah.
our ship upgrades reduces our casualty rate from 50% to 25%.
Really? What ship upgrade was that?
Just give me a second. Let me go find it again. It wasn't the... Which one was it?
It had something to do with your hold, wasn't it?
Yes. Because we got a lot of hull upgrades, and okay. Which one was it? It's not the wheel. No, one of them give it to us. Because I can remember getting it.
I know you got ship reinforced
Thick wall.
walls that gave you more HP.
Thick walls, also.
Where is that? Let's see.
Right above where it says the wheel. It's the last one.
Thick walls, there it is. 25% of damage dealt to the ship is considered for casualties, down from 50%. Okay. Cool.
I severely made sure we upgraded our ship's armament. Or armor capability.
Your durability.
But yeah, we really upgraded the ship's hull.
Yeah. All right. Let's see how close you gentlemen can get. I would like your helmsman to roll a pilot check with his dexterity, which means I believe dexterity is one of his primary abilities, is it not?
Yeah. Primary is dexterity.
Okay. And piloting is a proficient skill of his, so this should be a +6. Because he gets a +2 from it being a proficient skill, +1 for being a primary ability, and then he gets flat +3. So roll me a d20 +6 for his piloting check. It's essentially his stealth piloting check. With advantage, because of you guys trying to maintain a low profile.
21.
See how sneakily he can catch up to them.
21.
21. All
Yeah,
right.
it's...
Mhm. Hmm.
It's a beautiful day down here. No snow.
Yeah. Can we trade revers? I mean, I'm known just to snow in Jersey, but I didn't have a car before until 2 years ago.
I should probably ask this. How close do you guys want to be? And I'll see if you can, based on the rolls I've just done, I'll see if you can get that close. How close do you want to be?
What I could do, it requires us to be within 300 feet. As far as magic spells are used.
Each square, each hex is 25 feet.
And you said at minimum it's 600. is the starting.
The naval code states that any range outside of 600, any combat starting outside of 600 would be incredibly rare. It did say that you normally have to be somewhere at least within 600 before a combat actually got started. That being said, you can get a lot. You have the opportunity to try and get closer than 600 feet before the fight starts.
I'd say we try to get within 200 feet.
Same thing.
200
you actually read my mind.
Well, that also puts us in long range of our ballista. Which I think that means we roll with disadvantage on long range.
Maybe.
I don't recall immediately off the top of my head, and I don't have the thing open right now to look. Wish I could find information when I need it faster.
Hold on, now ballista's range. Why do I have ballista's range? Oh, hold on. Ballista is 500 range. So, as long as we were within 500, and if you spend every round aiming with a ballista, you can increase its range by 5 feet to its maximum. If you do it for 5 rounds straight, you get an advantage on the shot.
You guys want to be within 200 feet. There we go. It will be right. There we go.
Okay, so what is the range bonus again? It's been a while. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It might be under the information about siege weaponry. It could also be under the actual combat rules. I'm not 100% certain. I'll let you hunt for that.
I'm working on it.
Ballista, cost, blah, blah, blah. Range, 75 to 100.
Let's see. That's where you guys were born. No. They rolled that. They rolled that.
Like, as far as like siege
Okay.
weapons, they can see the range increments, but
Here's what happens. As you guys start to try and close into 200 feet, I will probably move your ship in a second or two, depending on what you guys want to do. As you guys are starting to try and close in, the Ladybird is the one that's following the Lake of the Arabelle. As you guys are trying to get closer, the Ladybird seems to have spotted something suspicious. It's not like it's not flat out running yet, but you do see it kind of close up more. It kind of like does the whole like it does a slight shift to the turn and starts to close the distance between it and the Arabelle before you guys close within 200 feet. So when you guys get to 200 feet, the Ladybird is actually like here. When you try to get within 200 feet, it's actually started to pull away from you to try and stay out of that 200-foot range, and it looks like it's trying to get into a position to run as if it might have spotted you. The Arabelle does not seem to be making any changes to its heading or its movements or speed. But the Ladybird has increased in speed, and that's where its starting position is, if this is where you guys want to start from.
There we are.
Yeah. So you're not exactly within 200 feet. You're more 375 from the Ladybird because it was like, ooh, they're getting a little close. I don't like that. They spotted some suspicious activity from you. Maybe like when you guys were loading up ballistas and whatnot. But the Ladybird seems to have noticed something. What would you guys like to do?
Trying to figure out what the things of ranges again are for. Been a while.
What exactly are you trying to figure out?
Well, ballista's ranges are 50 to 25 and
500. Yeah.
Yes.
That's point blank, normal, and then maximum.
And what is it, like advantage, normal, disadvantage?
If they're within 50 feet, advantage. If they're within 225, normal. If they're past 225, disadvantage, just like any ranged weapon. If they're past 500, you can't hit them.
Unless you aim.
If they're past 500, you cannot hit them. That is the maximum range. If they're at 525, you can't hit.
According to the aiming thing, if you spend a round aiming, you get to add 25 feet to the longest range. If you do it for 5 rounds in a row, you get advantage on the shot.
Okay.
But that's an aiming.
I mean, if you're taking that long to try and aim a really long shot instead of just closing in and shooting them at a closer range, that's up to you.
They're also probably going to take off before it could fully fire.
Oh. Let me get back over here.
But this is your starting distance, gentlemen, unless you want to try and blow your cover and try to run them down, because the Ladybird is not allowing you to close in on it because it has noticed something strange. And you see the crew moving with your spyglasses, the 2 of which you have, which is held by Captain Torg and your Arcanist. From your spyglasses, you notice that they seem to be, a lot of people seem to be running around on that ship and moving into positions, and it looks like they're getting ready to open up more sail, as if they appear to preparing to run because they think that you're a little too suspiciously close up on their ass for their liking.
Damn, the Ladybird spotted us. And if they're working with the Alabero, then there's going to be a race back to town.
I mean, you guys are far enough from any port to where you can just jump them now, and there's nothing they can do if you move quick enough. That being said, you're not as close as you would have wanted to be before you started shooting. That's what I was getting at, is that you'd have to close in some harder. And the Ladybird is already ready to take off at the first sign that you guys are hostile. So what's the decision, gentlemen? Shall you raise the colors?
One vote for raising colors.
Captain,
Yes.
make your decision.
Yes, raise the colors. We've been caught. Prepare for combat.
Alrighty. Okay, pull up my thing here. Ship roll initiative. Add the initiative bonus from the helmsman if you have a lookout. Okay, I need Nezor to make a piloting check. So that'd be a d20 plus 6. plus 7, add plus 1 because, Jimpan, I assume you have been taking the lookout travel roll position.
Yeah.
You get a plus 1 if you have a lookout.
So 17.
Excellent. We're at 17. Let's see, I'll make the blue one. There we go. Oh, wow. Daniel, roll me a d20.
A D20?
Just flat d20. Just roll one. Did you get higher than 15?
No.
Okay. So, Arabo will go before you then. Alright. Because the Arabelle's lookout did not notice you fuckers, because they rolled really bad on their perception, Arabelle will be surprised. They will be continuing to travel at their standard travel speed. They're not going to be going super fast. They're still going to move on their turn, but they won't move in any way to prepare for combat. Essentially, they're just going to be moving in a straight line. Ladybird, on the other hand, definitely notices you, raise the flag, and we're already getting suspicious of you to begin with, but you guys rolled a much higher initiative, so you get the jump on them. But first, checking the speeds. Yes. Zoom in a little bit. One, two. That is all the Arabelle does for now. Stormbreaker. First, let me change some of our ambience here. Let's get some more interesting music going. Now, as a reminder, you guys can all coordinate your actions on what you would like to do. Both you and your retainers can take varying different actions, some of which are probably more helpful than others, or more immediate concern than others. Any specific actions you don't give to your retainers, you can also just give them actions that would assist in the actions you do want to have taken, such as if you need a pilot check to be made, or some maneuver Nezra needs to do, you can have multiple retainers all work lines if they're not already busy with something. Gentlemen, feel free to discuss. What is the plan? What's the goal?
Zooming out my ship.
Well, I would like to start out with rally. Start getting that out of the way.
Rally. Let me pull up.
That sounds good.
I know what the hell it does. Give inspiration, D6 inspiration die, charisma check, DC dependent once per battle. Specify whether it's to everybody or just one person or not. Why was a charisma check necessary? This is odd. Tell you what.
What?
I'll let you give. Let's see. Actually, now how do I want to do this? Do I want to let you do it to multiple people or just one person? Do I want you to have to roll something? No, I don't want you to roll something. You should just fucking do it. I'll tell you what, you can give a D6 inspiration die to number of people equal to your charisma modifier. Your choice. Who would you like to give it to?
All right. Well, why don't we start one off with Nezor?
All right. Everyone, be sure to remember that Nezor has a D6 inspiration die that he could spend at some point to add to some D20 roll that he makes, either attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. I will probably forget this, so you guys got to keep that track of yourself.
You said D6?
Yeah. It's essentially like a bardic inspiration. It's like a low-rent bardic inspiration. But you said Nezor got one?
Let's go Vola.
All right, Vola gets one.
Let's see, who else needs one? We'll give Stone one since he's on one of the guns.
All right.
Hummingbird. Since she's on the other gun. And let's see. Who is someone that would need it?
Just as a quick aside, when it comes to firing the guns, Vola is the one who's rolling, not Stone or anyone that's on the guns, because she commands the guns. So she's the one doing the rolls, just so you know.
Oh, so
now, that being said, the other cannoneers can do other actions such as assess or repair or some other thing like that. But the person who actually commands the guns on your port side is Vola. She's the one that rolls their attacks.
okay, then never mind on that. And
Speaking of assess, Argonus, while you're in the crow's nest, when you use the assess action from your quartermaster ability, you can give that bonus to someone other than you whilst in the crow's nest.
Okay.
It is one of the specific abilities of having a crow's nest. You guys can look up all the other things about the crow's nest in the Naval Code in your leisure. But while Daniel decides where he wants to send those rally dice to, his turn doesn't happen just before all of yours. It happens simultaneously. So what's everybody else doing?
Right now,
Okay.
right now, trying to decide which ship to hit first.
Nezor, Vola, Stone, the captain, and Lanfarin. That way they each can get a D6 for where they need it.
Cool. How does Master Creed rally those people?
Well, in his usual thing of thaumaturgy, to bring up his voice so everyone can hear his inspirational thing.
All hands to battle decks.
All hands to battle. We are pirates. Let our swords cause fear in their heart. Let us not just rattle our sabers. Let them draw blood if they do not give us what we want. And what do we want? We want the booty, cause swiggity swoogie.
You hear that command be repeated and shouted and repeated throughout the deck. You hear Vola shouting, "Man, weapons, prepare to fire upon my command!"
Like north side, I'm an idiot. Starboard guns, prepare to fire!
And I am standing behind Nezor.
Excellent. That would be where you would be standing if you took your offensive position ability, yes.
Alright.
Now, like I said, all of you guys can coordinate your turns. You can talk to each other and coordinate what actions you wish to do. It's not like normal initiative where it's like you make your decision and then you act upon it. You can actually talk to each other. Which I would encourage you guys to discuss your actions so that you guys aren't doing anything that conflicts with each other.
until we get to within 250 feet, I'm going to be using the help action. Just help out everybody.
What specific kind of help are you giving?
Assisting with ensuring that we can get the bolts ready.
Read your officer cards.
Yep. Help handle pull ropes. Help. As a person specialized. Okay. I will be helping with maintaining the ropes and giving a +1 to the piloting skill.
Cool. Make sure you guys remember that, because I'll probably forget. There's a lot of shit going on. So when a pilot check comes up, be sure to remind me about the bonuses.
Alright, when we get into range, I will try to have the port side guns try to fire on the Arabella and the guns on the left fire on Arabella, the guns on the right fire on the Ladybird.
Are you giving an order to try and thread between them and shoot simultaneously?
I'm trying not to do that because they'll be stupid. Plus, that has to be.
Oh, come on, it'd be awesome! Take them both out at once!
Yeah.
I mean, have the Ladybirds running. That means they're scared of us. I see that as an advantage.
I mean, but I do need to know what your specific actions are, gentlemen. I'm still waiting on 2 people, and then of course your retainers if you want them to do any specific actions other than just wait for an action to be told to them. Here's lines, and Creed used his rally ability.
Are we in range yet, or no?
You are where you are. Check the range. Also, you gotta remember firing lines. You guys are facing towards them. Your guns shoot that way and that way. You'd have to turn your ship to shoot them. And you're kind of far away for that.
Yeah,
you know what? It'll be stupid, but let's try to speed it up a little so it can actually.
I mean, you guys are going to move forward. I was just getting what your actions were. If you guys would like to wait till after your ship moves first and then take certain actions, that's also entirely up to you. You can have Nezor move the ship forward. He has his own actions as a helmsman, and he can also just pilot. He can also just bonus action, just move the ship.
Move the ship.
Yeah, move the ship. See if I could do anything to help move the ship a little faster. Would you like him to try and do a come about maneuver, or just move forward?
Move forward. 3 hexes.
Move forward.
Because the come about essentially is where you take the ship and you turn it 90 degrees. So if you are closing on somebody, you just go full broadside.
No, let's just keep going forward right now.
Yeah, that's why I say. That's why I say go forward.
1, 2, 3. That is your new position. I'm going to go ahead and have him roll a pilot check. Since somebody decided to pull lines before he moved.
And add the +1?
Yep. That's a 14, more than enough to maintain. The waters are not super harsh, and there's no crazy storms or any other kind of maneuvers. His pilot check is fine for now.
He also gets a +2 for improved mechanics in the wheel. Yes, part of the upgrade.
Oh, what does it do specifically? What's it say specifically?
He got improved mechanics, and then the upgrade of that even further, which was fine tuning, which gives it up to a +2 pilot checks.
Does it say just +2 to any pilot checks, or does it say +2 to specific things?
It just says +2 pilot checks.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
And pilot checks are, let's see. Pilot checks are no longer made with disadvantage as long as he's doing there. What was the other one? Was it? Wait a minute. No, we got it. Yeah, that was it. The only one he's got to worry with is +2 to pilot checks. Okay. Going straight.
So that means he got a 16.
Yes.
Excellent. But that was Nezer's action. Technically, his bonus action. He still has an action if you'd like him to do something. His bonus, he pilots the ship as a bonus action. Arlen Foreign and Captain Torg, what is your actions?
Right now, assisting, helping the ship move a bit faster until we get into rank.
So you're going to give +1 to pilot checks while by maintaining lines.
Yep.
Arlen Foreign, what are you doing? Keep in mind, guys, you can also just use the normal actions your character is capable of.
Like
casting spells.
Eldritch Blast.
Move the wind to more advantage.
Wait. If we
You're going to try and throw more wind into your sails?
Yeah. The wind there
I'll say roll me an Arcana check using your charisma, not your intelligence.
My charisma is a 4, so a charisma roll.
Are you proficient in Arcana?
Yes.
Then add your the thing about ability checks is that you use what's the ability check, and then sometimes you might add the skill if you're proficient in it, which means that you can swap ability checks out and whatnot. Normally, Arcana is intelligence. I want you to use your charisma, so use your charisma modifier, and then add your proficiency together, and then roll that. So I'm asking for a charisma Arcana check rather than an intelligence.
Oh, here's my charisma. Then my charisma is +4.
So proficiency +2. Proficiency should be higher than that. That's all. You guys go up to +3 proficiency?
Yep. My proficiency is 4.
It's not that high.
Proficiency bonus 4.
Did it go up to +4? I'm pushing my own thoughts in reality. I need to check something. Oh shit, yeah. Never mind. For me, I'm insane.
They're 9 +4.
But for some reason, Jimpan, yours saying that your proficiency is a +2. That's weird.
Bonus. Proficiency bonus.
So regardless,
4.
your charisma modifier is a 4, your proficiency is a 4, which means it's a d20 +8. And which means essentially you got a 26. Since you did your normal Arcana, which added your intelligence, which is a 2, instead of your charisma, which is a 4, you got a 26. Mm-hmm. I will say that while you're doing that, as long as you're concentrating on just shoving more wind into the sails, you guys get a +1 to speed. So you guys can actually move to there.
Excellent.
Move 4 hexes instead of only 3.
And each hex is 25 feet.
But if you want to maintain that boost to speed, you have to do that every round.
Okay. I do that until you're coming closer.
Okay. At least within your range to start lobbing fireballs, right?
Yeah.
As a reminder, you have a 50% increase to range while you're in the crow's nest. And then, of course, you have your metamagic distance spell, which lets you add even more distance.
If I used
You're basically a spell
range
sniper.
attack.
He actually took the feat Spell Sniper, which gives him more increased range, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how much
I
range
think
do you
we
have?
calculated out. Like, yeah, you get like what 50% increase from Spell Sniper, 50 from the Crow's Nest, and then you can double that with Distance Spell Metamagic. So you can get like you can increase your fucking range by like 200 fucking %. Any spell that requires you to make an attack roll, yeah, you can ignore 3/4 covers, and spell range is doubled. Okay, never mind. So you can double. So your range is doubled with Spell Sniper. I know Distance Spell lets you increase the range more, and then you get the 50% increase of range when you're in the Crow's Nest.
If he
Yeah, you can double the range. So you can
Six.
quadruple your range and then add another 50% on top of that.
Basically, he
because you're in the
can
crow's
do
nest.
5 times whatever the range is. He can do 5 times the value.
Give or take, yeah.
For simplicity, we're going 5. But no, actually, it's 6 times the range. But there you go, 6 times the range. Whatever it is, if he uses
Then he
this,
doubles it, then he doubles it again, then he adds 50% more.
which is times 6.
Yeah. So in other words, essentially your Arcanist is like up in the crow's nest with the magic sniper rifle, just dialing in the range and just ready to unleash it.
So,
But Ty, we're still waiting on you. I need your action.
Assistant speed? I told you already.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm crazy. I forgot things. Sorry. The Ladybird will go, and they're immediately taking off. Did you have? No, you did not. Okay, so sure. Going to do that. And their helmsman's going to attempt evasive maneuvers to try and avoid getting shot when you inevitably come within range to shoot them. Oh no.
Oh no.
They rolled super good. In fact, you know what? That was so bad. That was so fucking bad because they got a natural 1. I feel that needs 12 saves. Where are they? Where's the naval combat 1? Here it is. Overboard saves. I'm gonna start making motherfuckers roll some dexterity.
Hopefully who fall over.
Yikes. Oh no. Labor. Why? You guys gotta be rolling better than this if you want to survive.
We're not gonna kill all of them, just all of them that get in our way.
Everyone dies before we comes close.
No, actually, hold on. Some of them got above a 5, so they can give advantage to another. Not enough to matter, though. Okay. So yeah, the Ladybird got a bit of a hard start. They moved forward, but several of them are. The pilot did some weird janky maneuver that most of them weren't ready for, and you see a lot of them are having some issues staying on their feet, and some of them are going to have some problems if they attempt to do any other kinds of actions. Stop it. Get some help.
They're trying
None
to
of them went over off the ship or anything like that. Wasn't that crazy?
They will soon enough because they're going to believe that every person overboard is lightening their load to go faster.
Should we throw the cargo? No, throw the people first.
The cargo's too variable, the people aren't.
Very
But
replaceable.
luckily, due to some of them rolling fairly good, they stopped at least some of them from actually leaving the ship. So no, they fell overboard, but that's what they're doing. Which brings us to the Arabelle, who is now noticing the fact that you have a Jolly Roger all of a sudden. Speaking of Jolly Roger, any unique flair about your flag, gentlemen, that you want to talk about? Want to
I have
put
a
out in
D
the
for
universe?
I have a D for flag.
Oh, you guys have a specific image for your Jolly Roger.
I have a good image.
I put the end of yours. I'm going to pay
That's
someone.
it.
Or I was going to pay someone to draw it the second I get my disability check again.
Come on.
Daniel, do you recall off the top of your head what the maximum range of a longbow is?
Like 100?
300. It's like 300 or 500.
Something like this.
Not close enough for that. But what about the ones in the prisons?
Longbow is max is 600.
Oh, it's 600? Well, that changes some things. You guys are within 600. What's its short range?
Short range 150.
So they'll have disadvantage on this, but the archers that do exist on on the Arabelle, they are going to try and see if they can snipe some of you. Let's find out. Let's see. What would they go for? Let me check targeting here. They can target the hull, the rigging, individual crew, or just the crew in general, or specific individuals, or just uses the AC of the ship. Attacks against the crew are made with disadvantage, and the crew cannot be targeted if you already have disadvantage on the attack roll, so they can't target the crew. Cool. With some exception, attacks targeting the crew do not deal damage. So targeting specific targets incurs disadvantage on the attack roll and may incur cover penalties at DM's discretion. So target is anything not listed above, including specific people or things. In this case, the AC and HP are on that target.
I submit that one, but not in pink.
Effect.
I submit that one.
Huh?
Aye.
Dude, pink is the most
the one
versatile
with
color.
the boar.
Yeah.
I think that one's very appropriate for your people, considering you have a wereboar as a captain.
Yep.
Yeah, but we didn't
So,
start with.
Yeah, but you can always change your flags. You guys haven't done a lot of piracy, so it's not like you have a specific moniker you have to sail under. But let's say
All right.
you guys aren't really in a good position for cannon fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Let's say 2 for each of you. Longbow shots are just being fired in your direction. Each of you will have at least half cover, and all of these shots are at disadvantage because they are outside their short range. So we'll say, let's just start with the top of my screen. Master Creed, a natural 1 obviously doesn't do shit to you. Neither does an 11. Next person in my screens here, Jimpan, another natural 1 and 9. Next one, Kiri. I'm sorry, Kiri. 20 and 20 on both of their shots against you.
Really?
Oh, god damn.
They're hot. Sorry, wait, no. 20 and 16.
Well, both hit.
The 20, the higher roll is a 25. Is that counting the +2 you get from half cover? Because you guys at least have half cover with
Not
all
half
the
cover,
others.
so... Okay, so what were the rolls that would hit?
20 and 16.
The 16 misses.
Okay, so the 20 still hits?
Yeah.
Take 9 piercing damage, please.
Ow.
You can do it!
Seriously? They just want chicken that badly?
They're firing at random, and I actually did a miscount. I said 2 for each of you, and I realized there was only 6 archers, and when I said 2 for each of you, that meant only 3 of you got shot at. So, we'll just say the captain... Arrows aren't stupid enough to go near the captain. That's why they hit you, Kiri.
Yeah, they bent
He's
the
an
air.
intimidating guy. He scared the arrows away from him.
Yeah. They curved the arrow. He made the arrows curve themselves and go after me.
I just unlocked my pistol. Like, are you sure about this?
Are you sure that's what you want to do? Your face just appears out of reality next to him. Are you sure about that? Stormbreaker. What's everybody's actions?
All right. Let's see. How is our distance?
Did I move the arrow yet? No.
I wish to do the Fount of Mana.
You want to arcane well?
Yes.
Okay. I believe. Does it require
I think
to roll it now or later, or just maintain concentration?
I think we need to move our ship forward for everybody else.
As an action, you may begin concentrating. Your next turn, you have not lost concentration. You have next turn, do your ship. Okay. Is everyone agreed you want to move the ship before you start taking actions?
Yeah.
Okay. 2, 3. It's right there.
Yeah.
I still continue with the.
You're using your action
Okay.
to continue to win, so we'll let you move another 4. Or sorry, move an extra one, I mean.
Obviously, it's out of range of my pistol, so.
Yeah, very much so. Ty and Kiri, are you using your actions to give bonuses to Nezra's pilot check?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm increasing the DC slightly because of the extra speed. Makes the ship a little bit harder to control because it's moving faster than what would be standard for your ship. So, let's see, he gets a +6 to that. So, 17, 18, 19 from the two of you. 19, 20 from his mechanism. So, you good. No problem. Now, that was all of your actions. Is there any actions you want your retainers to be taking? Because they can do things like pull lines, man guns, they can fire guns if they're in command of them, if they have that position. Things of that nature.
Who do we have not doing things? Let's see. Nezor is.
I mean, technically everyone's doing something, but I meant
at a
more of like, is there a specific action you want any of them to do? Because like any of them can do an action based on what their roles are. Like your cannoneers can take the assess action. I think your bosun can do that too. Your
Yes.
gunnery officer or Vola can also just command her guns to shoot if she has
I would
to
like-
shoot them.
At least one person on each of the cannons to use the assess investigation check to locate any weakness. If successful, you have advantage on your next attack roll.
Or contest against them. Okie dokies.
So that way I can grant so all 4 guns can get it.
Which specific individuals are doing those investigation checks? You said per gun. There's more than one retainer on each of the guns. So which retainer specifically per gun do you want to have doing that?
We're going to start with Sario.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Your cannoneers are the ones who can do that. Sariel does not have the cannoneer position. My apologies. So that would be Stone, Hummingbird, and Mockingbird. And Vola. Now, that being said, if someone wanted to use their action to move one of the Songbird sisters to the other gun so they can give advantage on that gun rather than having them double up on the same gun, one can do that. If one had an action for that to be done, which I believe... Danny, you haven't taken your action this round yet, have you?
Oh, wouldn't the arcane fount?
Oh, sorry. I forgot. There's a lot of moving parts, gentlemen. But, Yeah, go ahead and have Vola and Stone make their investigation checks, and then pick between Hummingbird or Mockingbird to have them take their thingamadoodle, their action.
All right. It's an investigation. So
Which means one of your guns will not get that benefit. Just a heads up on that. Because Sariel is not a cannoneer. She can just work a gun as part of the gun crew. Also, which ship are you wanting to gain advantage on?
Let's see. Give me a second. That would be Ladybird.
Alright. Wow. So those 3 guns have advantage on any kind of attack or contest they may be doing. On the next thing. As your cannoneer starts spotting weak points to fire weaponry.
As long as we know what we're doing.
Any other things you guys want to do on this turn?
I think that covers what I can think of.
Alright, moving to the Ladybird. It's going to... make my life easier. Gonna go meh, meh, meh. Okay.
Alright, so it's going to try and peel off.
Moves to there like that. Moves into that one. Moves into that one. Yeah. Ships turn and move to the hex by their prow, so the front of the ship. So I had to do some specific thing to help me make sure I don't actually give it too sharp of a turn than it should be allowed. So that's what the Ladybird's doing. You see it start to turn, and it's like, I don't want to be here anymore. It looks like it's trying to make a run to the shore. Possibly to get away from you, because it's hoping you're going for the Arabelle and not them. Speaking of which, Arabelle is hoping that you're going to chase them instead, and 1, 2, 3 continues forward as well. So they're starting to do this.
Too far away.
Damn it. I want both. Oh well.
I mean, you can still try to catch both of them, obviously. But they're not going to stay next to each other. That'd be stupid.
Or that would be smart, because then they have advantages together.
The Ladybird has no way to fight. It's a runner. Gentlemen, give me a group intimidation check.
A group intimidation check?
Yeah, just free group intimidation check.
So all of us roll our intimidations?
Yes. It's not super great unless Daniel rolled a stupid high number.
29?
29. Really?
Really?
Nat 20 plus 9. That's what I do.
You rolling nat 20 on this? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank God. I was afraid I was going to be the most intimidating somehow.
I'm so intimidated. Oh, yeah.
You guys are flying the black flag, right?
Yes. Creed is a very intimidating person. When he needs to be. He can't see for shit.
It's not you, Creed, individual. It's like the intimidation value of you as a crew bearing down on them. You see a white flag from the Ladybird come up. And they start to lower their sails. Or raise their sails.
Yes.
Alright. Wait. So essentially the Ladybird's going like, hey, if you just take our shit and don't murder us, we'll just fucking surrender now. We don't want to fight. Because they're starting to notice that you guys are gaining on them. They cannot outrun you. Because you guys are, thanks to your Storm Sorcerer, are moving at 4 hexes. They're only moving at 3 hexes. And if we were to, exit the combat movement and go to like travel movement, your ship is an interceptor. You guys travel faster than they are. They cannot outrun you if they want, even if they tried.
Let's get a couple of crew members to unload the Ladybird as we chase down the Arabella.
You can't unload and chase at the same time.
Like where would they unload to if the ship's not there?
Oh right, God.
Unload it into the sea. Yeah,
you guys do have a rowboat.
Yes, we have the rowboats.
Four guys at a rowboat may not be near as intimidating as over 40 pirates on a brig. Just saying. They might think we could take these 4 guys. We all just rush them. They can't kill us all, right?
So we'll just take this. This is part of being a pirate. We'll take it, and it sets us up as things. Also, if people see our flag and we don't kill anyone, it says that, hey, all we're doing is taking your ship, not life.
They surrender. If you kill them, that's going against the pirate code. Because you're flying the black flag, not the red flag. And if you guys break the pirate code, other pirates will get pissed at you because it makes their lives harder, because then that means their targets won't trust the black flag because they'll be like, well, pirates aren't following the pirate code anymore. So they'd come after you and be like, hey, put our rules or we're going to kill you. Just throwing that out there. You guys can do whatever you want.
I'm sticking with my original command. We're pirates, not barbarians. If they surrender, we'll just clean up their ship. And
there are 2 types of pirates, my friend. There are ones that fight for coin, and there are ones that fight for blood. Which he be?
You know what I mean. Like, we're not barbarians, even though I am a barbarian.
I mean, that's the name of your class, but you don't have to actually be an uncivilized, barbaric couth.
Like, if they surrender, we just clean up their ship and just wave them bye-bye. Keep enough food and water to
That is what the black flag means. It means that you want their loot, not their lives.
Yeah.
And if they surrender, you'll let them go with their ship and crew fully intact and just fine.
Yeah. Like ship crew and just enough food to get to the nearest shoreline.
I mean, usually food. Usually take the valuables like coin, goods, stuff like that. Usually leave them their food and water.
The only reason we took food from the last ones is because they were out to kill us, so we just took everything they had.
But those were pirate hunters, not merchants. That's the difference.
So we don't want to kill merchants. Merchants supply us with goods.
Good.
So you guys are going to. I'm not going to make you guys like move round per round. Xaravel's going to keep going.
Let's sack the Ladybird, and then if we have enough time, try to catch up to.
I was about to get. How do you want to approach them? You want to just pull up alongside them? You want to send a rowboat over to them and stay at a distance? Like, how you want to do it?
Send a rowboat over to them.
Now, keep in mind, rowboat carries like 4 guys.
I would say.
If you wanted to,
I'll actually change my mind. Pull up alongside them so we can clean out this ship as fast as possible.
All right. You want to be on their port side? Or you want to be on their starboard side?
The left side, port.
Port side.
Wait.
Yeah, port side.
Port.
Here's an easy way to remember it, Kiri.
Port
has 4 letters. The word left has 4 letters. If you remember that port is left, then starboard's the other direction.
Okay.
And this is from the helm, meaning if you're at the wheel, port is to the left of the helm, and then starboard's the other way.
We want them on our port side. On our port side.
So you want to pull up on their starboard side.
Yeah.
The sun.
Yes.
Because if they're to the left of you, you're on their right side.
Because that is also the fastest way. As we're coming up, we can pull in on here easier, on this side easier, instead of going around them.
True. And you could keep your guns on them the whole time while you pull up to them.
Yes.
Yes.
Essentially, like, you guys are going to come up around and, like, turn the ship like so as you, like, slowly approach them and just pull alongside them.
Alright, crew.
Quit to the other map.
Alright, crew. Clear them up as fast as possible. We still have more business to deal with.
I'll summon
Get the boarding planks ready.
Aye, sir.
As we pull up beside, throw grappling hooks. Pull us towards.
Grappling hooks are thrown over. You reel them in next to you. The ships are locked together. Gangplanks are thrown down. They are to the port of view, so I want this one. Yes. The naval battle map. I have actual multiple variation of ships at differing orientations to one another, and you guys only ever see like 1 or 2 at a time. But
and that's boring ship.
But
I'll be right back.
That's because I keep the other ones actually hidden behind the map layer.
Oh boy, I'll be right back.
I'm
gonna put Pop on here real quick.
First off, you guys go ahead and arrange yourselves across your ship in any way you see fit, as well as take command of any of your particular retainers that you wish. Oh, here they are.
I think it goes without saying, we keep Ezeel off that ship.
Ezeel volunteers to be part of the boarding party along with Vola and Stone.
Well, shit.
He's like, come on, let me over there. I want to hit something.
No fighting yet.
The captain is... Gentlemen, do you have more than one gangplank on your ship?
I trust we do.
Good. Do you? That is an item that you have to have in your inventory if you have more than one. I don't recall if you have...
We have 10 gangplanks.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. Don't be testy.
We have 10 just in case some of them break.
Excellent.
Let's say the captain's right here to greet you. Put one of the officers there, an officer there. Let's put one right there. And we'll put one back here. Right there. Put a deckhand here. Here. There. 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 I apologize for the crudity of the model. It does not actually have cannons on it. Those are just for show because this is the only ship map I have. For the purposes of like ship to ship boarding.
Close enough.
Yeah. Technically yours is not as accurate as what your actual ship plans are either.
Yeah.
It's just what I use.
Close enough, so.
But now my questions are, in addition to who's controlling whom, also, where is everybody going to be standing, and who is actually crossing onto the ship? The typical people that usually do boarding parties are typically Stone and Vola. They are like their combat unit types. But you of course can go across the thing as you wish on your own. You don't need to actually have a hostile boarding party. They are surrendering, so you can just calmly walk over there and give them your demands and whatnot. But I just want to know, like, one, where people are standing, and two, who's crossing the gangplank, because the captain of the Ladybird is awaiting to greet you.
Captain?
I'm back.
Well, I think you need to get up near the gangplank to go talk to the other captain. I think you're...
Yeah, I know. It's like I figured that the sick guy
Just
came
real
back.
quick, this is the captain here. And then you also see several officers, various, perhaps bosuns, quartermasters, first mates, not sure. And then, of course, a few deckhands. Despite what the images show, none of them are armed. Visibly, at least.
Okay, Captain, I suggest me, you, let me get their names so I can speak them. Sariel and Ezil, Stone, and Vola, so we can set our presence over there.
Have Vola remain on the guns just in case they want to do something funny.
I'll flap up to the...
I mean, the most of your crew is still on the other ship. Or still on your ship. He only named, 5 people?
Six.
True.
I mean, 6 people.
True. Let's have someone remain on the guns just in case they try something funny.
Any of our starboard gun people can easily shift over to our port guns, and they're just sitting there.
Yep.
And they're all sitting on the plank. Vola.
All right, gentlemen.
Isildur, they are very intimidating. Me and you are the captain and first officer.
I mean, bringing a hobgoblin and a fucking gnoll onto the enemy ship certainly will get some responses. That's for damn sure.
So we got an orc, a tiefling, gnoll, a goblin, a hobgoblin, a elf, and our stone giant, and our stone are coming over. We look intimidating.
Go ahead and place your people right here for right here in front of the captain. Those that are going over, and we can we'll play some scenes here.
If I could see myself with all my glasses.
You're near the helm.
That's usually where I default you guys on this map, but you can always decide you're in different locations.
And then we're just waiting on the captain to get over there.
All right. Now, you'll need to ask because it will probably be funny. I'm sure the answer will be funny. Do you have Easy Unleashed by any chance?
We have him backed off.
You have a hand on him so he doesn't just run off?
We have him backed off and someone's watching him at all times.
So you keep him in the back of the group so he doesn't just take off and eat someone's face.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so you got Vola right next to him, okay. And Stone. Yeah, they keep Easy on check. But he's you see him drooling, as he's got his twin boarding axes, he's ready to fucking rumble if these guys fuck up. Vola, of course, is armed and ready for battle. Master Creed, of course, I see you right there off the left shoulder of your captain, and Sariel is just coming up right behind you.
Good afternoon, Cap. Good afternoon, Captain.
Hold on, before you and the captain speak to each other. Let's go ahead and quiet down the music there for a moment. But is there any specific orders you've given to your crew, not just your ones coming with you, but the ones left on the ship? Let's start with the ones on the ship. Any orders you've given to them specifically?
Simple. Fuck. They fuck us. You sink them.
Got it.
Nezor, you keep an eye out on the helmsman. If he looks like he's going to do something funny, put an arrow in his foot. We're not killing right now. If it looks like he's going to escalate, drop him.
So, warning shot first. If he keeps going, drop him. Got it.
Yeah, but
He pulls out his massive bugbear-sized bow and his giant-ass arrow, and he just knocks the arrow, and just waits.
And it's by unseen services that we're
At one point, the helmsman, the other helmsman, looks over and he just goes, as you told the Nezor, I believe it's right there. Dr. Ice is there. Okay. Of the 4 retainers you brought with you to the other ship, any specific commands you've given to them? Yes. Daniel, as a reminder, you do have access to Sariel's actual character sheet, so you do know what she is capable of beyond what the others do.
I thought someone else knew what she is now.
Well,
the doctor does.
Kiri does. Your characters don't know that because you haven't discussed it, but you players know.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Is ill? I know I'm pronouncing his name always wrong.
Not even close. It's ill.
He is to stand there, and if anyone raises a sword towards the captain, or if anyone strikes the captain, remove their hands. By any means.
He goes, eat their hands. Got it.
But until anyone strikes the captain, stay behind Vola and look as fierce as possible. Do not move. The captain must make a presence known.
Give me a persuasion check. See if you can instill a concept of control onto Iziel with your charismatic presence.
Well,
cool. He acquiesces and he remains in check for now, but that's until blood is spilled. Once blood is spilled, it's like you just pop his collar and just let him go. There's no holding him back once blood hits the ground.
Vola and Stone, try to keep him in check, but if something goes
we'll
down...
keep his bloodlust down to the bare minimum of an 8, sir. Don't worry.
But if anything goes wrong, step out of his way and go to work like y'all know what to do.
If the fight starts, pop his collar. Got it. Sariel comes up to you and says, "Any orders for me, Captain? Sorry, Shipmaster.
I need your unique talents, your perception, your insight on things. If you detect it, if you see anything, alert me, and we will go from there."
Who were you talking to? Because you broke up a little bit on my end.
He's talking to Sariel.
All right.
And as I step over onto the ship, I'm going to slightly open my wings to give myself a slightly larger presence.
Intimidation with advantage. Actually, no. Sorry. You don't roll. Whatever you're doing will give any charisma advantage to your captain while he's discussing things. So we'll say that we'll use that as a help action instead.
All right.
But as you step onto the ship, the Lady Bird's captain is there to greet you, and he goes,
Hold on. Before you do, I need this to do one thing. In the time to get up to the ship, so right before we board, I needed to do at least one ritual casting of Comprehend Language on the captain. Just in case.
Can Comprehend Languages be cast on someone other than you?
Double check that. Good
I
point.
think it's a self-only spell.
Yeah, never mind. It's on me only. So yes, I'm gonna cast it on myself just in case.
Yeah, obviously, if he doesn't speak Orc or Common, I'll just flag read over.
Odds are most of the most ship captains probably know the trade language of Common, because how else do they fucking
Make
do
money
any kind
and
of
not get screwed over.
international trade if they can't speak at least the trade language? But anyway, the captain.
It's more for the crew, not for the captain. I'm also keeping an eye out for any language that isn't going to be common.
You want to see if they start talking in a language that trying to pass secret messages.
Yes.
Okay. Are you just trying to listen to anything they may be saying, or are you trying to look for anything else?
Just trying to listen in, and if anything comes up that may shock me, a 19 deception check to keep a stone face.
Okay. That may be a perception check to see how keen your devilish ears are. In the meantime, though, go ahead and just have that number ready for me in case I ask. The captain is there to greet you, and he says, "Welcome aboard, Captain. We weren't expecting to have visitors today. Or one of your eclectic crew."
Welcome. Thank you for having us on board. As you can see, we're
Not like we had much of a choice.
As you can see, we're not here to kill, but I would like to know what kind of cargo you're having.
You're more than welcome to take it, as is your quite skilled hands can do. One of the deckhands comes over and hands them a ship manifest, and then kind of steps back over here. And
I pass the ship manifest to trees 4 behind me, so the one next to me, which I can't see because I've left my glasses in the kitchen.
Not gonna look at it yourself?
Vola. I passed the manifest over, take
he hasn't handed it to you yet. He was looking to tell you what's on it. But here it is, Ladybird.
Just pass me the manifest plus anything that you try to
have. There we go. Yeah, 500 square yards. I meant to put yards with the plural, not yard, but it's not relevant. You know what it is. 500 square yards of cotton cloth, each worth 5 silver per square yard for a total of 250 gold. 500 square yards of canvas, worth 1 silver per square yard, total of 50 gold. And 500 square yards of linen, worth 5 gold per square yard, for a total of 2,500 gold.
Yeah.
Daniel, did you specifically request for Sorrow to use Detect Thoughts?
I implied it.
I was about to say, even
the dungeon master asking to make sure I understood the message.
Okay, even I'm thinking they're hiding something.
Roll me an insight check if you want to see if you can get better insight on them.
Yeah, this is gonna be a joke, but whatever. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses, so I have to zoom in.
Out of curiosity, where are your glasses?
I left them in the kitchen while I was putting my Popeye in. Plus, an 8 doesn't help.
You can always go get them. We'll wait 5 seconds for you to run in and grab your glasses so you can see, Mr. Blind Man.
Oh, my captain's leaving.
Oh, we all just sit like this.
I'll be right back. It's not like an 8 helps.
No, you don't notice anything, but whilst you're gone, I can ask some other questions. Daniel, what'd you get on that perception check?
I got a 6.
Wow. You don't notice anything.
No, I'm intimidating.
In particular, nobody's doing anything else. Anyone that's on the Ladybird may feel
I didn't leave him in the kitchen. I left him in a pillow right next to my bed.
So they were that
So,
close.
I'm more blind than I thought when I take it off.
But anyone that is on the Ladybird may feel free to roll insight checks if they so wish.
Jeez.
Sariel, for obvious reasons, to some, she rolls hers with advantage in this particular situation due to her particular ability that she's using. Stone, 17. Sariel, 13.
Yeah. It'd be funny if Azil makes some random high level bullshit.
Yeah, it would.
If he got a stupid high, it would have been funny.
Like that.
There you go.
I have my sheet tab open, so I don't have the chat open, so I didn't see what he rolled.
18.
And my insight is an at 20.
Is it really?
Yes. Which means it's only a 20.
Which is still higher than most of us. Well, actually, it's the highest period.
All right, well, let's start with those insights first. Let's see. Stone, 17. Sariel, 13. Vola, 6. Iziel, 18. And then Creed got a natural 20. Cool. Alright. Creed,
Yes.
you don't spot much with your perception, but with your insight, the captain of the Ladybird seems way too calm. He seems far more collected than a merchant that just got his, who's getting robbed by a bunch of pirates. He doesn't seem to be, and when you look at the rest of the crew, most of them don't seem too nervous or upset that they're losing their cargo to a bunch of pirates. Almost as if
It's a regular occurrence for them.
this is
Or it's a trick to get us back off the Annabelle.
I mean, they may or may not be working for the Annabelle, or with the Arabelle. Arabelle, not the Annabelle. I just keep saying Annabelle, it keeps throwing me off. But what I was getting at, it just seems like they don't seem to be too concerned about losing all of this cargo, some of which that's worth a lot of money. You know, the prices I just listed off, that's a lot of money that they're losing. Granted, you may not be able to take all of it. I don't know what cargo space you guys have on your ship. I know what your capacity is, because I have it as a note, but I don't know how much of that is being used or not. That being said, in addition to you, Creed, pretty much everyone except your captain and Vola, because Vola's too busy paying attention to Iziel to be noticing their nonsense. They're all kind of like Stone and is looking at you, Creed, going like, you see the same thing I see, right? Like you see that in his eyes. He's just like, and then you hear Iziel remark, I don't smell fear from them. Why?
Leaning back,
Remark that off to the side.
leaning back, even though I know she didn't do as well, but Sariel, what do your elven eyes tell you?
She chuckles slightly, and she doesn't say anything out loud. Instead, she uses her telepathy to speak to you in your mind. She says, the captain's hiding something. His surface thoughts are not thoughts of a person fearing for his life, nor are they thoughts of someone who's getting robbed of incredibly valuable cargo. I can try to probe deeper, but he'll notice if I do so.
Please do. And
Very well. Which requires a wisdom save from the captain. What's his bonus? He got a 2!
God
Captain.
damn.
I believe there's more here than... I'm going to whisper in the captain's ear as I lean forward. I believe there's more here than meets the eye. Transformers?
Like,
so,
see, creatures.
I thought.
Spell, use your action.
I thought so.
You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on its mind in that moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention to another creature or attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind. If you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Cool. Regardless of whether it passes or succeeds, the target does know that he is being probed. And you... And, hold on. I think he gets some kind of, like, opposed check against her. If he does notice... So either way, the target knows you're probing in his mind, and unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check contested by your intelligence check. If it succeeds on the spell, the spell ends. Cool.
Captain, I know this level of ship by now. This is the first time I encountered this.
Let's see, intelligence is the primary thing. I would like someone for Sariel to roll a d20 and add 4 to that, because that would be her bonus for just a flat intelligence check.
So, a d20 plus...
Kiri, as I've told you before, you don't have to specifically impersonate the person to roll a thing off their sheet. You just open the sheet and you can click on a thing to roll. But it's not a specific thing on their sheet to roll. It is simply a d20 plus 4, and you're rolling for her.
The investigation just had a plus 4 with it. That's why I used it. So 10.
Oh, okay. Where? Damn it! Where did I put his sheet? There it is. Did he get higher? He did not. But Sariel will say into your mind that she says, he's not concerned about losing this cargo because it's not the real cargo he's transporting. They're smugglers. They're hiding something on the ship. An interrogation would help force his mind to think about it. Start asking him questions before he's able to block me out of his mind.
I wish to make a deception check right now. And I wish to lean forward to the captain, saying loud enough as I flare my nostrils and sniff, I smell more cargo on this ship than what has been said.
I figured.
Roll me another check for Sariel. Oh,
I figured as much. Captain, this is a very nice cargo hold you have here, but I'm pretty sure there's more than the ship to meet the eye. Captain to captain, are you sure this is the ship manifest you have? Really? Sure?
Sariel's detect thoughts ends because he rolled high enough to beat her in that contested roll. She sends a message to... This time she's going to include both the captain and first mate. And she says, he's blocked me out. But I do know that he has a hidey hole somewhere on this ship. We just have to find it.
I'm gonna pop into a rage and
He's
Go ahead.
smuggling magical items to Neverwinter.
I'm gonna pop into a rage and use my intimidation and to stretch out the world. Are you really sure this is the manifest you have on your ship?
Remember, you have advantage.
Exactly. 17.
As you activate your rage, I'm assuming you're not firing lightning at him right now, and you use your intimidation. You see several members on this ship. Their hands immediately reach for weapons that were previously concealed. They haven't drawn anything yet, but you see them all go. Their hands are going into coats. And the captain kind of does like a this to them, so they haven't drawn their weapons yet, and he looks at you and he says, "You don't know who owns this ship, boy. I advise you to take what's on the manifest and walk away, or you piss off a very powerful person."
And what person would I be pissing off?
I'm not going to give you that name, because if I tell you that name, then I will be in a lot of trouble. But if you take that cargo, then he'll come after you.
So that means that the cargo is very, very interesting.
Sariel says the cargo is magical equipment and items. That's all she was able to glean from him before she got blocked out, before the spell ended. But she tells you that he was planning on he was going to have them sold to a thieves guild in Neverwinter for quite a large amount of cash. And give me...
Go ahead.
Have Sariel do an investigation check, just to see how deeply she was able to get in there.
Listen, all of my crew members could sense magical items.
She says... I just remember she can at will use detect thoughts. She casts it again to get surface thoughts when you say, "What is the name of that guy?" She goes, "Xanathar." It's telepathically in your mind. She just goes, "They work at the Xanathar's Guild. The cargo's owned by the Xanathar."
Nice.
It's your checks for the two people that she's talking to.
14.
Ty,
13,
you get yours
13.
with advantage because you travel in enough of these circles to know probably have heard about him.
So 14 then.
Cool. What'd you get, Daniel? 11. Cool. What city is Free from? What's your port of origin? Your ship is from Luskin, obviously. That's where you guys call home currently. But like before you became a pirate, where is Cree from?
Probably a small fishing village south of Luskin. I haven't even given it a name.
Small enough to not even be on the map?
Correct.
Okay. And then Ty, we know you're from Baldur's Gate. With a 14, Ty, you know the Xanathar's Guild is a thieves guild that operates in Waterdeep and Skullport. Specifically out of Skullport, but Skullport and Waterdeep are pretty much the same spot. Skullport is the undercity of Waterdeep. That's where the criminals hang out. It's a hidden port town. But out of Waterdeep, they operate in Waterdeep a lot. But that's all you know about the Xanathar's Guild. Is that they're a criminal organization.
I just whispered to his captains, they're like, listen, from one thieves guild to another, just give up the cargo.
He looks you dead in the eye and he says, "I can't do that. I'd like you all to roll initiative because at this point they're drawing weapons."
Well, I didn't say I never said we didn't try to negotiate. I pretty much raised this fist that says we're preparing to enter combat. Oh, goddamn. I guess it's a good thing I have start rage before.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get your rage aura up and going. Oop. Now, Nezer had a readied action. Go ahead and take that. Go ahead and have him roll that attack to shoot the deckhand that's at the helm.
Let's see. Well, to hit.
12 hits exactly. How much damage does he do? Oh, fuck.
10.
Jesus.
In his foot.
You hear, as weapons start to get drawn, you hear, as the poor helmsman's foot is immediately pinned to the deck. He's just like,
Well, Captain, never said I didn't try to negotiate. Also snap to let him off his leech.
all right, first one to go. If everyone's rolled, see we got Jinpan, Kiri, Tai, Creed. Yep, okay. First one up in the turns are the officers. Let's see, officer makes to attack. Okay. This guy's gonna zip over here, and he's gonna attack you 3 times. 2 with the rapier and 1 with the dagger, as blades are just all immediately drawn. Several points where there's like a barrel, or like some of them are standing next to barrels, and that barrel is just open, and there's just weapons hidden inside the barrel. Like it looks like a water barrel. They open it up. That's where they were hiding weapons. Swords are drawn. Daggers are pulled out of like arm sheets. You realize these smugglers are fucking, they're not sailors. These guys are criminals, and they have a lot of hidden weapons. Wow. 15, 23, and 8 on all 3 of those attacks. I believe only one of those misses.
Yeah.
9 piercing damage, reduced by half to 4, and then 7 reduced to 3. So 7 total from that individual. He's then going to use his bonus action to disengage and hop back 10 feet.
Oh goddamn it! They're thieves. They're rogues.
Sort of. His specific stat block is called Swashbuckler. It's an NPC stat block out of Ola's Guide. Essentially, yeah, he's a fucking fancy swashbuckling roguish type. Are the officers?
And somewhere if he watches,
He comes down here and does 3 attacks against you, Creed. 24, 19, and 15.
That's all 3 hits.
8, 11, and another 8. So that's a total of, let's see, the 2 8s is 16. 27 points of damage as he just slices into you with his blades. And then he will also bonus action disengage from you. See, he moved 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and he'll take half cover behind this railing here. See, he can't close in on you with one move, but he'll use his bonus action to dash to get to 10 more feet to here, and he'll stab you 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Natural 20 on the first one, and 20, and then 13. So the dagger missed, but the 2 rapiers hit. You will take 15 damage from the first hit, reduced to 7, and then 8 reduced to 4.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
Since he dashed, would he get the offhand from his dagger?
They have a multi-attack that gives them 3 attacks, 2 with the rapier, 1 with the dagger. They don't 2-weapon fighting like PCs do. Most monster stat blocks have like a multi-attack, and he has 2 rapier attacks and then 1 dagger attack is his multi-attack. So he actually has 3 attacks.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason being is because they typically have a life expectancy of like 2 or 3 rounds. So they got to do as much as they can while they're still alive. Because they're the bad guys.
Okay, just asking.
Yeah. But like I said, the first one was 15 reduced to 7, and then the second attack was 8 damage reduced to 4 against you, Ty. See, he went. I have one more officer. Where did I put him? Oh, there I did. There, he's way over there. This one will also use his bonus action to dash up to here, and he'll attack you, Creed, 3 times. Good fucking God. You know, when I said you guys gotta be rolling better if you want to survive, I didn't mean on the other end of the spectrum. God. 23 crit and a 12.
12 is a miss.
Hey. The daggers aren't doing super great, but those rapiers, though. First hit was 8 damage. Second hit was 17 damage against you, Daniel. Luckily, though, they only had 4 of those guys, so their turn is over. Unfortunately, the next person in the line is the captain. Let's see. Is he next to you because you're a big angry half-orc barbarian motherfucker. He's gonna use his bonus action to disengage from you, and he's gonna fuck off right away from you. He's gonna go here. Kapow! Blah. And then he's gonna reach into a barrel and he's gonna pull out a light crossbow and he's gonna shoot. Yeah, he's gonna shoot. He's gonna shoot the captain because he doesn't like you. He doesn't like your face. He doesn't like your attitude. He doesn't like you coming up on his ship and making demands and trying to steal his actual cargo. So he's going to shoot with a light crossbow. 13, I do not believe hits you.
No, it does not.
Which is really good because this guy has sneak attack and he would have gotten it on your ass.
Yeah,
finally,
that would be a good thing.
Arcanus Lanforan, 'tis your turn. I already see that Jim has some fun plans.
Stormsphere.
Some fun evil plans.
I heard Stormsphere.
Yeah.
Do you need a template or do you already got it?
Okay. Here.
It's what, 20? It's a 20-foot radius? Oh, let's use a lightning one. It's more thematic.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
So about... Does it hit this target?
So you want to right there?
He wants to hit the officer without hitting Creed.
Oh yeah, you can hit the officer without hitting Creed. It's not Creed's square isn't taken up by the Stormsphere in that position.
Okay.
Is that where you want it?
Yes. As long as it's not hitting Creed. So.
Cool. Is there Is there initial damage when you first summon it, or does it happen when it's on their turn? I forget. Can you drop the description of your spell for me?
Yes.
Well, cool. I just put a short description. 20-foot radius sphere. Sphere remains. Blah 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 blah. Each creature in the sphere, when it appears or that ends its turn, there must succeed on a strength saving throw. I'll roll their stuff in a moment. Or take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. The sphere's space is different terrain until the spell ends. Use a bonus action each of your turns to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the center of the sphere toward one creature you choose within 60 feet of the center. Make a ranged spell attack. You have advantage on the attack roll if the target is in the sphere. Cool. So I will roll their strength saves. First, let's do the deckhands. Of which there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Oh. Strength saves. They are terrible at strength. You'll be surprised to know. 1, 2, I said 4, right? Yep. 3 and 4. Wow! 2 of them got nat 20s. Holy shit. I believe, do they still take half damage or no?
Half.
Stay on strength saving throw or take the damage. It does not say half on the save, so the guys who pass will not. Does a 10 or 16 pass your save, DC?
It'll be 16.
Your save DC is a 16?
Yeah.
So 3 out of the 4 deckhands make it.
16.
1 fails. So he'll take the 2d6 of the bludgeoning, which you did 6 damage. I'll pick... See, they're all at full health. I'll pick one at random. This guy. And... what was the deckhands? Got 2 officers that need to roll. 1 and 2. 20 and 16, they both passed. And the captain. Luckily for you, this is a strength and not a dex save, because the captain's evasion does not come into play. Bastards. You'll be happy to know he also has terrible strength, just like the rest of his crew. He got a 3, so he'll take that 6 as well. And I believe for your bonus action, you can zap somebody with lightning.
Captain.
Of course.
So 16. If he hits.
Yeah. Yeah, 16 lightning damage. I believe you get advantage if he's still within the center of the sphere or whatever. You make the roll with advantage. The target is still in the sphere, so yeah. 15. Does 15 hit him? 15 does not hit him.
Oh, sorry. That was me just trying to get a read on this spell.
Oh, you cast this thing at a 5th level? Oh shit. That means everybody that took damage took an extra 3 damage. I did not realize you had cast Storm Sphere at a 5th level instead of a 4th level. So it got that extra d6 of damage. So let me go ahead and just mark that on some people's. Not a huge amount of damage, but it is there to stay now. Yeah. And you did take up a good chunk of their thing. Also, Keely, what you talking about? Because nothing showed up in the chat.
I just see that now.
All I see is just Dr. Ice and colon. But that is it for you, Argonus, unless for some reason you want to climb out of the crow's nest.
I will stay there.
You sure? You don't want to get out of it before you get your ass knocked out of there again? For the third time this campaign?
Swan dive right to the deck.
Dr. Ice, it's your turn.
Okay.
Wait.
What we're going to try and do is...
Oh, hold on. Japan's saying something. What?
My...
Boba.
People.
Sorry.
Retainers.
Yes.
So will I attack the front of him or her?
Okay. Go ahead and take a swing. 21
and 14 damage.
Fuck. Okay.
Your retainers are green, by the way.
I just noticed.
Okay.
Going on what?
His
No,
retainers
his
are green.
retainers
He
are
didn't
green.
choose color yet.
Because I'm like, wait a second, where's my retainers at?
Yes, and I'm being racist towards the orc. Green skin, green dot.
Ha ha ha.
I mean, we've always used the green dot for him.
Yeah.
Usually purple dot is Jim Pan, and then you always tend to use the yellow dot, and the blue dot seems to be for Dr. Ice. That seems to be the colors of choice you guys have chosen.
Is he still alive?
Next time I'll use a different color dot.
No, we got used to it by now.
Jesus. 22 definitely hits. Another 8 bludgeoning. Same target, I assume.
Yeah.
Captain Torg, you watch Stone just easily, he leaps over you and does this fucking descending eagle talon down on this dude and just shatters a fucking collarbone as Vola immediately just hamstrings him with her what weapon is she? Sword. She slams into him with her shield and then reaches around his leg with her sword and just slices across the back of his knee as the two of them just easily decimate a huge amount of chunk of damage on this guy. I believe you still have one more retainer, don't you? Yes, you have your bosun. What would you like Ryota to do? You guys very much outnumbered them. This should not be a very long fight for you.
Unless we roll poorly and you roll greatly like you were.
I mean, yeah, unless I keep rolling fucking nat 20s every attack, and then in which case, you'll still probably kill them just by sheer weight of numbers, but you guys won't walk away unscathed, that's for damn sure.
I have one didn't more.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to tell me what you want Ryota to do.
Here. And
Then punch him. Good lord. And as you're watching those two individuals do that, you see just leaping from the shadow of one of the masks, just fucking Ryota, silent as death. Fucking double fist strikes on either side of his temples as he fucking knocks another hit into the same target. So your two monks and your fighter are just nailing the shit out of this guy, and he's regretting not having a bonus action to disengage on his last turn.
no, I'm done.
Dr. Ice, 'tis your turn.
Okay. Let's actually include the spell description. I'm going to, once Roll20 can catch up, I'm moving up 1 square, and I'm going to cast Cone of Cold. Give me a moment. Let's just get the cone.
Whoa.
It's a 60-foot cone, and let's actually get the click it. Come on, you can do it. So I need a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. You don't need to include the description in it when you roll. We can always just click show description later. Saves up on some space.
It helps me. Sorry.
Let's see. DC 15 con save.
One max, one minimum roll. And yeah, it's a little low, but it's still good.
You have to know that as most of them are essentially using rogue stat blocks, or pseudo rogues because they are NPCs. Their con also not super great.
Yeah, once you mentioned
And evasion does not apply to Constitution saving throws either. Damn it! Captain has evasion, and I was expecting to be like, "Ha ha, fuck you, Jim Pan, with your fucking fireballs, fucking evasion." You're like, "Nah, we're gonna make him roll fucking strength and con saves." But he got a 10.
Shindo, we love you.
I love you too, guys. 30 points of damage to the captain. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I got what? 2 officers in that too? Okay. 1 and 2, 4 and 10. Both of them also fail. Minus 30. Minus 30. Jesus Christ. How many deckhands do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If any of these guys fail, they die. They have a max of 27 hit points. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12, 16, 17, 15, 10. Okay. Do you do any half damage?
It's half damage if you succeed.
Okay. So we're gonna go start at the top and work our way down from left to right. Deckhand. 10. Dead. Next one in line. 15. He passed. So he'll take 15 damage, barely surviving. The next one, 17, will also take 15. Next one in line got a 16. And the last one, 12.
Well, he was already injured enough anyhow. His foot.
Yeah.
That was partially my plan, was trying to escape.
You guys watch Dr. Ice, who he's usually doing like heals. I'll keep you alive.
Summon!
Wolves that are mostly ineffective, or a shark. You watch him. He like hops up onto the railing like a fucking bird of prey, whoosh, and he starts. Whoosh, he summons a fucking snowstorm and just blasts half this ship and turns it into a winter wasteland of death. 2 guys, they get hit with this, they go, and are just frozen solid dead, because that's what happens when you kill someone with cone of cold. They turn into a fucking ice sculpture. Everyone else are just covered in frost and ice and just shivering uncontrollably as this deadly blast of cold energy just rips through them. Some of the whirling wind and lightning bolts of your storm sphere that you created, Argazan 4, and swirl snow flurries around the ship for several moments before the snow eventually melts. And for all intents and purposes, you guys just threw a fucking blizzard at these people with a combo of Storm Sphere and Cone of Cold. Dr. Ice, I hate to ask, but is that all for your turn? You got 4.
No.
Retainers.
That I do. So, let's see. How far is that? That is 40 feet.
As a reminder, your Bottom of the Winter Court
Mm-hmm.
is a bonus action, and it does not count as a spell, so you can use it if you decided to. I just wanted to remind you of that.
Yeah, that
It's been a while since this question came up.
you kind of broke up a little bit. Like, it's counted as a spell.
I was saying that you can use Bottom of the Winter Court
good.
right now because it is a bonus action ability that does not count as casting a spell. So you couldn't cast Healing Word, but you can use Bottom of the Winter Court to heal someone if you so wished.
Alright.
I'm not saying you should or that you have to. I'm simply stating that if you wish, the option is available. I was reminding you of what your class could do. It's been a while since you've had to be in a situation.
And to the cap, and to between Krieg, how bad are you, Krieg, as far as damage goes?
He has 14 hit points.
He has 14 hit points left.
Oh, I guess you can't. Yeah, 14.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ezeal was on top of you, so he could. Or sorry, Ryota was on top of you, so you couldn't quite see. If I move you to front, you can see that.
So agreed.
Now you are overlapping over top of Buerta.
So agreed. You gain 16.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a limit to how many of that pool you can use at once. Do you recall what that limit was?
It is up to, I believe it was half at once. It is. If I can get there. Roll 20 is slow.
Right there on the front of your page.
Yeah, just roll 20 takes some time every now and again.
Oh, is it lagging on you?
Yeah. It's still the only annoying thing.
Yes, Daniel, that's essentially what happened to this ship. They're all going burr.
Up to half my druid level or less.
Okay.
So I can only cast 4 of them at once right now.
So, Creed, you heal 16 hit points, and I believe he gets 1 temp HP per dice you use on him. So you get 4 temp hit points as well.
Yep.
As a little bit of that snowy ice that he blasts out at them swirls in the snow flurry of the storm spear, comes towards you, and instead of killing or harming you, it actually forms ice chunks on top of your blade wounds. Areas where you were bleeding, little ice just forms over it and staunches the bleeding, and you feel a little bit better. And some of it lingers on you as almost like a little bit of extra protective armor to kind of absorb some hits.
Yep. And 42.
Dr. Ice. They don't call it Dr. Ice just because he's blue. He's a master of
they do not.
Ice.
With
ice and snow.
Yep. And Creve, he will move up to.
Icy hot. I see that gift you just threw in there.
Yep. And to
Wait, fire.
That is something I'm contemplating. Yeah, let's move that extra
25. He has one more square if you want to move him.
Boom.
And 30.
Yep. 30. And which
yes, as an animal, he can breathe fire as just his racial ability, but he also has fire breath as one of his special actions as well. I believe they do about the same damage. I think one uses D8s, the other one uses D6s. So
yeah,
maybe 1 or 2 point difference in average, but overall.
Yep, and it's only a 15-foot cone though, so let's.
they're on 15 foot, yeah.
Let's just grab that out.
Which none of them are quite within range for that yet.
So, Firebolt then. I'm going to cast Firebolt on this guy right here, because he'll probably try and get the gank.
Scroll down on his sheet to the actual Firebolt spell. Their spell sections are listed towards the bottom of their sheet. Scroll down.
Okay.
You clicked on the signature tag and all it said was Firebolt, see below. The Firebolt spell is actually lower.
Alright, just so used to hitting the signature attack.
Yes. That being said, you could also just click on him and use the macros that are already attached to the token.
Yeah. One day I'll figure the macros.
One day.
So that's
Strangely enough, his macros are in the wrong order because I put...
Unfortunately, I'm not high enough.
Okay, no, never mind. Yeah. Oh, see, there it is. It just finally popped up for me. 24, 475. Alright.
See.
That's him.
And Drusilla's going to move up to... Yeah, that puts me at how far away? 30 feet. I believe that's the max I can go with the spear. Or was it 20 feet? Was it 30?
I don't know what the throwing range of a spear was.
It was 20 or 30.
We'll say 30 for right now. We'll look it up later. Go ahead and roll the attack.
Yep. Out goes the spear. Where are you?
Spear is 20 and 60.
Okay, so you would have to be there.
Yeah. Alright. Yep, and against a little deckhand, and bonus back into my hand it goes.
Yep. He just like hit him. He's just like ah, and then his person goes ah, she just has the spear return to her hand, just it it disappears and reappears in her hand, and he just goes, ah! She goes, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Hold on. Does that apply to attack rolls? Okay, even with disadvantage, she still hits. Okay. Remember, Drusilla's a drow, she has sunlight sensitivity.
Right. Okay, so that was Creve, that was Drusilla, that was me.
And that's everybody for you.
Yeah, that's everybody.
Captain Torg.
You could thank your captain for your negotiation. You could thank your captain in hell for his negotiation tactics. Like the officer right above me. Reckless attack number 1.
17 to hit for 17 slashing. This poor guy.
Reckless attack number 2.
Got 2 monks, a barbarian, and a fighter on him. He is in a Marshall sandwich smorgasbord of death. He does not like this spot.
Like
This is a terrible spot for him.
Reckless
This
attack
is not
number...
this is not the man which he wants.
He does not want to be in this manwich.
Oh boy, reckless attack number 2.
This is a sausage party that is not fun for him.
I thought he liked the show Magic Mike.
Oh boy,
He likes the show, but he doesn't like to be a participating member in it.
does it kill him or not?
Oh no, he's still alive.
Lightning bolt his ass.
I was saving the lightning roll for the other officer, but oh well.
I'm gonna get his dex save. You'll be surprised to know they're actually really good at dex. 14. He passed, so he'll take half damage.
Which is 2. Rocket Buzz, Hummingbird, ready the guns. Well, the guns are ready. You know what I mean.
Wanted to move over and shoot one?
Yeah. Problem is, I don't know what.
Let's see, since we're in the combat scale. No.
You're gonna kill us with that home weapons, aren't you?
Obviously, she's aiming at for this officer.
Go ahead and have her, I don't know, roll a d20, use the usual stats for shooting specific crewmen with your siege weapons, which I believe had, like, disadvantage or some shit like that.
Oh god damn! It's only 7.
7 is the lowest. That would certainly be a miss. What are the rules for... Here it is. Crew uses the AC of the ship. Attacks against the crew are made with disadvantage. The crew cannot be targeted if you already have disadvantage on the attack. Some exceptions, attacks target the crew do not deal damage to the ship's HP. Which might... Okay, that's different than in naval combat.
Hopefully Hummingbird is a little more of a sharpshooter.
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry.
If we're gonna use the actual cannon icons that are on your ship, your ballistas wouldn't be right next to each other. Your other ballista would be here.
Would be more towards the stern.
Oh, okay, never mind then. So,
Stern's to the front.
all right, so stand by.
I mean to the aft, to the rear.
And I don't think Hummingbird's going to help for the ballista fire.
Now, that being said, Hummingbird could fucking get all the way over there. She has
Dash.
2 agility. She can move pretty fucking quick. I know I have C.
Yeah, both of them can't they?
Well, one ran over and used the one ballista. That's her action. She's done. The other one could, because I mean they were both towards the prow of the ship, so they can zip to the aft pretty quick. Or sorry, the one that can still use their action. While I hunt down the actual more smaller scale combat use of a siege weapon. Here it is.
I mean, hell, they're armed for a reason, just in case.
Okay, here we go. You guys already had it loaded, so it's fired. When you fire the ballista in this size combat scale, it's with a +6 to hit. And it does 3d10 piercing damage. With range, requires 3 actions to load, aim, and fire. Cool. So if we take that into account, that original 7 that you rolled, got the +6 to that, so that was a 13 to hit, which is not... who were you aiming the first shot at?
The officer.
That guy? 13's not enough to hit him. And the other one got an 11, also not enough to hit anybody on this ship. No, the lowest armor class on this ship is 12, and, or 11's not enough to hit that.
Alright,
So,
gonna have
the ballista bolts bury themselves into the deck plate planks, missing their targets.
I don't think Dr. Reedford is close enough to cure Creed.
Minor
I think he is.
heal has a range of 30 feet, but keep in mind you can only use that once in a fight.
Yeah, but...
Up to you guys, I was just stating.
Yeah, minor heal.
Okay. Go ahead and you roll it.
Yeah, same thing, 8.
Cool. Whoever you were just targeting gets 8 hit points. Who is it?
Creed.
Master Creed. Master Creed gets 8 hit points. Cool.
And I'll be right back. I'm going to get some food again.
Okie dokies. Go ahead and take your time. Deckhands are coming. Let's see.
Was there something about starting your turn in the storm or thing?
No, it's when they end their turn. It's when they end their turn. They got it when it's first cast, and if they end their turn, they take more bludgeoning damage. Obviously,
And it's difficult terrain as well.
Do what?
Difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain. Good to know. Yeah, I heard him.
Which kind of sucks for that one officer.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Ain't getting out of here.
Alright, this deckhand's gonna move 15 feet up to Drusilla and try to stab her with his short sword. He gets 2 melee attacks with his short sword. Stab and stab. 9 and 8 is not enough to hit her. This deckhand over here, he pulls out a hand crossbow, takes 1 shot at Drusilla. Jesus Christ. He gets a natural fucking 20, and because he has an ally adjacent to her, he gets to apply his sneak attack. Wow. Wow. 2d6 sneak attack and you get a 2? Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Drusilla, roll that beautiful damage save.
Yeah, I need a damage save from Drusilla while I add up some numbers here.
23.
Not enough to get.
Yeah. DC was at 13. Cool!
That's just like a Matrix dodge you just did.
No, technically it still hit her, it just didn't.
She took damage, but not enough to move the meter because they have health levels rather than actual hit points for you to track.
Basically,
So
it
it's
grazed
the
her.
equivalent of like if one of you guys took like 5 points of damage, not enough for you to really even notice it. This guy moves here and uses his hand crossbow. 17 to hit her, I believe, does, and he will apply his sneak attack. He got a lot better. I need a damage save from Drusilla again.
20.
You beat the DC 15. This deckhand is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to there. And he pulls out his hand crossbow and he takes a shot at Nezor. Fuck you, Nezor. 7 piercing damage. Sorry. 20 to hit Nezor. I need damage save for Nezor. If you roll below a 7, then he takes some damage. You're good. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So there. He'll use his hand crossbow at Nezor as well. Because they're all running towards the aft away from the storm. Because that's where they're closer to. 9 does not hit Nezor. This gentleman, he really wants to get out of this nonsense.
I can't imagine why.
Because he has 3 hit points left, that's why. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Puts him right there. He's still in it. He's going to use his cunning action to dash with his bonus action. So he can go another 30 feet, which puts him, which 5 more feet puts him out of your nonsense. So he's going to keep running all the way to here. And he'll take a shot at Nezor as well, because really Nezor's like the only one they can hit from this position. 20 to hit Nezor. I need a damage save for Nezor.
12.
Cool. He passes. Meanwhile, this particular deckhand uses his cunning action to disengage and will move the remainder of his 15 feet to go to here. Because he shall take the high ground and move up to the foredeck. I almost forgot what it was called for a second. I was like, what the fuck was it called? Oh, right. Forecastle. Or foredeck. Master Creed, it's your turn. Finally, I'm sure. You took a shit ton of damage, you got healed a lot, so you've had quite the yo-yo of your hit points. As they went...
We're just gonna make this simple for you. The captain and these 2 officers in Arcanist Land Foreign Sphere, I need to make an intelligence save.
Oh, Mind Blast.
Yes. It's the same area.
I mean, it's a 60-foot cone, and there's no way you can miss all 3 of those guys. Absolutely, yeah.
It's a 20-foot sphere.
Officers.
No, it's static, synaptic static, 20-foot sphere. Same area, though.
Captain. Yeah, it has about the same radius as a fireball. 17, 21, and 7.
So, 17.
So the 17 and the 21 both pass. The 7 does not. We'll say it's this guy right here that's the closest to you.
Which is 31 damage.
Sorry, what?
31 damage.
Okay. He's remarkably somehow still alive. I believe he also has a minus D6 to various checks.
Yes.
Can you read me the specifics?
See? 21 creature. Give me a second.
Use that little broken skull symbol for that.
During this time, roll a d6 and subtract the number rolled from all attack rolls, ability checks, as well as Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. If they fail.
Cool. Do the ones that pass get half damage?
Yes.
So you said you did 31, so they'll take 15.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Okie dokies.
All right. Bonus action. Where do I want to put you at? Yeah, we'll put you right here. Spectral. No. I'm going to put you right here.
Okay.
And I'm going to go after this officer right here.
Okay. Roll your attack.
For 10 damage.
10 damage. Alrighty.
Now, Sario versus the officer in front of me, or beside me. She's going to do the poison spray.
He got a 9.
He takes also a -6 to his thing. It's for 14 damage.
He got a 8. 14 damage, he dies.
Mizor, Hunter's Mark, and will fire at the deckhand that's closest to him, which is this in here.
Alright. Make sure you mark that Nezer's concentrating.
Okay, he misses. And he's gonna shift to here for now for cover from them.
Cool. Just so you know, he's at the helm. He's at the aft castle. It's like a several foot drop from right here.
Yeah.
So you know he'd have to like use the stairs, or he'd have to like leap over the helm and the railing and whatnot.
He goes around, and now he's provide him with cover.
All right. When the way I saw you move it, I was just like, I don't know if Daniel's aware that that's like a, like that's like a 5 to 10 foot drop.
I'm aware. It's just I was moving him in the shortest possible distance, but I am going
I
around.
understand now. I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. Anyway,
Now.
is that all for you, my friend?
No,
Oh wait, no, you still have easier.
he's gonna go, and he's gonna start here,
Uh-huh.
and he's gonna use his special frenzy attack.
Which gives him 3 attacks, and if he gets an 18 on any of those, anywhere between 18 to 20, they count as crits.
Let's start right here, and he's gonna go for this in here.
Okay.
So he has advantage,
All right.
thanks to the captain. Hold on. Sorry. 3 attacks.
Okay.
That's a 26.
That drops him exactly. 8 damage drops him exactly.
Alright. Using his ability, Rampage, when he reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack, on his turn he can take a bonus action to move up to half his speed and make an additional attack. But he will not be moving, he's just going to go for the officer right there.
So you're gonna have him do the bite attack first.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Or sorry, his bite attack. Did I put bite attack? I thought I put signature attack. Just
It
make
just
the
says
melee
addition-
attack. Okay.
It
Additional
just says
melee
addition.
attack. The actual Rampage ability is a bite attack, but that's because that's an ability from actual Knowles versus what Ezeal has. Ezeal doesn't have a bite attack, but he has a signature attack. So essentially, he's getting 4 attacks this fucking turn.
And his bonus attack failed, but
Okay.
But only 2 they attack.
Yeah, 8 doesn't hit, but the 16 does not hit. Never mind. Sorry, I thought they had less than that. And then the 16 misses as well. That's unfortunate. I really was hoping he would hit more. Lame. But we can still jazz it up some. You watch as Ezeal, he doesn't so much as run around Vola. He literally, from behind her, the little boarding axe hooks, he actually hooks onto her shoulders, her armored pauldrons, and uses that to leap up onto her shoulders, jumps off of her onto the dude, just bears him to the ground, rips his throat out with his teeth, and then does a flurry of attacks to the next guy, who only barely manages to deflect the attacks. He's just wild, full arm swinging axes, just and the guy is just using his dagger and rapier, just ting, 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 as he's backpedaling away from this frenzied knoll that is that still has chunks of flesh and blood in his teeth from the guy he murdered by ripping his throat out.
All right.
And the whole time he's doing that hyena cackling that I'm sure everyone knows what it sounds like.
All right.
Is that all for you,
Okay.
Daniel?
Yes.
The officers, those that are still alive, go now. First, this guy definitely wants to get out of this bullshit. Which direction would he want to go, though? Would he be that stupid to go for that? Probably not. Oh wait, no, this is a different terrain, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, bonus action dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, right there. You're gonna stab Stone 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Wow, he crit with the dagger. 17, 24, and a crit with the dagger. I need 3 damage saves for Stone. Yeah, he only has 15. First one passed. Second one failed. Third one also failed. Stone will take 2 from 1 rapier and 1 dagger. They each inflict a health level damage to him, so he'll take 2 health levels worth of damage for this series of attacks.
Only 2. So 2 damage.
Yes, 2 points of damage, essentially.
Mm.
He does have reactions that he can use, though. He has Stunning Follow-Up, I believe, as a reaction. And does Stone Endurance use a reaction? Okay. So yeah, he can either try to reduce the damage with his reaction, or he can just start beating the shit out of this guy for coming at him with his reaction, or nothing at all. Up to you.
Attack.
You want to attack? You want to use Stunning Follow-Up?
Uh,
As a reaction to taking damage from an adjacent creature, Stone immediately makes 2 signature attacks against his attacker. If both attacks hit, the attacker is stunned. Would you like to pummel him, please?
2.
Well, the 9 doesn't do it, but the 23 does hit, so he still takes that 8 bludgeoning.
Yeah.
So this guy comes running out of the storm, he sees that guy, and sees Stone, he runs up to him, and he's like, "Ha! Alas, Stone died! Aha! Aha! Ow!" Shit, where are my glasses go?
Stone pokes him in the eyes. Yeah.
He just comes out of him and is like, "Aha! Aha!" As he just gets fucking clocked. Meanwhile, this guy here is going to try and go back on the offensive against Iziel. 1, 2, and 3. Wow! I got 2 nat 20s for his dagger attack.
Jesus.
But luckily, it counts as only 1 hit, even though I rolled double nat 20s on that roll. But so we got a 21, a 12, and the crit with the dagger. The 12, I think, misses him. Yes. So just 2 of them. The first one passes. The second one also passes, barely. First one, DC 12. Second one, DC 9. What do you fucking roll? 12 and 9. Fucking barbarians. Damage saves are Constitution saving throws, so your martial classes, of course, have a higher chance of getting it than your spellcaster ones.
And he rolled a
Is a
3.
Reaver. Do what?
He rolled a 3.
Yeah. But he has a +6 to it because Reavers, as a barbarian retainer, has proficiency in it, and so they get +6 to that roll.
All right. Who's next?
I think that's all of them. I think those are the only two that are still alive. The captain goes now. And he's going to do a classic thing that you see in the movies. He's going to go over here. 5, 10, 15, 20. And do that classic thing where he like grabs on a rope, he cuts it, and shoots up into the upper mast. He's going to use his move and bonus action dash to pull that off. Because that's essentially an object interaction for him. So he still has his action. So when he gets up to an upper mast, and of course is outside the storm sphere, because the masts are pretty high up there, he's almost about the same level as you, Arcanist. You're slightly still higher than him. So you will. Did you guys get the upgrade on the crow's nest to provide like actual cover? Okay, so it's still open. Cool. He's going to take his light crossbow and he's going to shoot at you, Jim Pan, because he don't like you, and he knows you're a caster. 18 to hit you.
Yes. And
5 piercing damage.
He cast shield to
He
negate
can if he
that.
wants. Shield to add a +5, so 5, 6, 7, 8 would all. +5 would only make you an 18. It would still hit.
Yeah.
You should find some ways to increase your armor class, such as some increase of dexterity or some bracers of defense would be really nice for you. You can't use shields. Sorcerers are not proficient with them.
So taking
5 piercing.
ouch.
Hey, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Unlike the deckhands, he's not a spy. That's their stat block. He's a master thief stat block. He has 46 of sneak attack, so he's not getting that. It would have been a lot worse. He also gets 3 attacks with his short sword rather than just 2. But he can't use that just yet. I'm going to say it took all of his movement to get into this position.
Wait, I just remember something. The gloves. I have gloves.
Yeah, gloves of
Yes,
arrows.
the gloves of deflect arrows. What did they do? How did they work again? It worked really
I rolled in
similar to arrow
1d10 plus dexterity.
Yeah, it is. You can reduce the damage by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier, provided that you have a free hand. If you reduce the damage to 0 hit point, you catch the missile if it is small enough to hold in that hand. So, what'd you roll?
9.
He pulls out. He comes up. He lands spry as an acrobat that he is, because he's a fucking rogue. He whips out his light crossbow. He aims. He fires it, and you're just. And he starts reloading another bolt.
He's mad now.
Meanwhile, oh, he's very mad because he didn't even get the satisfaction of doing that whole 5 damage to you. Meanwhile, Argus and Corn, it is your turn.
Okay. As a bonus action, trying to lightning him. Yeah, I'm captain.
The captain is not within 60 feet of the center of your sphere.
Oh, it's long. The lightning is longer.
Is it not within 60 feet of the center of the sphere? That's what I
I rolled 90 or 120 within of the center of the sphere. An advantage if in the sphere.
I don't think it was 120. 60.
Okay.
Until the spell ends, you can use your bonus action on each of your turns to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the center of the sphere toward one creature you choose within 60 feet of the center.
Okay.
He is not within 60 feet of your center.
Okay.
He's up in the rigging, only maybe 5 or 10 feet lower in elevation than you are, and you're in a crow's nest, so you're pretty high up there.
On him down.
You're gonna shoot that guy? Alright. Go ahead and roll your attack. Nine is not going to do it, my friend. I'm sorry. He goes, aha! Gets punched again. Ah! Aha!
See. I'm going to command orb
Okay, on
on
whom?
the captain.
On the enemy captain? Alright.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
the
roll your
third
attack.
level.
Jesus. What type of damage do you do?
Lightning.
You want to do lightning? Alright.
Yeah.
Yes, this is at 3rd fucking level. Jesus.
Hey, when you want somebody dead, you know what to do.
Oh my god. God, I need to fucking add all this up to get the total. Fuck me.
Is he alive?
I don't think so, but I need to make sure. That's 21. I need to write this down. 21 plus... That is... 17. He just did 51 points of fucking damage to this guy!
What the fuck?
You snatch the arrow out of the air and just summon a tiny orb and just go, bink! As he's reloading, he looks up in time just to see this 1-inch diameter sphere, because that's what chromatic orb is, flinging towards him, and he goes, huh? It hits him like right in the middle of the void. It's like slow. He goes, bink, and then his body completely crispy black, and it just goes, just falls back into the storm and disappears from sight, as he only had 30 hit points left.
Your captain is dead. If you don't want to share his fate, properly surrender and give us all your manifest.
Give me an intimidation check with advantage, Captain Torg, because of the just sheer absurd power of your crew.
23.
You hear weapons hit the deck. Ping, ting, tong, ping, ting, ting, tong, ping, ting, and they all just surrender immediately.
Tie them up and go through the entire ship. Every single piece of it.
You dismiss your storm sphere?
Yeah.
Cool. They're like, hey man, we were just doing what the captain said. You know, no hard feelings, nothing personal, it's just business.
And that's why you get to sail out of here in one piece.
It's personal to me. You hit me. That's personal.
And that's why you get to sail out of here in one piece in the opposite
guy
direction.
stabbed you already killed him. I never stabbed you, says one of the officers. I didn't do any of that. I stabbed other people. As he starts remembering who he's attacked, he goes, oh boy. He goes, he gets this look of like, maybe I should stop talking. Alrighty, let me see what the DC is to find their little smuggling cache. I don't remember. But I have a note for it on the ship. Where is this? Give me who wishes to be the one who rolls the investigation check to try and find their little smuggler cache.
I could do that.
Who has the higher investigation? Because I do not.
I have +6.
Technically, he does have the highest.
What about Drusilla?
Drusilla's, I don't believe, is any higher, because if she is... the highest that your retainer could have is a +6. And that's if she's both proficient in investigation, or that's both if it's investigation is both a primary skill and intelligence is a primary ability for her. The highest she can have is a +6.
According to this, her
I'd like to make a request.
Yes.
Yes.
We have somebody, Sariel, who likes to read minds.
Yes.
Would the crew know where it is with mind reading?
She takes a few minutes to probe in their brains for a moment. And she goes, "None of them know the answer. The only one who did was the captain." He said that as a quote need to know basis. And of course, he's dead. She can't read his mind.
Now then, seems it's going to be a good old-fashioned investigation.
Roll with advantage because you have your entire crew giving you the help action. Because everybody's searching, but I wanted to know who was helming that. I.e., who actually was making the roll.
Oh, big number. Big numbers. Big numbers. 21.
You beat it. You found it.
Excellent.
DC was 15 to find the hidden door to locate the little smuggler cache.
Is the door
Found it.
clean?
Do what?
I told Izil to clean the dead bodies. It's clean.
He's already eaten half of a body. He goes, "Wait, I wasn't supposed to start yet?"
Now I want you to get them all.
Okay. He starts picking up some of the body parts and bodies and just kind of throwing them over his shoulder. And so you see this little pile of corpses as he's moving around and collecting more of them and then eating them and then collecting and eating them at the same time. And as he's running out of more bodies to collect, he's pulling them off his back to eat them as he's moving around and scuttling. Congratulations, gentlemen! You get the secret cargo.
Excellent. With how long that took, we probably aren't going to catch up to the other ship.
No, it's probably
It'll be a skill challenge to try and catch up.
It's probably long in port by now.
It'll be a skill challenge to see if you guys can catch up to them. All players' drones.
Now,
You find these items.
Another flintlock pistol. Oh wait, a magical flintlock pistol.
it just says flintlock. We don't know if it is. I
Oh,
will identify it
Technically,
later.
you guys do know it's magical because you were specifically informed that they were smuggling magical items.
I will identify all of that later.
of course.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I think the captain already had one cursor in his lifetime.
Well, you don't want to try. You don't want to go 2 for 2.
let's let Creed investigate the pistol first.
I investigated the last cursed item you had too.
Well, it doesn't mean
I made a secret
well,
roll that you
well, it
guys
doesn't
weren't
mean
aware of
that-
to see if you noticed it. Now, the pearl looks like this, and the sword looks like this. And the shield and the flintlock pistol, they look like just regular standard-looking shield and or pistol. But with a very quick detect magic, you know they're magical.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody had a detect magic spell, I don't know if you guys do or not.
I think I have Detect Magic. I know I have Dispel. Oh, I do have Detect Magic. I just don't have it selected.
So, spoilers, all 4 of them are magical.
As per the pirate code, they did attack back, which means that the code of the Black Flag no longer exists. We can kill them without an issue.
Yeah, they attacked first, so...
They attack first after they surrender, so...
I will point out that they surrendered after their captain was killed, which means the order came from the captain, so... It would... I meant surrender. Blame them for the orders of the captain, because obviously if they did not obey the orders of the captain, that would also be bad. But they're also not fucking pirates, they're smugglers, so... Does the pirate code really apply to them?
I meant surrender the first time. The second time it's up to us to see whether they sail the opposite to no man's land or just sink your ship.
Let's see. Of your crew, what are the opinions and thoughts of your crew? Let me see. Drusilla, Vola, and Nezor and Sario all are indifferent to, we might as well just fucking kill him. Izio wants to eat them. Ryota, he is indifferent. He will abide with whatever decision you give. Dr. Leibowitz says, what would Dr. Leibowitz say? He goes, well, Captain, if you let some of them live, that will spread word of your prowess across the lands. Drusilla also points out that if you do let them live, obviously this information will get back to the Xanathar's Guild, and
more enemies will attack us.
But yeah, the majority of your crew, none of which are particularly bent towards good alignments. I don't have specific alignments for them, but I know their personalities well enough to know that the majority of your crew are all in favor of just fucking gank them, toss their shit off the side of the ship, or give them to Izio, whichever one you prefer, and just be done with it, because none of them really care about mercy. Leibowitz leans somewhat towards mercy, but
because he's a doctor.
At the end of the day, he's kind of like, I mean, when you play the game, sometimes you lose. But you have my opinions and thoughts. Sometimes you want your enemy. Sometimes you want more enemies because I've been around a long time. I've been doing this for a while. If you don't have enemies, then you're doing something wrong. Just saying.
We do have enemies.
And he packs up his little doctor bag and he goes, I'm gonna go back down to the hold. If you need me, and he tips his hat. And he goes back to his office.
Sadly, I kind of think that...
Cleve points out that killing someone that can't fight back is mildly distasteful. At the very least, they should have somewhat of a fighting chance before they're just outright murdered, but that's just his personal thoughts on it. He's not advocating for mercy. He's just saying, at least give him a dagger, for God's sakes. Or actually, no, what he'd probably be saying is, at least give him a rowboat, just let him have a chance to get back to shore.
Exactly.
All right.
I was wanting to.
He's the one guy who says that. Everybody else is nah, just fucking kill them, sink the ship, let's go. We got shit to do.
Actually, I do agree with you. Let's give him a rowboat.
All right.
There's a skiff on this ship, on the Ladybird, that you can give to them.
All right. In that case, there is one skiff. Skiff holds 4 people.
Yeah.
You can fire for it
All
is,
right.
and you have 1 minute before you sink your ship.
No, well, hold on, Captain Maya. Let's have a little entertainment right now.
This is our entertainment.
There are more of y'all than there is room on this skiff. Let's see, there's how many? 1, 2, 3, that's 4, 7 of y'all. And 4 spots for survival. Who wants it? And how bad do y'all want to survive?
Vola leans over to you and goes, Shipmaster, do we really have the time for entertainment? Did we not want to catch the Arabella? The Arabella.
You're right.
The Arabelle. There we go.
Izor.
Should we not just kill them to be done with it?
Izor. Kill all but 2 of them.
You say Izor? Are you talking to Izio or Nezor?
Izil.
He picks 2 at random and just takes them out.
I said kill all but 2 and throw the 2 that survive in the longboat or in the skiff.
Oh, I thought you said kill 2. Never mind. He kills 4 guys. Or however many number it is.
5.
He starts going to town as fast as humanly possible and stops at 2 people. At random.
Congratulations.
Random guys, he goes, you get to live. Rest of you,
Congratulations. Y'all 2 get to survive. Hop in the boat or die.
And about 30 seconds hopping.
Jump in the rowboat, and
about 30 seconds hopping in
they
the
are
rowboat.
rowing the oars They are lowering the oars before it even touches the water. Like they're in the air doing this as it gets dropped in the water. So when it hits the water, it goes and it's gone. You just see them off in the distance.
Like Arcanist, Creed, sink the ship and make it look like it's a windstorm. No, a storm.
Do you want to just sink the ship, or do you want to make it look like an accident?
Just blow the ship up. Fireball.
Yeah, but that. Yeah,
Is
but
that
that
is that what you're going to use to blow up the ship?
Yeah, but that wastes ammo.
Well,
I'm asking if you guys want to destroy the ship, you have to either spend time or resources. So I'm asking, how do you wish to sink the ship?
I could catch the fire sphere and just have it run around the ship and have it catch fire.
Which will cost resources. You have to mark up the spell if you're going to do that.
Good point.
Now, fire sphere, I believe, will take some time.
Yeah, it's not really a good
Why
option.
don't we just leave the ship as is and it becomes a floating derelict for something else?
Yeah, sure.
You could leave it as a calling card of what happens when you fight back against the Stormbreaker. That's also possible.
Let's leave it and go.
You guys take what's valuable on the ship. You pack up. Other than the specific cargo, is there anything that you may want that I haven't mentioned is on this ship? Because I didn't do a full itemization of every single thing on the ship.
Out of curiosity, in the captain's quarter, is there like a ledger?
A what?
A ledger?
Like a diary.
Oh, a ledger?
Yeah, a ledger.
Probably, yeah. Most likely. Are you trying to get something specific from it? So I can have a better answer for you?
Specifically, like, what trade routes this person has done, and like how profitable.
You want his black book? That's what you want.
Yes, the black book.
Yeah, you find that on his body. It's coded, of course. It'll take time. You'll need time to break the code on it.
Oh, we're absolutely taking that.
Yeah, you don't want a ledger. You wanted his coded black book of like smuggling contacts and trade routes and smuggler caches and stuff.
We want the captain's quarters. We're going to clean it out of all his books and maps.
Right, you get several different types of maps. I'm not going to be super specific on that. You get several maps, any kind of learned material that he has, like books from ledgers to his ship manifests, his black book that he kept on his person. It's a little singed, but lightning doesn't damage paper too terribly much.
So, and then we're going to let it go off. Hey,
You just detach yourself and sail off.
before we leave, break the steering helm, and then we can leave.
Iziel takes his boarding axes and thump, 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 and he just smashes the steering wheel. He smashes the wheel.
Now we can leave.
This ship cannot be turned without manually getting down in the water and forcing the giant rudder to move, or until a new replacement wheel is placed on it.
You're better
So
than me.
it is slave to whatever current or whatever water or wind current takes it.
You're better than me, Creed. I was about to have Isil break the mast.
That would take too long.
That would take a lot of time. He's
That is true.
strong, but he's not that damn strong.
All right. We have no ship to catch up to.
Let's go.
All right, Captain. Out of curiosity, do you guys take the canvas and the linen or whatnot, or you just take the magic items?
Oh yeah,
taking-
obviously take the
absolutely.
canvas out.
We're taking the canvas and linens and all that
Yeah.
stuff as well. A payday's a
How
payday,
much of it are you taking?
All of it, if we can.
Oh,
if we can.
how much room do you have?
I don't
I don't
actually.
keep track of what the overall poundage cargo space you guys have at any given time. I just know what your max capacity is, which is like 5,000, I believe.
Creed, do we actually have the time to hit another ship today, or we should get to dry dock first?
With the linen, okay, hold on. We should only take the most expensive linen then, just to get it out of the way.
Let's see. Your Stormbreaker, you can carry 4,000. You have a storage space of 4,000 pounds. That is all storage. That includes the stuff you already have. Your cargo, your loot, food, stuff like that. I don't know how much extra space you have left over for taking on cargo.
Yeah, I don't know, because we haven't really kept track of that, and I'll be dead honest on that one.
Cool.
But 500 square yards isn't...
It doesn't weigh that much. It has a volume. Until otherwise stated, you have enough to take the linen if that's what you want to take.
Yes.
All right. So you guys just snatch the linen because, it's 5 gold per square yard. It's pretty good. That's a good chunk of change. You grab 500 square yards of the linen, you grab the magic items of the smuggler cache, you leave the rest for somebody else to deal with.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Let me just mark that you guys took only the linen. Yep. I highlighted on the handout what you guys took. That, and then you grab the magic items. But cool. You begin to sail off. Not taking too much time, only taking the, I'll say, 30 minutes, hour tops to take the cargo, break the thing. From hunting for the smuggler cache to taking the cargo to destroying the wheel, we'll say that took you about an hour of intensive, getting and going, so you guys can get your shit and go. They're an hour ahead of you. You'll need a skill check, a challenge at this point. I will say 9 successes before 3 failures. Your goal is to catch up and catch the Arabelle before it gets away from you, or at the very least know where it's gone to port. If you succeed flawlessly, of course, you catch that son of a bitch, and then we'll go into a naval combat, or maybe they'll surrender. Depends. Who knows? That being said, if you succeed, let's just say if you succeed, you catch it. If you don't succeed, you don't catch it, but I'll say you at least know what port they ducked into to make your decisions and plans from there. So we'll say that.
Okay.
And just for fun, let's get some chase music going.
Shindu?
Who'd like to start? Yes.
Quick thing. All the fabric would equivalent to about 5 cubic yards, which means that you're talking about just barely a yard wide, yard tall, yard depth would be how big the box is.
Yep.
So, if assuming 5 cases or 5 boxes about that size would be how much is 500 square yards.
500 square yards? Okay.
Yeah. So we could actually have gotten all the fabric without an issue.
Well, you don't know. What I say is you and I don't know how much actual storage space you guys have. Because you got to calculate all your treasure you have, all the food and water supplies you have, extra lumber and canvas and stuff like that. But what we'll do is once that answer is figured out how much actual storage space you have available, then we'll decide how much you took retroactively. How's that?
Okay.
So in between sessions, we'll figure it out. In the meantime, though, who would like to start the skill challenge? Remember, the goal is to try and catch up and catch the Arabelle before they escape your clutches into the safe harbor.
Well, Jim Pan has his hand ready, so go ahead.
Jim Pan, what you got?
I want to shift the wind in a perfect angle to...
You want to redirect the wind to try and... what you doing?
I'll change the wind to go faster.
Yeah, you want to use your Storm Sorcerer bullshit? You play with the wind?
Yeah.
Alright.
Arcana? Or...
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check. Let's make that Arcana.
22.
22. Yeah, yep, that's a pass. Okay, jot that down. Success. 9, 4, 8, 1 success. As a reminder, you guys can, if you feel the need to, you can supplement, you can swap out your particular skill with the skill of one of your retainers, but each retainer can only be used once in the entire skill challenge. As a reminder, because we've added that since we have retainers to play with. And of course, only the retainers that are available, which at this moment, all of them are available.
Alright. I will go with Nezor. A helm check to pilot as true as he can, even
You
with
want
all
to
the
use a
wind and
pilot
water.
check?
Which I think would probably be what? Survival?
Let's say a wisdom pilot check, which I believe wisdom is one of his primary abilities, right?
Yes.
Let's say a wisdom pilot check. He gets the +2 from his pilot check, or he gets +2 from the pilot, +1 from wisdom, +3 flat from being a retainer, so total +6. Go ahead and roll. We'll say he's using his wisdom to try and ride the winds and the waves and the currents to gain as much absolute speed as humanly possible. Humanly, I say for the bugbear.
18.
18, I'll say, is a pass. So that's 2 successes. Next.
I will use nature to help the Arcanist try to pretty much guide the ship. Like you could do, if you do this, you could make it a lot more faster. Or this current is a little slow. Maybe avoid it a little bit to get faster speed.
You're trying to give your Arcanist information about some of the natural winds that to help her channel as much air and wind with her storm magic weather control bullshit.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll.
God damn it.
12, unfortunately, is not going to be enough. In fact, you try and talk Arcanist Landforn through it, and Arcanist Landforn, for some reason, you listen to him. You listen to his educated mind instead of just feeling the wind that you've been innately attuned to since you were a little girl, and you get a failure. Kiri, you're the last one.
I'm going to assist with the rigging by summoning some spider monkeys. Keep the rigging going.
One of these days, I'm going to say you're going to need to come up with a new fucking plan.
But it's such a good fit.
Yeah, and it somehow works every fucking time. Almost every skill challenge, somehow he can find a way. He can find a way of summoning spider monkeys is a way of gaining success. Like this is like a third skill challenge in a row where Kiri goes, "I summon spider monkeys," and it somehow applies.
Hello?
Well, put us in a scenario where it doesn't.
One of these days, I will.
You're in a prison cell. You need to engage the skill challenge to get out.
Mark up the spell slot for conjure animals, and that gives you a success.
Yep.
Me again.
Spider monkeys.
It's to anyone. If you want to start at the top of the second round,
Sure.
go for it.
A hummingbird using performance to rile up the crew.
You wanted to use a performance check to just go into like a nice high-spirited jig to try and keep the blood pumping.
Yeah.
Go for it. Roll it.
We want to play some chase music.
Ah, jeez.
That is a 7, my friends. It's a natural 1. As a reminder, you guys have all this inspiration you've had since the start of the game that you haven't used yet.
Because we've known we're going to need it at one point.
Using it.
Up to you to use it or not. You don't know.
Yes.
Yes?
It's using
Alright, that's 1 inspiration off the table.
15.
15 is a pass. That is 4 successes so far. Who'd like to go next?
I have Flash just to run around the entire ship, make sure everything is like picture perfect before.
You're just trying to like just strong arm some more ropes. Trying to strong arm more lines to get as much sail as you can. You're just like, more sails! And one person's like, but Captain, we don't have any more yarn for sails! Like, just throw over that and just hold it! What? I said fucking just give me that! And you're just sitting there holding a sail in place to get just some more speed?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, 10 is not enough.
And neither is 14.
Nope. That will be a failure. You try, and all you do is just tire yourself out without any real accomplishment. So that is 2 failures, 4 successes, 2 inspiration on the table. Who would like to go next?
I would. Dr. Leibowitz. Medicine check to help prevent cramps and fatigue on the crew.
I knew eventually you'd pull something like this. I knew eventually someone would try to use a medicine check for a situation like this. Absolutely. He starts pulling out, like, anti-cramp medicines or whatever. Fuck me! Okay, that's a success.
Alright.
Hey, he, like, starts pulling out some stuff, and he goes, I thought you'd never ask. Yeah! And he pulls out some weird concoctions or whatever. He goes, here, drink this. You drink it, it tastes awful. But you have the magical fantasy equivalent of like 5-hour energy. You're just like, and you start working twice as hard. Thus,
He's also rubbing Ben Gay on people's arms to prevent cramping.
Yeah, he goes over. He starts massaging. Okay, he like starts like massaging like Bola's calf, whatever. She looks down and it's like, I mean, I'm not saying no, but this is very awkward. But that's 5 successes, 2 failures. Okay. Kira, you're the last one on the line.
Right. I'm going towards where Nezer is by the ship steering wheel. And I'm going to, using nature, try and direct him at which waves, the best way to sailing through the waves so that we have as little resistance as possible.
Which he's technically already doing, so the DC will be higher because Nezer has already done something like that.
20?
Yeah, that passes. Oh, fucker. That's 6 so far. You need 3 more, gentlemen. Who'd like to start the 3rd round?
I'm not starting to last because I failed already 2 times.
Dude, yeah. Don't worry, still have 2 inspiration points to work with.
Okay. I'm going to have Ezil use athletics to run and help where he can and just strong arm like lines as need be to hold him into place.
Well, one way to phrase that: 2 success, 2 what's it called, plus one what's it called from him pointing at what's it called.
Cool. Now, because your captain tried something similar, the DC will be higher. So go ahead and roll for Ezio. Natural 1's not going to do it, my friend.
Inspiration.
Would you like to use it? Okay. 14 will not do it either.
Yeah.
You have 1 more on the table. This is the last failure. If you get this, it's over.
There you go.
Okay. Natural 20 fucking does it. Seven successes. But there's no more inspiration on the table.
Never mind.
Hence, why
And you do have a personal inspiration that you may spend for whatever reason that I gave it to you. Speaking of which, Kiri, because you also guessed out what in between short. Actually, you did it like less than maybe 5 or 6 minutes after our last session. Go ahead and mark that you have a personal inspiration as well, because you guessed what race Sariel was.
Excellent.
I never did reward you for that one. But who would like to go next? Ty's like, not it, not picking me.
Okay. I am
Need 2 more.
going
Who would like to go? Remember, you can supplement any of the retainers.
Hey, cast control water and
use.
fill the water.
yeah, control.
Yeah, you want to control water and try and like. Would you? Because one of the effects is redirect current. Would you like to redirect the current underneath the ship and make it go forward?
Yes.
I'll say that's a success. Mark off the spell slot.
Forward we go.
Yeah, if you're burning a spell slot as part of the skill challenge, more often than not, depending on how you use it, I usually will just say automatic success because you got to burn a spell slot as part of the resources.
Yep.
Who's next?
The captain.
Do you actually want to succeed? No.
This is not hasn't gone yet, has he?
Oh, right. Japan hasn't. Right.
You need only... Essentially, whoever goes next either will succeed or fail for the whole skill challenge, because you need one of either one to win.
I think the captain should do it because he's the captain.
Yeah,
Do
Captain.
you actually want to? Oh God. Okay. Your funeral.
I mean, unless Captain Tor doesn't have any good applicable skill, and Japan does, or Arkansas.
All I have is intimidation, perception, and survival.
There you go. Perception. See if you can see this
If you can
shit.
spot it with the spyglass, my guy.
You've got that.
All right,
I'll say you get advantage on it because you have a spyglass.
I'll whip up my spyglass to see if I can spot it.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys didn't use perception yet. I've used perception to spot the vessel.
And of course, it's a 12.
12's not going to do it, my friend. I was looking for at least a 15.
And I don't have any inspirations to burn myself, so.
Gary and Daniel do.
Why not? I'll give it to you just to see.
All right, go ahead and make sure you mark that off, Daniel.
And I'll give it to him as well.
No, 21. 21 works.
Yeah.
Oh,
21 will.
Excellent.
21 will do it.
Right.
You
This is with
succeed.
advantage.
You guys spot it upon the horizon and begin closing in.
Hey, just to let you know, I use nothing but retainers.
That is true. Creed didn't use any of his own skills.
Immediately, I was thinking about using Mockingbird to make fun of the crew to make them go faster, but
I don't think heckling the crew would make them improve their morale in any way. I don't think that's the way it works. I will say, you guys, right? There we go. You guys close within 300 feet of them, and at this point, we will enter into combat rounds. Naval combat.
All right.
I need a pilot check from your helmsman, which is a +6 for him, +1 because I assume Arcanus and Foreign, you're still in the crow's nest.
Yes.
Excellent.
+2 for the ship upgrade itself.
That is true.
So
Your ship's a little bit more maneuverable and faster on the draw. Oh no. Poor Arabelle. Poor Arabella. We knew ye, Horatio.
wiggity swoogie.
Gotta get that booty.
Let's see. Oh, okay. You only did the +6, so...
It should have 2 more.
10,
Plus
11,
3. So 12.
so that's 12 total.
Yes.
So, you guys obviously have the first set of... What are the actions you'd like your personage and or crew to take?
Let's start by moving the ship forward.
go old-fashioned rally.
Are there anyone's actions that would like to be taken before the ship moves, by chance?
I will help action in that with the ropes, so we get a +1 for piloting.
Listen, crew. We knocked off one ship, but do you dare knock off another one? I say yes. But this ship ran. That means it probably has more cargo than that second-rate. Not pirate ship. Freaking yeah, second-rate smuggler ship. So let's. I'm not exactly.
Safe in asking, is that a rally ability, Captain?
Yeah, that's a poor writing ability. Sorry.
I thought that was a pretty good fucking speech. In fact, I'm also going to give you gentlemen an inspiration for it, because I thought it was nice.
Excellent.
How high is your charisma modifier?
Let me double check.
Because we'll do the same rule for you that we did for Creed when he used Rally. Number of targets equal to your charisma modifier.
Why am I blind?
I don't know.
1.
Pick one target you'd like to give a D6 inspiration die to be used at some point during this combat.
Alright.
My recommendation would be either A, your Arcanist for sniping power, or your Helmsman in case he needs to do a crazy maneuver. Because unlike the Ladybird, this ship has guns and will shoot back. Consider that. What does everybody else would like to do? Would you like the ship to move before you take your actions or after? Gary said he was going to give a +1 to the pilot checks. You can have any number of your crew, and by crew I mean your retainers specifically. Also pull lines for having additional bonuses to piloting checks to Nezor. Daniel and Jimpan, any actions you'd like to have take place? Or would you like to have the ship move first?
I'm using the wind stuff.
The wind stuff to give yourself some extra boost of speed? Alright.
Let's see. I'm gonna get mage armor on again. Oh no, it hasn't been that long, so mage
It has
armor.
not been 8 hours. Your mage armor is still on, my friend. It has not been that long. You've been barely an hour behind these people.
Okay.
Go ahead and move you guys.
I'm gonna wait to do.
3, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got move you guys 4 squares forward since somebody's still doing her thing to do. By the way, Kiri,
Yes.
control water is also helpful in the midst of naval combat for various reasons because it's a concentration spell. You can change what the effect is every round. When you weren't around, I once had a druid use control water to give their ship a boost of speed by redirecting the flow underneath their ship so they could close in and ram your ship so they could board you. That was against the Ruthless.
So that
If
way
you
we
like
could.
to change your action, I'll let you give your ship another +1 to speed.
Yes.
Okay. Make sure you mark off the spell slot for control water and make sure you are aware that you're concentrating on it. I'll move you guys 1 more square. So right now, instead of a speed of 3, gentlemen, you have a speed of 5. Thanks to your druid and sorcerer.
Mine is I wish to control water, and I wish to pull them back towards us.
You want to slow them down?
Yes.
Okay. Are you within the range of that? What's the range?
300 feet.
300 feet.
Okay. On their turn, their ship will move will have 1 speed less when you redirect flow in the reverse of where they're going. Now, that's assuming you know the exact direction they're going. Because if they move against the current, of course it will slow them down. But if they churn out of it, that's a different matter.
I'm pulling them towards me.
Directly towards you. Okay.
Yes.
So if they continue going straight, they will go slower.
Yes.
If they continue going straight. I want to roll to see if they even notice the fucking water doing weird shit underneath them. They don't. So you guys jump up from 3 to 5. They go from 3 to 2. Yeah, you're gonna catch these guys real quick.
We're coming for that booty.
Oh yeah.
Multiple ballistas!
The ballistas are manned by whomever you guys have as the gun crews. Let's see, you did one, you did yours. Yep, everyone's done their action. Any actions you want your retainers to be taken?
Ned's already doing his thing.
They can't the can crew is doing their things. So it did fire. Since we did fire ballistas.
The 3 cannoneers from earlier will do their investigation. Let's see, which ones were they?
Did you want them to be more spread out across your guns before you had them take their positions?
Yes.
I.e., separating 2 of your cannoneers so you could cover all 4 guns?
There we go.
Okay. So you have the efficient number loaded, so you can fire faster. Fun fact, because you have 2 ballista and you can fire each of them every other turn, if you stagger them out, you could get 1 ballista shot every single round. Because you can have 1 gun loading while the other one's shooting. Little fun fact for you guys there. Now, that being said. By the way, just for a fun fact, the current music's playing was a soundtrack titled Horror Chase Music. Because to them, this is a horror chase to them. Because you're a bunch of scary-ass fucking pirates coming up on them after you just fucking ate the other guy. They're like, yeah, cool, good. It's because they went for the other people. Oh shit, they're still coming! Where'd the other ship go? They just see it circling in the water behind you, and they're just like, oh no!
Captain, please, just surrender!
Hummingbird and Mockingbird both pass, Volo and Nezzer fail.
Nezzer doesn't need to pass. Fail.
Sorry. I was looking at the wrong roll. I don't know why. I don't. Okay. Stone also failed. So 2 out of 4 got through. So the guns they're on will have advantage.
The birds got it. Okay, 1 on each side. Okay, that's good.
Yep. Anything else you guys like to do before I go on to the Arabella?
Nothing I can think of.
Cool. Their helmsman's going to try to do a come about to try and get their guns on you before you guys get too much closer. Because he sees you guys are like really gaining on them and they're getting slower from your magic. They don't have any mages, so so they can't fight back with any kind of sea combat magic. So the helmsman's like, fuck it, they're gonna catch us. And he's going to try and pull off the maneuver. Uses full movement, aft moves to inhibit the hex forward. The one the bow was previously in. The bow moves in a straight line. The reverse of the ship extends. Let me get the thing so I can just make sure I understand. Okay. DC 10 plus situational modifiers. I'll say we'll increase the DC a little bit because you're fucking with their speed. Okay, yeah. He has to make a pilot check as part of the action to see if he can even fucking do it. Alright, I will say... Yeah, he's a decent seaman, so I'll say, yeah, he passes. Second check to avoid invoking overboard saves. Oh no. Crew was not ready for the overboard saves!
Well, that solves that half our problem.
Yep.
Let me just roll for their overboard save. Oh no.
Okay, that really does. I was just joking about it.
Oh no.
They're jumping off the ship. They're like, oh, we're done. We'd rather survive in the ocean.
We can swim to shore.
Okay, so... Okay, those guys will have disadvantage on the next turn. Okay. Because let's say if I say it's that, plus their dexterity save, assuming they will at least have something more. I'm going to assume most of them have at least a +1, for God's sake, so they're not going to fail by 10 or more, so they're not going to be going over the fucking ship, but they certainly have disadvantage on whatever nonsense they try to pull off on the next turn. Did you guys watch the Arabella do... let's see. Let me just make sure I got the orientation right. Okay, so the ass of the ship needs to go right there. Oh, it goes right there. You watch the ship fucking hard right, just... And you see several of the various crew on that ship all going to man ballistas. Several of them get flung forward. They slam into railings. Some of them fall over and topple over. Not all of them, but enough of them get to the guns to shoot them. But they will have disadvantage on these shots because of their very terrible rolls that they are making. But their gun crews are going to try and open up on you. You are well within their firing arc. They're 250 feet away from you, which I believe... Ballista. Let me get my cheat sheet.
According to the siege weapon ballista, it has a range of 75 to 100.
You're outside their normal range, but they already have disadvantage anyway, so it's not like it's going to change anything. So they have 2 ballista. They're really afraid of you. They're not gonna fucking get fancy and stagger their shots. They're firing. In fact, actually, no. They're gonna try for a full broadside. They're gonna use a. Any of the rules from broadside. You guys gaining on this hard and fast has spooked them enough. They're not pulling any punches. They're going to try and take you out with as much fire as possibly can. Choose one side. Choose their starboard side. Each siege weapon on that side may immediately attack at disadvantage. Target. Oh, even if they're in the middle of loading? So never mind. They're not going to broadside. They're just going to shoot normally. First one is a 7. What is the armor class of your ship? Because they're shooting the hull.
Give me one moment.
Check.
10.
10, cool. So 7's not enough. Second shot. Also 7. 2 ballista bolts. Boom! Sploosh, sploosh. Just short of your hull as you cut through the water. And you see them starting to go. They go, ah! And they're quickly panic loading, load them!
These are not professional mercenaries, are they?
Those weren't the mercenaries. That was the crew. Speaking of which, the archers, they're going to be taking shots at you too. They're the ones that didn't have a problem with the overboard saves. They passed. So they don't have disadvantage because of that. That being said, I know I asked this once before, but gentlemen, what was the range of a longbow?
600 at longest and 150 at regular.
So you are still outside their standard range. No, 150. 150 is the one in the crow's nest will get a shot without disadvantage. But the other ones will, because they're not in the crow's nest, because they only have 1 crow's nest. So, let's see. Who do they want to shoot at?
Arcanist. Take out crow's nest.
I want to fireball the crow's nest. Boom!
That sounds like good.
Yeah. That being said, speaking of which, because he spots you in the crow's nest, Arcanist, that guy's going to shoot you. He's going to go for a specific target. So this will be against your armor class. It will be at disadvantage because of naval combat rules, if I'm not mistaken. Well, actually, no, that's with siege weapons. No, I can do it with those two. Okay. 15 to hit you.
Yes, it hits.
Cool. You do have a reaction, I believe, if you wanted to cast shield, if you have the spell slot.
No, he can snatch.
Or you can snatch.
I'll try to
7
detect
piercing
it.
damage. Do you think you can roll a 7?
Let's find out.
It's
I know.
10 plus dex.
Well, he has 0 dex, so it's...
Seven exactly.
Watch this motherfucker, like, longbow shoot! You see it coming from a long way away, and you just kind of go... Whoosh! You like snatch, you just like stick it again. You just like put it on top of your ear like it's a fucking pencil.
I'm going to give you those things.
What?
I'm going to give him those things.
Yeah, he seems to be using them a lot. Great effect. That being said, the other 5, they're just going to start shooting your crew. They're going to try and they're just going to scatter shot across your decks as best they can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if I remember correctly, let's see. Targeting the crew. They have disadvantage. God damn it. Why can I not find the information I want? Just hate when you need to find something, you're like, oh, I'll be really quick, let me just find it real fast. And then it's like, you just can't fucking find it, and now you look like an idiot when you're trying to hunt for it, and you're just like, where the fuck is it?
I think I'm at 19.
Where the fuck? There it is, god damn it. Finally. AC of the ship, attacks its crew are made with disadvantage. The crew cannot be targeted. Cool. Alright. Let's see, the armor class of your ship was 10, right?
10.
That one's a miss. That one hits. That one hits. That one hits. And that one hits. So, I'm going to start throwing some numbers at you guys. I need you guys to keep track of that.
Okay.
12, 5, 12, and 7. That will be applied to crew casualties in a moment. Whatever that total is.
Yeah, it's like 12, 5, 12, 7, I think you said.
Yes.
Yes. Let me such a chart for what I need. Now, what was that total damage? I just went up to you guys.
36.
36.
Mm-hmm.
You guys suffer 1 casualty. One of your deckhands gets injured.
Oh no!
One of your unscoped. So your 25 goes down to -1 to 24. You can, of course, have ship surgeons use their actions to fix that. You can also have people use their actions to assist the ship surgeon or surgeons in that manner as well, to get that person back up on his feet. I believe it does burn a resource, though. Let me check. I want to say it burns.
It does use a use of a healer's kit.
Yes. Which I don't know how many of those uses of those healer's kits you still have, because I know you guys have one on you that has a few uses used on it, but I've never gotten an answer on whether or not you guys had any in storage or not, like on the ship.
I recall asking that, but I never got an answer either.
That being said, yeah, that is all for them. Stormbreaker.
Why don't we have the doctors
Yeah.
work on that
It
one?
is just the one guy. I don't think you need to use both of their actions to do that in the check.
Yeah.
Treatment unsuccessful check and one use of a healer's kit. You may return one non-officer crew member casualty back to the fight. If your current crew count is not equal to your total, add one back up to the original total. This action cannot be taken if you already have crew equal to your total crew. Reference casualties for more information.
I'm going to look for a weakness on this ship to,
You gotta use assess?
Huh?
You gotta use assess?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and roll me that investigation check.
Oh, god dang it.
What'd you get? I don't have it open in front of me.
4.
Cool. That's not gonna be enough, my friend.
And why they couldn't. Why
Sorry, I'm
they
trying to
really
find
wanted
information on
Trump's
something real
tax
quick.
documents, but Obama never had to prove that he was a U.S. citizen.
The casualty recovery stuff's talking about like after the fight. Like what's the stuff? What's the thing for in the middle of the fight? I'm confused. Guys, we haven't had a casualty and nobody's used the surgeon ability before up to this point.
Yeah.
So we're not super familiar with this. So I'm trying to find information.
On a successful treat check, use one use of the healer's kit can return a non-officer crew casualty back to the fight. If your crew member count is not equal to your total, add one back. This action cannot be taken if you already have crew equal to your total crew.
He summoned spider monkeys to make a bunch of surgeons.
I summoned a bunch of spider monkey
I
surgeons.
summoned more spider monkeys.
Wait. When did he teach them how to be surgeons? Are you sure it should be a
I
pirate?
mean, technically, the creatures he summons are face spirits that take animal form, so they're not actual animals.
Like I'm about to say, are you sure you want to be a pirate and not running a hospital?
I could do both at the same time, probably.
Like Dr. Ice's pirate hospital. I mean, hell, if he survives this adventure, that probably will be his goal.
Okay, I'll say either you or Leibowitz can just roll a medicine check and either burn a fucking healing spell or use of your healer's kit, and we'll just go from there.
Healer's kit.
Cool. Do you want to roll, or do you want Leibowitz to roll it?
I'll roll it.
Cool. Leibowitz is going to use a help action to give you a +1 to this roll. Because he's going to use the action assist surgeon. So you and him are working together.
Okay, so 19 then.
Cool. Poor Jeff, or whatever the fuck his name was, gets returned back to active duty. As you recover that casualty with you and Dong Leibowitz's action.
I just actually thought of something, Shinju. I still have my spy guys on me, so that should be 18.
Oh, should it?
Well, it's up to you.
Does Spyglass have some kind of effect on that?
It's up to you. I don't know if...
I'm asking because I wasn't aware if there was any special effect to that either ability or the Spyglass gave something special for assessing.
Oh, well, it's up to you then. GM rules.
I would say... I would say nah, unless there's a mechanic in the actual item or ability that says otherwise.
Alright, never mind then.
Okay.
Sorry to bug you.
Cool. But, as I was about to say, is, however, using your action to do that surgeon stuff there, Kiri, means that you are not going to be able to apply control water this round. You still have it active, you're still concentrated on it, you just don't get to apply its effects this turn.
Okay.
So your speed will drop down from 5 to 4. Unless Jimpan stops doing her thing, and then it will drop to 3.
I continue.
You continue to do that with your action. Daniel, I believe you're the only one I haven't heard an action from.
I wish to change my control water and turn it into a whirlpool on theirs.
Cool.
Really?
Just so you're aware, if you use whirlpool, it could sink the ship, and whatever cargo's on it goes with it.
If I maintain it long enough, yes.
So that means we gotta get to the ship fast.
It only does 2d8 worth of bludgeoning damage.
They can
Not a lot.
capsize the ship and sink it, you realize.
If I created a wave. That is a different option.
Whirlpool. Sucks it down. I'm just throwing it out there, like you could sink the whole ship. That being said,
I mean, on one hand, they can't fire on us anymore because they can't exactly stand
Can you drop the description in the chat for me of control waters so I get a better, precise understanding of what how the whirlpool works? Just need to see it real quick. I want to compare it to some of the other stuff I got in front of me. I have like so many fucking tabs of shit open in front of me. It's not even funny.
Put it in there like I want you to. It's not wanting me to do it the way I want it to. Give me a moment.
My thought is I'm going to... I heard a ping. There it is. Yikes. We're going to need to go into the text and edit your control water a little bit and separate out some paragraphs because for some reason Roll20 wants to smush it all together when you drop it onto your sheet and then click from there without any editing rather than have it, have it formatted like it is in the book where it actually separates the different effects in paragraphs. God forbid. Where's 50 feet square and 25 feet deep. Oh yeah, that could definitely fit. I'm gonna have their helmsman make a pilot check to try and as a form of a saving throw against your whirlpool. Because the ship can't make a strength save, that's stupid. But it can have a pilot check as a saving throw in placement. That's an 8. Right into the whirlpool. Just roll me 2d8 damage, and if it beats the damage threshold of the ship, the hull will take damage as it gets battered and spun around in the whirlpool as it goes. Well, let me get to the actual number you need to be.
Is the damage threshold?
20.
Yeah, I can't ever beat 20 damage. I can
Never
only
mind.
do
And your whirlpool can't hurt it, but that ship ain't going anywhere. And it's going to need overboard saves for everybody on that ship. Everybody's going to need to make some overboard saves. First, we're going to just do the basic crew. Oh, hey, that's pretty good.
You know the guy that grows nests is hating his life.
I just look at Cree like evil.
Respect the sea. The sea is
You
vicious.
respect and fear the sea, or I'll make you fear the sea.
Y'all may be sailors, but I am a man of
What's your
the
spell
sea.
DC? What's your spell
17.
DC? 17, cool. 1d4 minus 1 unskilled crew may not be used next round.
As I take my finger and with the wand and just do this.
Ship go down the hole! Everyone go down the hole! Level 1 for the fighters. 1 for the archers.
Oh, poor archers.
I'm trying to get rid of some of the crew.
You didn't get rid of them. They didn't fail that badly. But what you did do is that several of them will not be available. However important that may or may not happen. Because they got a 17 exactly on the die. But they didn't beat it by 5 or more. So some of them are, eating shit into the deck.
Pretty much.
Because there's a chart for like individual, and then there's a chart for standard unskilled crew.
Because
The 30 other people on the ship.
So they're pretty much the other pretty much puking right now.
Let's see. Mercenary archers got a 15, so that doesn't pass. Fighters got a 16.
Didn't pass.
I'm having them all make deck saves. Where's my sheet? There it is. They did not succeed, but they didn't fail super badly, so they just have disadvantage on their next turns for their actions.
Like spinning in a whirlpool wasn't enough.
I can't damage the ship. I can only make
You can
them
certainly
sick.
make it really hard for everybody else. And I'm going to say, while it's stuck in that whirlpool, the Arabella cannot move. Its speed is 0 right now until it gets out of it.
Excellent.
Which allows you, gentlemen, to close up on it.
And that
Because right now, the ship isn't like spinning in actuality. What it's actually doing is it's trying to fight the current. So you see the helmsman like fighting with the wheel, and the ship's barely maintaining its position, attempting to get out. But while it's doing that, it's not moving. Because his ability to try and get out of the whirlpool is not strong enough to break the pull of the whirlpool.
Okay.
Oh,
And if he really fucks up, then he loses control of the ship and the ship goes down.
Aren't I just a
There's no-
horrible person?
Hey, you're the assholes who have to go fish out their fucking cargo if you sink their ship. What am I looking for? What am I trying to do?
I'm just gonna keep fucking with the water until we get into range.
I mean, Control Water is the most powerful fucking spell in this campaign, just due to the fact that you're always surrounded by water, and when you're playing around with like ships and naval combat, it has a lot of applications. I've already thought of several of them in my time, and I've used a few of them against you, such as ramming your fucking ship by giving my Ruthian pirate ship like a big boost of speed to just go kapah, and then drop boarding planks on your ass.
Who's next?
Has everyone used an action?
Well,
Concentrating with the going back with the control water.
Your action was to help with the surge and stuff.
Okay, so we're still on that turn.
Yeah, you're still on that turn. I was just checking to make sure everyone has, because I wasn't super keen on what was happening.
Yeah, I think what's it called was the last user's turn.
All right, cool.
Arcanus, what did you do?
On top of
She's
the
doing her
wind.
wind thing to keep your speed up.
Ah.
Every time he does the action to do his whole like changing wind direction nonsense that the sorcerer can do as one of his innate abilities, you guys are getting a +1 to speed.
Start
You guys are
shooting
moving at
them.
4. I mean, yeah, Artemis Unforeign as essentially a battle mage out on the sea. This is one of those times where it's like it'd be a really good opportunity to be dropping like fireballs and shit like that.
Yes. Come on.
Next turn.
Fireball.
But
He said
we'll
next
do that
time.
next turn. We'll do that
I
next.
need to for it's 150. For
Well, remember,
fireball.
your spell sniper, you double your range. Just a
If you
spell lets you
have,
double it again, and then you increase your range by 50% because of the
Frozen.
crow's nest.
So all
So
he
you
has
have
to
a
do
fairly
is
good range, unless for some reason spell sniper does not apply to fireball. I'm not aware. I don't know if spell sniper applies to spells that have attack rolls or not, or only attack rolls, or all your spells.
it's with an
Attack roll.
attack.
Make an
roll.
attack roll, never mind. So fireball is not affected by spell sniper, and I know you have distance spell. Can distance spell be applied to fireball or no?
Yes,
Yeah.
but here's the thing: he's already got a bonus of 50%
Extra
more. While just
50%, yeah. What's the range of fireball? 120?
I think 150.
150?
that means you're up to 255. Next turn, when we move, you will be in range.
So like, yeah, half of 100 is 50, half of 50 is 25. So yeah, it's an extra 75 on top of, if it's 150, that's an extra 75 feet on top of that for just being in the crow's nest.
So that's 225 feet. You will be in range next turn.
Yeah.
That being said, the Arabella goes, and it goes nowhere. They're going to take the time to reload their ballistas as the archers start opening up. This time, they're not aiming for people. They're not aiming for you, Arcanus. They are going to try and shoot your sails with their arrows. As they start lighting their arrows on fire and start shooting fire arrows at your fucking goddamn sails. So their arrows will do an additional extra d6 of fire damage if they hit. Now, this is at disadvantage with a -3 to hit your rigging. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At disadvantage, I believe it's rigging AC 10. Right, because shit. Miss. Miss. Hit. Miss. Miss again. And a hit. So 2 of them hit. Your rigging takes the following damage. The 5 piercing, and another 9 piercing, plus 4 and 2 fire damage. And I'm going to say because of the nature of your sales and the nature in sales in general, I'm going to say they're vulnerable to fire damage. So, I said what? 4 and then 2?
Yes.
Make that 8 and 4. And that is the damage your rigging takes from them just peppering it with fire arrows.
Got it.
So yeah, there was 5 piercing, and then the 9 piercing, and then 8 fire, and then 4 fire. All that together is how much damage? Or how much damage is that total?
28. Or not 28, 26.
Your rigging is down to 54.
Yes.
Now, rigging
That's not
has
good.
some interesting effects when it starts taking damage. Let's see. Rigging HP, if you're still above 50%, full effectiveness, once you drop below 50% is when bad things start happening. I don't believe you guys dropped below 50, did you?
No.
Yeah, no, your rigging's in the 80. So yeah, like fire arrows, most of them don't hit right, but a few of them right through your sails, and it starts to ignite your sails because your sails are covered in all that canvas oil to keep it from drying and cracking. So sails are incredibly flammable.
All right.
Gosh, and a stinker. Yeah, you are a stinker. Unfortunately for them, that's all they can do. Back to the Stormbreaker.
Moving forward, or did we move?
You have not
Now we
moved
haven't
yet.
moved yet.
Now you can have Denzer use a come about to bring you guys into a full broadside and start just opening fire on them.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Which-
can we use the or range of the port side guns was removed?
If you did a come about, which would essentially, here, I'm going to make a copy of your ship to show where you would be reoriented, to give you an idea. If you did a come about maneuver, your ship would be oriented like so.
And that would put them in range of the fireball.
It would, but you wouldn't need to have your ship turn its to the side for the fireball because he's up in the crow's nest. I was
Blisters.
more referring to your guns. Is that close enough for your guns, or would you like to be even closer? Because the come about uses all of your movement to do it.
That puts us in range of our ballista too, or normal range of our ballista, which is 2.
Which is not
25.
disadvantaged then. You can
Correct.
start hitting them in the hull.
Yes.
But
If you so
that was the point. So we'll fire one of the ballistas and then reload it while we fire another one next turn.
And we're going to do target rigging with our rigging blaster.
Chain
Of
shot.
course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokies. That being said, don't forget about your master gunner ability there, Ty.
That's the
In
point.
case you want to use it later.
That's
But,
the point. That's the point. I want to use the magic gunning ability to try to shred their rigging.
so are you calling for a full broadside as your action? Is what I'm asking. Okay, because that's not a shoot one gun and reload it while the other shoots. That's all the guns on that side fire all at once.
Light him up!
But the thing about the broadside is it can be done regardless of what position the loading process is in. So if you wanted to, you could shoot both ballistas now, next turn broadside, which essentially cancels out that reload process to fire it again as a full broadside. Rather than waiting a turn to reload them. Just a thought. If you really wanted to do some damage.
There you go.
Because broadside fires all guns on a side, regardless of where they are in the reload process. But it can't be used again on that side until all guns have reloaded. After it's used. So.
Alright,
There's that.
we'll aim for the rigging then.
So you're
One
going
of
to
the
do the come about?
Unless someone else has any other ideas.
Huh? Aim for the rigging.
Okay,
Aim for the
first
ring.
off, I need Nezor to make a pilot check to see if he can pull off the maneuver to get your ship oriented the way you need it to. Because your rigging has taken some damage, I have added a little bit. I've added a little bit of a bonus to the DC because it's 10 plus some situation modifiers. Because some of your sails are currently on fire. So I need Nezor to make me a pilot check. We'll say with his wisdom. So essentially, roll a survival check because he should have a +6 of survival. Oh wait, +2 for his thingamadoodle.
So 8.
That being said, if anyone would like to use their action before he makes that roll to add bonuses,
I will tend to the ropes to give a +1.
action to give him a +1. Anyone else doing that?
I can't. I have master gun ability on the standby.
No. I wish to give inspiration.
You don't have to put it on standby. You can use your action to do that on the next turn.
I wish to give inspiration.
You want to rally him?
Yes.
Okay. You're throwing a d6 at Nezor. Wait, has Nezor already been given a d6? Did Ty not rally him, or did Ty rally someone else?
Alright, who did you rally?
I had one. I think
Yeah,
Who did you pick? When you used it, who did you pick?
no, sir. So I'll roll it.
Okay.
Okay, so never mind on that.
You can only have one. You can only have one inspiration at a time. So if he doesn't roll super good, you can always throw that d6 on top of that. But Kieran's using his action to give Nezor a +1. Nezor's using his action to do a come about. Is anyone else going to take an action to work lines to give him a bonus? Because if he does not pass the first check, the maneuver does not happen.
All the people on the starboard side will give him their thing. So that's
Name your retainers.
since it's starboard, which is right side, that would be Hummingbird, Stone, and Creve.
I heard 4, right? 4
Right.
people?
3.
Three. So they're going to come off those guns and work lines to as their actions.
Yes.
There are other retainers as well, if you wanted to throw them in there too. So he's getting
Dr. Leibowitz.
Okay. Anyone else you'd like to throw in the mix?
Let's see. And Ryota.
So that's 5, 6 from Kiri, plus another 2 from his upgrade, plus his 6 from his thing. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need a d20 plus 14.
Nezor's me, isn't he?
Whoever the fuck
Yes.
wants to roll a d20 plus 14. He has no macro for that, so just put /R 1d20 plus 14.
I've got it.
$25.
You tell Nezor I want us to have our fucking port side facing him. He goes, "Aye, Captain." And your ship hard turns. Just because he did pretty good. Let me check something real quick. I need to check the coming out maneuver again. So the maneuver is a resounding success. I need him to roll a second one to see if he can pull, not only because he succeeded the maneuver. Now let's see if he doesn't accidentally throw somebody off the ship. Because a come about requires 2 different pilot checks.
Oh boy.
I'll let somebody take care of that real quick, if you don't mind.
All right. Same roll. I'll let d20
Same
plus 14.
bonus. Same bonus. His bonuses don't change.
16.
You're good. Essentially, his bonus was high enough to where if you rolled anything other than a fucking 1, it would pass. But no overboard saves are required. He successfully pulls the maneuver off. You are now in your current orientation. I'll just go ahead and delete one of the extra ones. Oops. I just realized that removed the ship that was in the initiative. You guys had what, a 12?
Yeah.
There you go. I need Vola to roll. Vola uses her action to fire her ballistas. You don't need to actually roll for Vola. You just roll a d20.
And Mockingbird's, because she did succeed on hers, she gets advantage on her gun.
That gun gets advantage. Because she's manning that gun. And she's applying her cannoneer capabilities of manning the gun to provide that kind of bonuses.
Because she passed her investigation check.
Yep. Vola gives the order out to fire. How many guns do you want to shoot?
Both of them.
Both of them? Cool.
So one with...
I need one gun to fire with advantage, the other one to fire just straight shot. I also need you guys to call me targets. What are the guns shooting?
Rigging.
Chain shot?
Chain shot.
Chain shot.
Okay. I believe the chain shot eliminates some of the penalties for firing at rigging.
Yes. It takes away any disadvantage. Yeah, allows the targeting of rigging without disadvantage. But that being said, I think there's still the -3, is there? Isn't there? Attacks against the rigging are made with disadvantage and -3 to the attack roll. So you're still getting the -3, but you don't have the disadvantage. So an advantage roll and a straight roll. Whoever wants to roll for Vola.
Not me. I had a terrible roll.
All right. What? D20 plus just D20 -3?
D20 -3, yeah. Because there's no special bonuses for the naval combat stuff.
11.
How do you put plus -3 instead of just -3, you weirdo?
No. I didn't type it in. I'm using the dice roller function so I can click it faster.
Ah, I see. 11 does hit.
And let's go Mocking.
The next one's with advantage.
So,
Yeah. There it is.
Both hit. Roll the damage of your ballista, and I will subtract that from its rigging HP.
And give me a second. That is... I've got it. Damn. Ballista is 2d10.
Is it only 2d9? That's unfortunate. I say that, but one time you guys did fucking enough damage with 2d10 and just fucking destroyed Aruthian's rigging. It went from full rigging to almost none.
21 damage.
21 total?
Yes.
Alright. Fire your chain shot, and it rips through the rigging. That's gonna be real bad for the pilot trying to get out of this fucking whirlpool, that's for damn sure. Yep, it's gonna be real bad for them.
Oh, good try.
Some are probably contemplating, should we surrender before we all die?
I feel sick.
Oh, not anymore.
Every surrender would turn off the whirlpool.
There's no fucking way they can hear you from this.
I know, I'm
You're
not.
hundreds of feet away.
I'm joking.
You need thaumaturgy and yelling at the top of your voice to even have a chance to be heard from this distance. and even then, the wind would have to carry your voice over there. That being said, Any other actions you guys need to take before I move to the Arabella and their
I want to make action.
I think I can
What's
do
your
that.
action?
Fireball.
Fireball. What are you targeting?
So I attack the rigging of the people.
You guys have. There are 4 different targets. You guys could target the hull, the rigging, the crew, or a specific target, like the helmsman.
I
If you want
say
to target the rigging, absolutely you can.
take out the rigging, because if they can't sail away, we have the advantage.
The rigging.
Cool. Rigging can't roll dexterity saves. And I did say that sails and ropes and all that are flammable, so they have vulnerability to fire damage. Jimpan, please roll me 8d6 and then double whatever that number is. Unless you're casting it at a higher level. Oh, you up?
He's casting it at max level, and he just fucking...
It's not max level. It's only a
Off.
It's only a 4th level spell slot. Because he only added an extra d6. But still, though, that's still... That's 35 points of fucking damage. Double that.
70.
Yeah, it's 70 points of damage.
So what rigging?
It has 0 rigging. It has negative 11. You fucking rip through the rigging. The Arcanist goes, no, I think it could do a lot more damage than that. Sails, rigging, ropes, the mast itself in flames.
Alright, I now wish to use my action. I'm stopping the whirlpool. Control water to bring them towards me.
Whirlpool stops and then you use redirect flow. I'm going to say because they are a slave to the current. On this turn, they will shift 1 hex. They'll yeah, they'll move to here.
That's what we should do, is just
hold on
slowly
1 hex.
shift our things together and just shoot at them. And just keep firing until we match up. Either we'll kill them.
Now, you guys still keep technically moving forward, so there is no lateral movement unless you guys are giving the order to fucking pull all of the sails down to just stop your movement, and then at which point then your ship is slave to the current, much like theirs is. If that's what you want to do, then you can absolutely do that
Yeah,
if you want.
let's pilot around and kind of park beside them. We should be able to move there.
If you guys get in front of them, you can just rake their fucking deck. Or you can just move close enough to yell at them and be like, surrender, or we're gonna fucking do raking fire on you. Raking fire is really bad.
Or I'm gonna make you sick.
Just want to check. Let's see. At 0 rigging, they gain no bonus from the wind, no bonus or penalties from the wind. They move at half speed and half travel speed, no bonus or penalty from the wind, speed and travel speed, 1 hex. Okay. Because the penalties are cumulative, but at 10% or lower, they get no penalties or bonus from the wind, and their speed and travel is 1 hex. They can move 1 hex per turn. Poor Arab. What would the captain do at this point?
What cat?
Blow up the ship.
Raise to right flags. And this time
No
actually mean
rigging.
it.
They have no mages. You see a you see a flag signal saying we surrender. You see the white flag go up.
Hopefully this.
There's nothing they can fucking do. They are dead in the water. All you guys have to do is just circle around them and keep shooting them until they're nice and soft, and then you can come in whenever the fuck you want. There's nothing they can do to stop you.
That sounds good.
No,
Hopefully
we did surrender.
Hopefully
We did
these people.
surrender. We are black flag right now.
Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
black flag.
Lord,
Hopefully these
let's
people
show
made it
them.
this time.
Now, if they
Hey,
attack,
these guys are actual regular merchants. They're not fucking Thieves Guild members.
Alright, let's come on board!
Let's go and Leon.
Like, Arcanist, sit on standby just in case these people are trying to pull a fast one again.
I don't want that.
But you guys pull alongside. They have a few large chests just sitting on the fucking deck by the time you get close enough to them, just sitting there waiting for you because they know what you fucking want.
Like,
you see a lot of people that are injured. A lot of the deckhand, a lot of like the crew are like badly burned. One of them's got like several of them have like fractures from getting caught in the from like when you guys fired the chain shot over. Some of them were in the way of like various detritus and debris and shrapnel that exploded everywhere. The mercenaries themselves are fairly worse for wear because they were the ones in the danger zones the most. Most of the non-combatants were either working in areas you weren't shooting at or weren't on the deck because they were like, hey, I don't need to be right here. I'm going to be down below. And unless you guys do anything else, you get the Arabella's cargo.
Yay!
I pull it up the handout. Show to players. You get 4,000 silver trade bars. Each weighs 1 pound. It is worth 5 gold each, for a total of 20,000 gold.
Nice.
ooh.
However, I will
It's marked,
give
isn't
you
it?
what?
It's stamped and marked, isn't it?
These are trade bars. Absolutely, they have fucking marks on them. They have the mark of Baldur's Gate on them, which means anyone that sees these bars will know they came from Baldur's Gate. That being said, of course, a pound of silver is still a pound of fucking silver. That's still worth 5 gold. You can just melt them down. They won't be as valuable as if it was a silver trade bar. So it will essentially go from like 5 gold to like 4 gold. Because you'll still have like 4 gold worth of like a hunk of silver. But you would need time and somewhere to melt them, and hopefully somewhere that doesn't ask a lot of questions. So like Luskin would be your best bet.
I
If
was
you
like,
went
yeah,
to Luskin and rented out a blacksmith shop, you could have someone proficient in smithing tools, which is Vola. Vola is your resident smith on the ship because as a cannoneer, she does have the ability to repair your cannons, which requires either tinkering or smithing tools. So
Yeah, I was
I
about
thought
to say
it was the most appropriate that Vola out of everybody has that proficiency.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a job for Luskin when he's
Yeah,
part.
because like you don't want to be hauling in like a whole chest full of. You don't want to be hauling in 4,000 silver trade bars into Neverwinter and be like, hey, we need to melt these down. They'll take one look at that and they're like, guards. At Luskin, that's a pirate town. Nobody asks any questions. At least nobody that wants to live asks any questions. All you do is you walk in, you go, we need to rent your blacksmith shop. And they'll be like, show me the money. You hand them the money to rent the place out. They're gone for the whole week while you do your thing, and then they'll come back. No questions asked.
Yeah.
And Vola can easily just smelt this stuff down. Like I said, they'll go from 5 gold to 4 gold, but then they're not marked. You don't have to worry about anyone coming after you for them.
I know it's overkill, but let me do a let me do a check to make sure this is the only cargo they have.
Investigation check if you're searching the ship. Insight if you're checking them.
Investigation.
Okie dokies. Roll with advantage because your crew will give you the help action.
Yes, we will.
Shindo, eventually
Yes.
I need to know what those 4 magic items are.
Sure.
So 17.
As soon as we get done with this and we decide where you guys are going to go, however many amount of time there is, I will tell you probably at the end of the session.
Which should be about
17.
now.
Well, it's pretty much the end of the session because the rest of the chip is
I
just.
was getting to that. I had other things you guys were asking me.
I'm sorry. Anyway, 17.
You wanted to frisk everybody on the ship. I'm sorry. We can handle that first, can't we?
No, because I need to frisk the Dune first.
Fucking get over there and frisk me, boy. Don't fucking threaten me with a good time. But that being, jokes aside, though, 17, no, this is the only cargo they had. They were taking these silver trade bars to Neverwinter because the silver trade bars are both a trade commodity but also a form of currency. They were going to use that to trade for Neverwinter to get goods to take back to Baldur's Gate. That was their plan.
All right,
then you assholes showed up and stole their goods, so now they have nothing.
I just salute them. It's like, it's been pleasant doing business with you, gentlemen. Good luck. Good luck repairing your sails and stuff.
Hold on. If y'all wish to repair the sails, there is a ship that way its rigging is okay. If you can make it there, you can do it.
Hey, there's a ship that's way over there, and it's like an hour that way, just spinning in circles if you want to go steal their shit. They say, they're like, thanks, we have spare rigging below decks, we just couldn't change it out while you were shooting at us, so we'll be fine? They seem confused that you guys gave a shit long enough to, give them that information.
No, we're gonna take enough rigging to fix our ship, too.
Well, we have to take some of the wreckage
between your rigging and their rigging, there's enough for both of them.
Okay. As long as there's enough, then I won't tell them about it.
You guys can fix your rigging, but that would require your bosun to do his repair travel thing that he does. You could read up on his travel rule on how that works.
But we're gonna take half their spare rigging with us to fix our ship,
which leaves them with more than enough for them to get some amount of sail for them to limp their ass back to port. Because, at this point, if someone comes to rob them, what else are we going to fucking take? You already took the only thing worth a damn on this ship. Another pirate shows up, if they can't run, they'll just stop and be like, sorry, guys, somebody else already got you, beat you to it. What do you mean? It's like, those Stormbreaker guys. Oh, man, fuck those guys.
More enemies.
All we got is the shirts on our backs.
Here,
to take those. Yeah, give me those. All right, fine, give me those. All right. Yeah. Now, to answer your good question, my good man, the shield is a +1 magic shield. The flintlock pistol, +1 magic pistol. The sword is a sword of life-stealing. And the pearl is a pearl of power.
Ooh.
I will get you that information on those handouts in just a moment.
Obviously, I'm taking the pistol and pass my current pistol to someone else.
No one else has proficiency in firearms, my friend.
You have a backup pistol, so you can load 2 different pistols and pull one, shoot, pull out the other, shoot.
Right, man, go full pirate. Bang, 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 bang.
From.
Also, as added fun, you can dual wield the pistols. They are like hand crossbows in the fact that you can shoot both of them in one turn. You can only reload one of them at a time, but you can just bang, bonus action, bang.
From pirate to cowboy, not bad.
Also, if all else fails, you can throw the pistol at somebody.
Oh no!
Flaming pistols can double as clubs. They are designed to double as clubs. When typically the idea is you shoot them, you flip it around to grab them by the barrel and use the handle, and you just start clubbing motherfuckers. I shit you not. That was what they were designed to do. That's why they are super durable. Way more durable than current handguns, because they don't have all the fancy mechanics of them. It's just a tube. It's a metal tube and a wooden handle. Good for clubbing.
So the captain will walk around with 2 pistols and his magic sword.
Huh? Alright. Speaking of magic swords, show the players, this is a sword of life stealing. This is what it does. As for the pearl, let me find the pearl.
I think the captain should get that sword.
Considering he's the only one that's proficient in it. Well, I say that, but it could be any kind of sword, so...
Fine. I was trying to call you a couple of things, but you...
Any type of sword of your choice, Captain. What would you like it to be?
Your longsword is what you've been wielding. Might as well keep it that.
Okay, what time?
Or you could upgrade it to a greatsword if you'd rather. You could go full two-handed if you really want. Because that's the difference of a D10 to 2D6.
And he's not a sword and board type, so that really wouldn't be a huge issue.
Yeah. Because, the longsword is versatile, so you can wield it in one or two hands, but you only ever wield it in two hands. So you have the option of either A, taking a shield and going sword and board, or lean full into two-handed weaponing, or you can just leave your other hand open whenever you need to grapple.
Alright.
Because grappling, the way it works with 5th edition is you essentially reach out and grab someone with one hand. Well, if you're wielding a two-handed weapon, you can't also attack with it because you need both hands. But if you had a versatile weapon, you can wield it in two hands, grapple someone, and then one hand just start beating the shit out of somebody. Up to you. There's multiple different ways to fight, and depending on which way you want to lean towards, depends on what would be the most effective. Obviously, going two-handed weapon means you have greater offensive damage power. If you go for the shield, you'll have better defensive ability. If you go for the just two-handed versatile weapon, so you have a free hand to do things like draw your pistol and shoot, or to reach out and grab somebody, you can keep that for the versatility of options to use in your free hand. So, up to you.
I was about to say I just got the phone my dad. That's why I was off. I was off for a couple of seconds. So what did I miss?
Basically, choose a sword for the Life Drinker sword. It's becoming yours.
And I was simply just making comments on different styles of combat that would be most effective, depending on what kind of swords you want. If you want more defense, obviously going for a long sword or some other type of one-handed weapon, and then picking up a shield later would be best for that.
I'm a barbarian. I'm going to do more hobo full offense.
That's what I was saying. If you wanted to do more damage on average with a larger two-handed weapon, then a great sword would do you better. Or one of the other things I was saying is that with the versatile weapon, you wield it in two hands for a D10 or a D8 in one hand, which is there will be times where you may want to have a free open hand, such as you want to reach out and grab someone and hold them in a grapple, but still be able to use your weapon in one hand.
So the same style I have last time, where if I use one hand, I can just pull out a pistol and fire another target.
Or you can wield your sword in one hand and have your pistol in the other hand. See, the versatile weapon gives you versatility in your options. It gives you the option to have your hand free to do something else and still attack with your sword. Great swords have to use both hands to attack. Then there's always the option that there's always an option you can have a shield and just have it on your back and switch to it when you're taking too many hits and you want more armor class. That's the thing. The versatile weapon gives you options to wield it two-handed or one-handed, so it leaves your hand free to hold a shield, grab somebody, draw a pistol, and shoot.
Yeah,
of course, the greatsword. Greatsword does 2d6 damage, so damage or more versatility.
So yeah, versatile weapon, since I'm used to using it already.
Okay, cool. So you're going to take a longsword. Okay. And here's the Pearl of Power.
Let's see, what does that do? Speak its command word.
Yeah, obviously this is not for me.
Yeah, that's only spellcasters that can use that.
I might be able to come up with some entertaining uses of that.
I mean, all of you could use the fucking Pearl of Power. It essentially use an action to gain a spell slot between levels 1 and 3.
3.
Yeah.
Um,
So all three of you can gain some benefit from this. It's just a matter of whom do you think is the best suited to having the ability to gain extra spell slots.
Arcanist. Yes.
Want to give it to Jim Pan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Arcanist,
Why?
how,
Because
many,
he's in the-
how many items are you attuned to right now? Because this is an attunement item.
One.
I know you have a few of them. Okay, just one? Okay. Just check.
The only reason I say him is because he's in the crow's nest and he has the farthest range. This would give him an extra option.
That is true.
Yes. Also, for inside a place, use the command word defenestrate.
As for the shield,
Man word what?
Defenestrate. AKA, command somebody to throw themselves out of a window.
Fucking dork.
the shield should go to Dr. Ice.
Mm-hmm.
So who should give her my old longsword?
What does your old longsword do?
It's a currently, since it's no longer a sword of vengeance because you removed the curse from it, it's just a +1 sword.
Izil.
I'm not seeing the shield in the magic in their loot magic item list.
It's just a +1 shield.
Oh, +1?
I did not make a handout for a +1 sword and a +1 shield.
Bingo!
Izil.
Are you sure?
What, is he able to get the +1?
Yes. The only reason is Vola has the one of speed.
Scimitar Speed is a +2 magic weapon, and it gives her a bonus action attack.
Yes. He has something where if he drops somebody as a bonus action, he can make a bonus action. And a +1 would give him an advantage there.
Alright,
And for funsies, we'll say it's his boarding axe suddenly becomes a +1 weapon instead of him wielding a sword, because I like imagining it with these twin boarding axes. Because I love the idea of him like leaping over to another ship and just burying them into the side of the ship. Because the reason why they're called boarding axes, they're designed with little hooks on them for you to board up the side of a ship. Which is why those are his weapons of choice. Because it amuses me greatly.
so now they're +1 boarding axes at death.
Yeah, essentially, much like the rest of your retainers, his attack and damage will go up by 1 if you give him a +1 weapon. Which, just a heads up, the Sword of Life Stealing is not a plus magical weapon, so your attack and damage will go down by 1. But, because you roll with advantage so much, that +1 won't make that much of a difference. Because, fun fact, mathematically speaking, advantage is the equivalent of getting a +5 on the roll. In addition to that, because you have so many chances to get a crit, you'll do a shit ton extra damage by getting crits. Because Sword of Life Stealing, if you get a crit, does an additional 3d6 necrotic damage, and you gain temporary hit points equal to that extra damage of necrotic. Because you are life stealing them.
So pretty much if I hit someone with a crit, I'm pretty much murdering most people.
Let's see. If it's a long sword, you're wielding in 2 hands. It does a d10 for its standard damage. It does a second d10 for crit. It does an additional d10 because you're a half-orc. It does an additional d10 because you're a 9th level barbarian. That's 4 right there. And then does 3d6 necrotic damage. And then that extra 3 dice, you gain temporary hit points for that. So you're rolling 7 fucking dice, 4 of which are d10s. The other 3 are d6s.
Oh, yeah.
When you crit, things explode! It's like, I'm gonna make you explode. What? Ah! Meat chunks everywhere. Red mist.
The crew just gets used to it, like, it's our captain.
But just so you're aware, the 3d6 doesn't get doubled from the crit. It's added because you crit. Just a heads up on that one. So it's not, oh, I crit, it's 66, right? It's like, no, it's only 3. I'll throw that out there. And the number 10 HP is equal to the necrotic damage. So whatever you roll on those 3d6s is what the number of temp HP you get. But hey, it's at least going to be a 3.
I got a question.
Yes.
This is mostly for Ty and character. If Ty was to literally take the Magic Initiate feat and take the Hex spell, then cast Hex on somebody, would that necrotic damage add to his healing effect?
No, because it specifically says equal to the extra damage done, i.e. the extra damage the weapon did.
Okay, just wanting to make sure before somebody...
I was saying necrotic because he didn't have any other sources of necrotic. If he did, I would have been more specific and said the 3d6, the extra damage you gain from the crit that the sword provides to you is the number you get for temp HP.
Okay. Just...
And also, just a heads up, guys, does not work on constructs, does not work on undead. So, if you're fighting constructs or undead, the extra damage doesn't work on them. Because you can't life steal something that's not alive.
Makes sense.
You can't unalive something that's already unalived.
Yeah. I mean, you can destroy and/or kill, quote unquote, it, but like it has to have actual life energy to life steal from.
Just to go over.
Are, animatrons and undead are zombies and shit.
So just to go over, the captain got a magic flintlock pistol, a magic sword, and he gave his magical ability to Izil, upgrading him.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Izil's sheet right now to mark that he has a +1 weapon.
Okay.
Here he is.
Arcanist Lymphorin got the Ring of Power, or the Pearl of Power, which was a ring, which allows him to basically once per day regain a spell slot. Which is good for him. Dr. Ice got a +1 shield.
Yes.
Upgrading his current shield to 1 more point higher.
Yep.
So you went from 15 to 16 now, Kieran.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Signature attack goes up to
I actually have a respectable AC.
To attack.
If I was level 2.
His damage goes from a +3 to a +4.
Ah.
But Ty, when you give him your sword, you're like, that's pretty good. Izil, you can have this. He goes, a gift from Inagu's champion.
And then
he
it
just
morphs into an
stands
axe.
up with it. Yes, it magically forms into an axe. It doesn't really matter. The retainer equipment is amalgamable. He has a +1 magic sword, but flavor-wise, he uses axes still.
Yeah.
Because it's funnier to me. Technically, he doesn't even use twin axes. In actuality, his damage die is a D12. Technically, he probably uses a great axe. But we don't care. We don't care about the specifics. We just know the dice he rolls and what I say he has. Because it's better that way.
Chances are he's probably still my original great axe at the start of this campaign.
Fun fact, does anyone even know who Inagu is? I don't know if I've told you guys or not. Izil's thrown the word around a couple times. I don't know if anyone's ever questioned it or not.
I don't recall.
He's the guy he's the deity that created Knowles.
He's not quite a deity, although he does have cult worshippers. He's a demon lord. But yes, he did create Knowles. Inagu is the demon lord of slaughter, and he is the patron deity of choice for all Knowles, because all Knowles owe their existence to him upon when he once walked the plane of mortal man. When he would kill things, he was followed along behind by hyenas, and when the hyenas ate the creatures that he killed, they turned into the first Knowles.
You want to know
Which is
something?
why there's a specific Knoll called a Knoll Thing of Inagu that has that same ability, because he was blessed through a ritual by Inagu himself.
I don't know what's funny. 2 sessions ago, you told us this.
Did I?
When we picked him up, that you told us this.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I had or not.
I'm just saying.
I don't remember half the shit I said.
Some of us pay attention to what you say.
I don't even pay attention to what I fucking say. That's why I don't remember half of what I just fucking told you. But yeah, let's see. Yep, he does a D12 plus 4 damage and has a plus 7 to attack.
But, as we've done, we have now sat there and done it to where everybody has gotten a minor up. Most PCs have gotten a minor upgrade.
Yep.
Some of them.
Yes.
So, Jimpan and Ty, because half your party has figured out who Slut Cereal is, any guesses now? Since we've been less coy about it.
I saw that picture that, and
Yeah, that Kiri should not have done.
yeah, I saw that. So I know.
Yeah. Kiri,
Obviously, I didn't see the picture, but like I said,
any guesses?
like I said, as long as you belong to a crew, I do not
I'm
care.
curious to see if you figured it out yet. Do you know what she is?
Not off the top of my head. Obviously, she's not a hag, but
That
something.
is true. She's definitely not a hag.
But something in the
Does this give you a hint?
not off the top of my head. I'm thinking.
Oh, you know what it is?
Well, obviously, she's not a scorpion or a spider or anything like that.
No, she's definitely not. She's not a bug.
She's not a sentient ooze.
But but fucking face tentacles doesn't give you a hint.
I have to hit I just forgot the term, except Eldritch Horror.
I mean that is close. They have two different names. There's their proper name, and then there's their more common name. Their proper name is Illithids. Most people know them as Mind Flayers.
As long as you don't fuck with the crew.
Which, now that the cat has finally been released out of the bag,
This is mine.
I will. Now that all players know what she actually is, I will reveal to you her actual stat block.
It's after 5 o'clock. I'm having to.
Yeah.
I think.
We're pretty much ending right here. I'm assuming you guys are going to continue on to Neverwinter, correct?
Eventually,
Yes.
yes.
What do you mean eventually?
Next session.
Yeah,
Eventually.
next section is Neverwinter.
Boy, I'll drive all the way up to Blakely and get you.
Come on, little man.
Plus, I know 5 o'clock is Kira's time limit.
Yeah, but here's her actual stat block, and as well as her actual character image. She doesn't wear what her other image shows. She actually wears long robes and a nice little sailor coat. And for those of you wondering, no, Mind Flayers do not have genders. They decide whether or not they want to assume a gender identity and then pick one.
Yep.
It is not common. It is fairly uncommon for Mind Flayers to do it, but every once in a while you'll get a Mind Flayer who decides, I am a woman and I'm going to speak with a feminine telepathic voice, and that's what we're going to do. Sometimes they pick men. Because the concept of gender identity is irrelevant to an androgynous, genderless creature, like a Mind Flayer. But sometimes the concept of a gender identity transfers from their original host into their Mind Flayer form, and that carries over. So some of them do choose to have a identity of a gender. So some of them choose to be man or woman or neither, which is what most Mind Flayers do. But she does specifically choose to identify herself as a woman, and she does specifically use feminine pronouns. Unusual for her kind, but that's what she does.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Well, that was a fun
That session. That was a good session.
Everybody have fun?
Yep.
Yeah.
Still couldn't get you guys to go for the Alacraball.
Maybe
as tempting as
massive loot gone upon the horizon.
As tempting as it was,
We did get two
you
of the piece,
can't
so-
run from hell.
I mean, you could have hit that one first and then chased after the other two. You could have gone 3 for 3. You could have pulled a hat trick. A pirate hat trick. 3 shots, man. You could have done it. I believe in you guys. The other 2 guys barely put up a 5. Because you fucking schooled the shit out of them.
Well, that's because one of them tried to pull a fast one, and the other one just fucked them up before they even boarded them.
I mean, that's what happens when you guys have 3 mages and they have 0. Well, I say mages, but technically a druid's not a mage. But when you have 3 player spellcasters versus their 0. And that wasn't counting your retainers, because you have 2 bards, a ranger, a wizard, and a sorcerer as well. So you guys have quite the eclectic crew of mixtures of martial and arcane and divine.
Yeah, a good mix.
Yes, a very good mix.
Which is good. And I'm going.
I mean, yeah, you have essentially a gnome cleric, a drow rogue, a human ninja monk, a human shadow monk, 2 tabaxi bards, a barbarian gnoll, a Goliath monk, a bugbear ranger, a mind flayer. By the way, remember when I said I was rolling for your retainers, and I said one of them was a natural 20, and I said that was easier to know?
Mm-hmm.
I lied. That was Sariel, the mind flayer.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you have a dragonborn sorcerer. I'm gonna go ahead and delete Sariel the magician stat block because we don't need that one anymore.
Nope, that we do not.
No, we do not. All we have is Sariel, the mind flayer. In addition to all the other stuff Sariel had, she also has a mind blast she can use once per day. She doesn't get a recharge like other mind flayers do. She's a lesser form of mind flayer. Because I wasn't going to give you guys a fucking recharge 5 or 6 mind blast mind flayer. That'd be stupid for me to do that. But she does have her innate abilities such as dominate monster, detect thoughts, levitate, etc. She can use detect thoughts and levitate at will. She can use dominate monster once per day. And she has magic resistance, so any spell effects get thrown at her, she gets advantage on those saving throws because she's a mind flayer.
Yep.
She's also proficient in every single intelligence-based knowledge check. So religion, history, nature, arcana, because she's a mind flayer. Pretty much a lot of things you can do is the answer is usually because she's a fucking mind flayer.
Yup.
Well,
yeah, you guys can feel free to review deeper into all of what she's capable of. Also, fun fact, just so you guys know, the reason why her skin's so slimy is because she's a very healthy mind flayer, because she maintains a healthy diet of brains. You guys just hadn't noticed her feeding on the people you've killed up to this point. She does that in private.
So what's it called feeds on their flesh and blood, and Sorrow feeds on their souls and brains.
She doesn't eat souls, she just eats brains.
Well, brains.
She has no use for souls. Just eats the brain. Which is also why she's super knowledgeable, because a lot of mind flayers gain knowledge from the brains they consume. So when she eats people's brains, she sometimes can learn some things from them. Not always, but sometimes. Still can't believe you guys just fucking obliterated them. I'm gonna just use this whirlpool, hold them right there, and then we're just gonna start shooting at them. It wasn't even a full broadside. It was just, no, we just fired 2 ballista bolts, chain shots. Oh, while we're at it, fireball. Just watch. Just watch. Eventually, you guys are going to fight someone who has spellcasters and has more spellcasters than you. One of these days.
Maybe.
Remember those Ruthians?
Yeah, I think we earned a couple.
You guys take down a few merchants who couldn't really fight back.
Yeah, I think we have a couple more enemies today.
Indeed.
And I should probably stop streaming right now.
But yeah, let's go through the list. You guys have the Ruthians. You have a Were-Rat guild. who's the name of the guild you guys never even found out. You don't even know what their fucking name is yet, but they definitely fucking hate you and already sent assassins after you once. But you've pissed off a guild of were-rats, the entirety of Ruthium. You have a couple of night hags who you broke their covenant and took their stronger member. They're not super bent out of shape about you taking her off their hands, but they are mad that you fucked up their little summer home out in the swamps on that one island. You kind of like fucked up their shit. They're not too happy about that, so they're still pissed at you. They've been, working on ways of getting back at you for that. I haven't found a good opportune moment to like drop them on you. It'd be fun though. That's 3 right there. Let's see, you pissed off. The Sahagin Old One cult doesn't like you because you stole their fucking idol, and which is
they tried to kidnap us. What do you expect?
And that's gotten the attention of the Old Ones. So that's 4. Does anyone remember other enemies that they possibly made?
Let's see.
I know one thing that Kiri wouldn't know that I think most of you guys have forgotten. That I want to see if you guys remember. You guys remember what you guys did in your very first session?
Still a box from...
the first session?
Yeah, the very first session. You remember how that started?
Yeah, we tried to rob something and we had to run away from local police officers.
Do you remember what town that was?
God damn it, now I have to check.
I think it was close, maybe.
Yeah? How close do you think it is? I'll let you steal on that one.
Let's see the map.
Were you in Waterdeep?
Here, I'll switch your view to the actual map so you guys can see.
I think it was... Could be Waterdeep.
Do what?
I think it was Waterdeep.
Nope.
No, it was close to... under Luskan.
Well, if you go to the map, what's the closest city to the Luskan?
Neverwinter.
Did we piss off Neverwinter?
You didn't, but some of your fellow crewmates got caught in the middle of a sting operation to try and catch pirates and only narrowly escaped getting arrested after they murdered a couple of guards. So they're currently wanted in Neverwinter for theft, piracy, and murder.
What's theft? The sting operation didn't have anything I guess we could steal.
Attempted theft is just as bad as normal theft if you've actually gotten away with something.
Like saying, what, I didn't kill him?
I didn't kill anybody. I rolled like ass that session. I didn't kill shit. But that's assuming that they remember, or sorry, that's assuming that they got full identification on you guys, because it was dark. You guys were running. There's a possibility they caught an ID on you guys and have a description of you, and then there's a possibility they don't. There's no way to know for certain. What they don't have, however, is the name of your ship or the profile of your ship, because I was kind enough to make the assumption that you guys came in on a fucking rowboat in the middle of the night and did not row your fucking ship into the middle of the fucking docks, as you've done in the past.
Yeah.
We want to bring our ship all the way into Ruthium, because that couldn't possibly end badly for us at all. Bunch of dumbasses. Still can't believe you fucking did that. I tried to give you guys every single fucking warning I could, and it's just like, alright, at some point, they've got enough rope to hang themselves. Well, every Ruthian knows the name and profile of their fucking ship, so anytime they come anywhere near Ruthium or a Ruthian ship, they're going to get jumped. Because that's why they're hunting your asses. They know what your ship is. Instead of, I don't know, coming in the dark of night on a rowboat, or just flying in with your flyers, stealing the item, and then stepping away in the darkness. No, you were like, let's bring our ship into the port, let's interact with them for like a full day, and then let's try to rob them, and then leave in broad daylight. Yes, I'm making fun of you and judging you slightly as a person.
Oh boy.
I don't judge you as a dungeon master, I judge you as a person. Maybe you guys won't make that mistake when you go back to Neverwinter. Just in case they're looking at your ship going, does that ship look familiar?
They used the actual ship to get into Neverwinter, didn't they?
No, I gave them the kindness to assume that they kept their ship outside of the dock, outside of port, anchored off port, and they came in the dark of the night with the rowboat, and they had like one guy rowing the boat because there was only 3 of them, and you could have like 4 people in a rowboat, so they had a deckhand. They had like 1 or 2 deckhands just hanging out near the rowboat, and then when they came peeling all to like we gotta go, they all jumped in the rowboat and just to their ship, thus escaping a few guards. But now, the question is whether or not the guards know your faces or not. They definitely don't know your fucking names, do they?
They certainly don't know me.
They don't know you're not fucking wanted. You don't have a bounty on you in any port, as far as you know.
We can send Dr. Ice as our hidden spy.
Now remember, I don't know if Creed has mentioned this to you guys or not, but for him to make contact with his guy, he has to go into Neverwinter. Because he doesn't know you guys. He ain't going to make contact to you. He's going to only make contact to Creed.
So that
none of you are members of the Kraken Society, so he ain't going to talk to any of you.
So that means we have to send Creed in a rowboat.
Or you guys just pull up in your storm. Let's just pull up with your ship and just hope that nobody knows you're a pirate ship. Fun fact: it's a very lawful city. They have a very good legal system. They have fairly well guarded.
We found out their legal system the hard way.
No, I mean there's actually very little crime in Neverwinter. They only have a very itty-bitty thieves guild that they just can't seem to get rid of. But the guards are well trained and well equipped.
All right,
much like they are in Waterdeep.
All right, let me kill the recording real quick. The stream.
Oh, you're still recording this whole time?
Yeah.
Terrible.